92 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We were with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne.
Yeah.
The sleep deprivation of a series in Seattle kicking in
this
early.
Is, you know what? I was just thinking about it. You and I talked for 10 minutes beforehand, and we didn't mention the lateness of this game whatsoever.
Yeah.
But I like to look back in hindsight. If you were to do a survey at the time of when you found out the Astros were going to join the AL West, I think most people's the biggest complaint probably would have been about the DH. Just, people, there was still hardline opinions about whether people liked or didn't like the DH.
Yeah.
Now that the DH is universal and people have had time anyway, like people don't get as worked up about it in general anymore. I feel like these late games,
Yeah.
it's such a beating, man. I get so pissed. Excuse my language, kids. Don't use that language. I get
kids are kids are in bed right now, man. School's out. It's summertime.
I was up at 5 a.m. every day when I was a kid.
You're good.
I used to hate it when they would talk about how kids sleep in late and everything. I'm like, what are you talking about? There's nothing to do. I don't even know what the internet is. I'm up here and I got nothing. My mom won't let me get out of my room. It sucks.
I hate to break it to you. Most of them sleep in.
I know. So I've learned as a father.
Yeah. That's interesting. It's the DH. I like the DH. So as far as that goes, I was cool with it. I don't think anybody's cool with this Monday nights going till 11:15, and that was a low-scoring game too. That's the thing. That's really the thing, Seth. It's not so much staying up late. It's staying up late for boring losses. That's the hard part.
It was, though, to find a silver lining in our grand Jose Abreu experiment, it did add a little juice to it. That you're waiting to see exactly what Jose Abreu looks like. I didn't take a survey and I wasn't on social media. I'm guessing when people found out that Abreu was playing, and they thought, Jordan can play left field in this series, so he'll probably be the DH, right? And Singleton will be first base. Nope. You got to get him right in there at first base.
Yeah.
Did I mess up a name?
No, not at all.
Okay,
no, I was just letting you finish your point. Him getting back in. I can even deal with him going back in and playing first base.
Yeah.
If the lineup didn't include John Singleton at DH, if you go, okay, we looked at all the matchups, we looked at lefty righty, we looked at blah blah blah, and we decided, Chaz is going to be the DH or whatever, you know what I mean? Or Yiner. Yiner's going to be, it's a Caratini night. It was a Caratini night last night.
Yeah.
So Yiner is going to be our DH for whatever reason. But you've got both Singleton and Abreu in the lineup. You have a better fielding first baseman DHing, and the very first hitter of the game for Seattle, granted it was a hard hit ball, but just keep it in front of you, man. He lets it skip off his shoulder down the line, and the thing turns into a double. It's this. Yeah,
let me ask you. I knew that
the Astros lose 3-2 last night, by the way, for anybody who hasn't picked that out yet.
Hey, Ben, we're going to use the second piece of audio first, the Abreu trying to field that Crawford double.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you. When I saw your notes when I woke up this morning, I could tell you were ready. You were raring to go, and you were ready to pounce on every little thing with Abreu. I thought that this explanation that Blum gave for why Abreu didn't field that ball was more of an explanation than an excuse. But let's have a re-listen to it.
Okay.
Hit sharply and past Jose Abreu down the right field line. Crawford's going to get into second base with a stand-up double. That ball took a big hop over the shoulder of Abreu.
That ball was smoked off the bat of J.P. Crawford right at Abreu, but hit that dirt patch where all the base runners are going to be leading off. I had a hyper paranoia at first base. I would be over there smoothing that ground out all the time when I played first. I did not want that to be an issue for me.
But when you get a lot of traffic, it's almost impossible to keep it smooth, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
To be clear, only Kyle Tucker had been there, so
That's
there
it,
wasn't
one guy. Yeah.
yeah. And Cal was just talking in generalities there. But okay. So was he just describing what had happened? That it had gone off the little pound of dirt where only Kyle Tucker had been? That was virgin soil very recently until Kyle Tucker was there.
Yeah.
Was that an excuse or an explanation?
I don't know. I just know that it was the first time I'd ever heard anybody in my 40-plus years of watching baseball even mention the little tract of dirt that one person had dug into by the bottom of the first inning. That's all.
It certainly wasn't like some kind of a rut. It wasn't like there weren't small stones sticking up like in a bad high school field or anything.
Yeah. It's just, look, Seth, I know where you're going with this. I will admit that the possession arrow is firmly pointed in the direction of anything having to do with detrimental performance that is in the circumference of about 50 feet from Jose Abreu is going to catch heat from me for some reason. But, dude, on that play, and by the way, that triggered the 3-run first inning. Like, you keep that ball in front of you instead of letting their leadoff guy get to third base. And
Jake Myers made an incredible catch in center field. Yeah. 5-star catch.
5 stars.
And it really didn't matter because they just kept the bases were loaded. Jake gets that catch. I mean, it mattered to eventually getting out. It could have been worse than it was. Yeah. But they just kept marching guys around the bases after that. Framber had a rough go. Framber had a rough first inning, but then got it together.
Yeah. So there's a few things with this game here. The Astros lose 3-2. They're now 4.5 games back in the AL West, and the offense is a big problem right now. The Astros have scored in each of their last 5 games. They've scored all of their runs in that game, whether it be 1 run or 6 runs, and anywhere in between, in just 1 inning. So they're not sustaining any rallies or anything like that, or they're getting a couple guys on and they're leaving them on base. But they're in their last 45 innings, 40 of them have been 0, bupkis, nothing. That's a big problem. Okay.
Well, and last night they only had 1 hit out of their top 5 guys in the lineup.
Yeah.
So Abreu had as many hits as the 1 through 5 hitters.
Yep.
So Abreu, for last night and last night alone for now, we only have 1 game to judge on. Abreu, fresh off his first minor league playing time ever, was all right. He wasn't the problem last night. He
was okay. Yeah, he was 1 for 3 with an RBI. And it was not a cheap hit either. It was 102 miles an hour off the bat. Like, it was first pitch, swinging. He was aggressive. It was a nice hit. He was 1 for 3. I mean, I'm not. I don't want to sit here and like adjudicate every single Abreu performance night in and night out. Like, he's got more to do. He's got. I guess maybe after last night's game, there's not much else to do.
And like his first strikeout, that was a hell of a pitch. It was the final pitch was a hell of a pitch. So it wasn't like it was a hapless at bat or anything.
No.
I
admitted down in that left corner. And I admitted as much, by the way, because they're all over me on Twitter. Anything to do with Abreu, because they know how I feel about him. I admitted right afterwards. I'm like, that was a hell of a third strike. Like, I'm not gonna. Yeah. So Abreu in his 3 at bats, strikeout on a nasty, nasty sinker, base hit, RBI hit, and then his other at bat, he hit kind of a soft liner to second base. Mm-hmm. So we're treading water right now.
We're treading water, and this is not a Mariners team that is hitting well at all. I don't know. There's a part of me, I have to keep reminding myself that the Mariners are an okay baseball team this year, and yet because of the division leader, and I'm used to the AL West being led by a really dominant World Series contending baseball team, or even the AL winner. The AL winner doesn't. You don't even have to be the AL winner to win the World Series. It turns out, this is it's a mediocre plus baseball team, and your 1 through 5 hitters got to show up better than they have been.
Yeah, they can pitch, the Mariners. There is that. There's that. This might be. This might be a long series, the way the Astros are playing offensively right now.
Framber last night had a really rough first inning, and it's just funny because right during the broadcast, about 20 or 30 seconds prior to when Callis and Blum started talking about this. I was thinking about back when Dallas Keuchel, was brilliant, throwing to the bottom of the strike zone, just flirting with the bottom of the strike zone. And then Major League Baseball decided to move the strike zone up a couple inches, and all of a sudden it just marginalized Dallas Keuchel. He just hit what he was really good at didn't work. So sometime around the second or third inning, Blum and Callis were talking about how the shift may have affected Framber.
They now have, in his last 4 starts, 30 hits in 16 innings.
Ooh. It also feels like since that shift has been banned and you're unable to play some of those guys to that pull side on the ground, has kind of affected those hits against Framber Valdez, where they found some holes where maybe in the past they haven't.
Yeah, good point. A lot of balls going through the 5-6 hole.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, yeah. Or the ones up the middle. I'm with you. I think we're on the same page.
Yeah, and it's
interesting.
Well, yeah, he's an extreme ground ball pitcher, and the game just plays out differently now with the shift man. One of the hits he gave up last night, Bregman's parked over on third base against a lefty that, typically with the shift that wouldn't have been the case back in the day.
Yeah.
And it went right between Bregman and Pena.
It's absolutely a fair thought. I guess what I would say is the shift change has been in effect, or the rules affecting shifts have been in effect since the beginning of last season, right?
Right.
Yeah. And Framber was
when he started sucking.
No. He was set to start the All-Star game last year.
Then he sucked.
Then he sucked. But I'm just saying, we've got a body of work that's a year and 2 months, and for nearly half of it, he was really, really good. So the
rule. But he hasn't been good since teams fully started adjusting to everything.
I guess. I haven't watched every game to see if they're doing different things now, but
they're not. Well, it's benefited left-handed hitters because they can hit more grounders through the hole there in the right, and ground ball pitchers. All right, I'll go to Baseball Savant during the break. And,
all I'm saying is there's a lot more going on with Framber than just the shift change. I think. I
just don't know because between the shift change and the pitch clock, I think all these things compound over time. And as teams start to realize if you have to pitch a little bit differently because the ground balls aren't as lethal to a team defensively as they used to be.
Yeah.
And then with the pitch clock, him not being able to calm himself down, I think there's just a lot of change that Framber has not adjusted to.
Maybe, yeah. I just think I think there's a chance Framber's a head case also is my point.
Yeah, well, that doesn't help, right?
In
adjusting to trying to adjust all that stuff, it's just
look. For example, waving off your catcher for no reason in the middle of the 5th inning last week and giving up 3 bombs has zero to do with a shift change. Nothing. You can't shift into the right field bleachers.
I've tried to get myself into the mind of Framber, which has been awesome and just been I feel like I'm tripping. And I think that I've tried to put myself in the mind of Framber in that situation where they're up by a considerable margin when he had his meltdown 2 games ago.
Yeah.
And he wants to work on his 4-seamer. And as Blum pointed out last night, that was another thing that happened in that game. It wasn't his 4-seamer. He was blistering. He was getting blistering velocity. And he thought, if I'm going to experiment with it, now's as good a time as any.
Yeah.
We've got this healthy lead.
Yeah.
And then it turned out it wasn't as good a time as any.
Well,
it turned out to be the absolute worst time.
Yeah, 6-1 is a healthy lead. 6-4 is not a healthy lead. He kept experimenting.
He kept doing it. Yeah, he continued to experiment.
Yeah.
It was right after he's cloning sheep. The sheep are all deformed, and he's like, what's the solution? Clone more sheep.
All right, let's get to the Texans. The Texans, and they're back at it with OTAs. I think tomorrow is when OTAs start up. I know we're allowed out there on Thursday this week. But some NFL experts with some interesting opinions on the Texans' defensively. One that I think Seth and I both disagree with on one particular pivotal player here for the Texans in 2024. We will have that for you coming up next. But first, I want to talk to you folks out there that are homeowners come.
testimonial.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Looking at the box score, doing some box score forensics from last night's Astros game. Forgot about Jeremy Pena, lost in all the Abreu talk and the Framber talk. Pena had his first game in a long time where he looked like 2023 Pena. 4 at-bats, 4 strikeouts, and none of them I remember as being particularly competitive strikeouts either. None where he was fouling off 5 or 6 pitches before, finally getting squeezed by the umpire. By the way, the umpire last night, this Vanover guy, maybe an homage to Angel Hernandez retiring today. He was positively Angel-esque behind the play. That was a bad umpiring job, and I'm not an umpire complainer, but that was bad last night.
Yeah, we don't complain about the umps as much as possible so that when we do, that we're not just throwing it out there as an excuse
that was bad,
or something.
Man.
I think it's usually it usually affects both sides, but depending on who your pitcher is and who your batters are, that's when it starts to really hurt. Maybe that's kind of the part of the progression with Pena, kind of like it's had to be with Bregman, because Bregman's so damn annoyingly good with his judgment that sometimes it works against him because he's better than the batter's eye. But if they're calling him outside, they're calling him outside. I can't. It's too early in the year to make the excuse of wildfires the way I did during the incredibly long extra innings playoffs games. Remember, I was at that game and I was distraught that nobody was talking about it because I was trying to take videos with my iPhone. And
you were way up high, right? You were up high.
Well, I was on the club level, Sean.
Okay.
I wasn't. I was on the club level where they dupe you into spending a lot of money for worse seats. But
right.
More spacious bad seats.
Yeah.
But you couldn't even see the field barely. And I think that's why nobody could hit that day.
Yep.
But it's not wildfire season out there yet.
No, not yet.
I'll not make that excuse for you, Pena.
It is here. It's we're getting all the smoke from Mexico right now. It's super hazy here. All right, let's get to the. It's fun when you get smoke or Saharan sand or something. Yeah, the sand is fun.
You feel like you're traveling. This was just in my. I think about that when I eat sometimes, where I look where the food came from and everything. Oh, this is amazing! Isn't it amazing? That's the world we live in. Where I'm some farmer not too long ago plucked this out of the earth.
I'll
had to probably pay a certain percentage to some local warlord or something.
I'll give that train of thought a spin today as I'm wheezing on my 4-mile walk.
You're traveling.
This feels like I'm in Mexico. Yeah, this is great. So the Texans defense, Texans are back at it this week, OTAs. We got mandatory minicamp next week. And then we don't have to wait as long as we normally do for training camp. God bless the Hall of Fame game. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We get training camp.
You know what, Sean?
Yeah.
It's like Christmas are we still in May? Christmas in May.
Yeah, that's when the Hall of Fame game got announced, I tweeted, Christmas just got moved up to December 16th for us.
Wait a second. So it's May 20-something.
Yeah.
So we got June, July. Yeah. Is that when's the Hall of Fame game?
It's August the 1st. Yeah.
So just a little over 2 months?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Training camp.
I got to get into this is the year I get into training camp shape where I'm like skinny enough that I don't feel like I'm going to die, okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to be emaciated, Chuck. This also means I'm going to be very grumpy for the next 2 months.
That's fine as long as I know it's coming, I can prepare for it.
I'm going to pull I'm going to be like Loudon Swain in here. I'll be wearing a rubber suit and everything during our show.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so it's actually under 2 months till training camp begins, and just slightly over 2 months till we get actual officiated football up in Canton, Ohio. August the 1st is the date of the Hall of Fame game.
I did a video on my YouTube channel about Cade Stover this weekend, and there was a spot where Cade Stover, when they asked him about CJ comparing him to Gronk, which is an awful comparison, by the way. I forgive CJ for that. That was when he was in college. CJ didn't know yet the differences in tight ends. But he said he actually likes Jeremy Shockey better. Cade Stover does. So I went back and found the highlight of Jeremy Shockey's first time ever putting on an NFL uniform in the Hall of Fame game versus your beloved Houston Texans.
Oh, yeah.
And Shockey showed up big time. That was one of those ones, after that game, we're like, oh, we're going to have some tackling issues in the secondary potentially. And it turns out we didn't. We didn't have that many tackling. We were actually okay tackling. It's that Shockey was just Shockey. I'm not even going to say the guy's name because I love him. But he just destroyed a Texans defensive back.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He took his soul, man. He baptized him twice. Yeah.
And he's a rookie at that point, Shockey, huh?
Oh yeah, but Shockey, I mean, he didn't come out like a meek rookie.
No, in so many ways. All right, so let's get to the Texans defense here. Robert Mays of The Athletic, he was on a podcast with Dan Pizzuta of the 33rd Team, right, Seth?
Yeah. Well, Robert Mays was on his own podcast, the Athletic Football Podcast.
Yep.
And they were going over some of lingering questions about different teams in the AFC South. And one of the lingering questions Robert Mays has, and he's very bullish on the Texans, but everybody's got lingering concerns. He shares a lingering concern with all of us.
Jalen Petrie, up and down. Right? There are elements to his game that I find very interesting and very intriguing. He led all safeties in run stops last year for PFF. He will fly to the ball. Problem, he will fly to the ball. That is also part of the issue. He missed a lot of tackles. I saw DeAndre Hopkins roast him on double moves twice in those games against the Titans. I love DeAndre Hopkins with all of my soul. 2023 DeAndre Hopkins is not Tyreek Hill. Like, him beating you on vertical routes is not exactly what you want.
I remember those. I remember those Hopkins plays from last season.
Well, the one that got him benched in the Browns game was when Steven Nelson had gone out. You've got a backup cornerback playing in his first rep as a cornerback all season long, and Jalen Petrie decides to jump a tight end on a crossing route instead of helping out the cornerback. That's a little bit of that aggressive mentality and mindset that is an issue when you're playing safety. You gotta follow the old Hippocratic oath, first do no harm, which it turns out is not actually part of the actual Hippocratic oath.
Really?
I digress. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to be well actuallying people on now. But the concept of first do no harm is a safety. You got to be selective in when you come up and when you're aggressive. The one I'll give Jalen Petrie two potential excuses. I'm not making excuses. I'm just hoping that this is part of the solution. One was it was his first year playing in that system as a deep safety, and there's a lot to learn. Just like it was with Christian Harris, I think in a lot of ways that was like Jalen Petrie's rookie year. He had a lot of praise heaped on him for his rookie year that was frankly absurdly over the top. It was weird. But the other part of it is that the Texans linebackers were an issue in pass coverage last year. They bit on play action hard. And on that play versus the Browns, it was a bootleg, and the Texans linebackers were all just like kittens watching a ping pong game. They were just, their eyes glued on the quarterback, all sucked up, and the tight end is just cruising along behind him. And I think that's what Jalen Petrie saw, and he abandoned what he was supposed to be doing. So that's all A, training, and B, psychology. And in some ways, Jalen Petrie's got to be like Framber Valdez, good Framber, and that he's got to kind of fix some of the psychological hiccups that are preventing him from being as good as he can be. Because there's times where he just wants to, see Jersey hit Jersey. You gotta back off sometimes.
Yeah. It's just wild, man. I watched a lot of Jalen Petrie in college, and he looked like the smartest guy on the field out there a lot of times at Baylor.
You know what though? Okay, I'm gonna make a weird comparison. Andrew Luck. Andrew Luck was the smartest guy out on the field. Ryan Fitzpatrick, smartest guy out on the field. Those two guys' intelligence was their undoing at times because it's like they're thinking 4 moves ahead instead of seeing what's right in front of them. And teams can start to dupe you when they know you think that way. You gotta, as a football player, if you're a smart guy who's a football player, you have to intentionally dumb it down a little bit sometimes, and just remember that there's you gotta make things as simple as possible, because you do start playing 2 steps ahead, 3 steps ahead, and you got to be really selective when you do that. So Andrew Luck, a lot of his interceptions were, and Fitzpatrick. I know this from talking to defensive backs with Fitzpatrick. They knew how smart he was, and they'd show him exactly the look that would make him feel like he was being super smart, and they bait him. Yep. And likewise with Andrew Luck, same thing would happen. I think that same thing happens defensively with Petrie sometimes, where he's just, I think he's aggressive, but he's also overthinking it a little bit, and he's trying to do too much.
Christian Harris, I think you and I are both in opposition to Robert Mays on this tape we're about to hear.
Yeah. I was actually surprised about this, but this is one of Robert Mays, who is otherwise very bullish on the Texans, one of his lingering concerns about the Texans.
Christian Harris was a third-round pick at linebacker. He has not come along. I think last year they hoped he would come along a little bit faster. You give a guy some grace. That position could take a little while in terms of development. It's a new system, but they paid Azeez Al-Shire. Again, it's just one of those moments where these guys who should be cheap for you, you're having to spend money at those position groups.
Yeah, and that's where, on a couple of counts there. One is that I think Christian Harris came along really well in the back half of the season, and we cited the stats yesterday. In the first 8 games, he played 16 games last year in the regular season. In the first 8 games, he had 22 tackles, 1 tackle for a loss. In the second 8 games of the season, so same number of games in the second half of the season, after having 22 tackles in the first half of the season, he had 49 tackles in the second half of the season with how many TFLs was it?
6
TFLs in the second half of the season.
Yep.
So it's more than twice as many tackles, 6 times as many tackles for loss. And then in the postseason, he had 6 tackles in each of those games, 12 tackles total, not to mention a pick 6.
Yep.
Like he came along, and I think Robert Mays is super, super smart, but he covers all 32 teams. I think the part that probably gets lost in the shuffle there a little bit is that Christian Harris was in his first year with D'Amico, and we were kind of waiting to see if the D'Amico effect would take hold, and it did midway through the season.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I feel a lot better about Christian Harris. And then as far as the team building part goes, look, I think they like Christian Harris as a will linebacker, and they want Al-Shire, the veteran guy who can call the plays and everything, or to call the signals. They want him to be the Mike. It's not like they're trying to replace Christian Harris with Azeez Al-Shire.
Or they're feeling they have to, quote, overspend because there's some deficiency with Christian Harris.
They want somebody different and better than Denzel Perryman and Blake Cashman.
That's right.
That's who they're playing. Like the guys that they didn't want in there are not in there anymore.
Yep. We're getting some text messages, one in particular, a relentless text messenger.
Oh, no.
Saying that he is not watching the Astros until Jose Abreu is no longer an Astro. I just want to say, I hope, this is one of 4 texts. I just want to say I hope the Astros lose every game Abreu plays in. Have a great day, boys. LOL. I do wonder that, like, deep down, like, what were Astro fans, like, what was the makeup, if there was a vote of honesty, what was the makeup of Astro fans when Jose Abreu was in the batter's box last night?
People were, I think a lot of people might have been just hoping that he'd whiff on every single pitch, like just almost as a way of expediting.
Yeah.
All right, well, almost like, like when you're trying to, like an alcoholic's got to hit rock bottom sometimes before he figures it out. People are looking at the Astros management like they're alcoholics that need to hit rock bottom.
Yeah.
And like, okay, I guess, I don't know, you're not seeing it the way we're seeing it. So like, man, it's just, we got to see the problem is that he had already been at rock bottom. He was the worst hitter in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
So
he still is.
That's true. Good point. That's the problem. Therein lies the problem. How good does he have to be over the course of the rest of the season to end up with season stats where he's an average Major League hitter?
I don't know if it's
he's got to be like an MVP. He's got to be like at an MVP level.
Yeah,
because he was the worst hitter in baseball.
Yeah, and I don't know if he's capable of that. Like, for example. And I'm not telling Astro fans they should feel one way or the other. I think there's a case to be made for Astro fans where they feel like, man, I can root for the guy to get a hit, but I feel like if he hits like $180 over the next week, that's going to buy him 2 more weeks after that.
Yeah.
Like the audition for the next week of auditions, for Jose Abreu is so much lower right now than it would be for any other player because of what this team has invested in him emotionally and financially. And just real quick, Seth, like Will Kunkel of Fox, who I think Will does a great job over at Fox. He tweeted this yesterday. Every Astros fan, and he puts every in italics, every Astros fan should want Jose Abreu to come back and mash, all caps. And of course, like if I knew Jose Abreu was capable of coming back and having an 1,100 OPS, I would want that. I don't think he's capable of that anymore, and I think that's the danger in all of this is that you are now a team that's doing things and investing resources, and now the resources are valuable at-bats and potentially games that you wouldn't be otherwise doing for other players because of how much you've already invested in him.
News alert. Everybody should want to make more money, and they should also want to be happy all the time.
Yeah.
And, oh, by the way, they should also like to be able to, eat whatever meal they want, whatever they want. Yeah, of course I want Abreu to be awesome. I want all of them to be awesome, damn it.
Yeah.
But, to stop staring at the sun all day. You're looking at an eclipse. What the hell? Every Astros fan should want. What is that crap? What is that pipsqueak crap? My God. No, I think that, listen, this is what turns some people with substance abuse issues around, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes when for some of them, it's when it hits them and they realize how much they're hurting their family.
Yeah.
So maybe what Astros fans need to do, if Abreu, yes, Will Kunkel, I agree. It would be awesome. It would be awesome if he has an over 1,000 OPS for the rest of the season. That would be incredible. It'd be so cool. Sean and I would say we're wrong, especially Sean. But if that doesn't happen that way, people just need to really let the Astros know how much they're hurting them by continuing this behavior.
Yes.
I
think that's what this texter is saying.
Tearful videos, not anger, tears.
You're hurting me. Yeah.
Pictures of your children suffering because the Astros are actively trying to hurt your children.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. All right, headlines, including the Astros, and a death of a legend yesterday we will get to coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Somebody texting me, you got to be kidding me. If you're going to
SportsCenter.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with the Astros. They lose last night 3-2. Okay, I would say the shopping list from this game, they lose 3-2 to the Mariners. They're now 4.5 back in the AL West. Hunter Brown goes tonight. I would say the two big stories from this game, Seth, would be Framber Valdez and Jose Abreu. Which one would you like to tackle first here in headlines?
I'm feeling more benevolent towards Framber because he got it together after the first inning.
I agree.
And he was, as of yet, he was like the only Astros starting pitcher who hadn't been afflicted by whatever's wrong with them in the first inning this year.
That's true.
He'd only given up one run in the first inning until last night when he gives up 3, but he got it together after that. I would say Abreu and the rest of the bats in general, but Abreu not part of the problem last night when it came to his performance at the plate.
Yeah, I think the Abreu performance was one that Astro fans, I should say, were going to have their eyes on last night. For those wondering, Jose Abreu, he only got to the plate 3 times in the game, and he played the whole game. That's how bad the Astros were offensively, is that their 8-hole hitter only had 3 plate appearances. He ended the game in the on-deck circle.
It did create a lot of dramatic tension as we were waiting for his first at-bat.
That is true.
I was like, I got to wait until the third inning now. Oh,
that is true. I would say, as far as Abreu goes last, he was 1 for 3. He drove in a run. Look, if you're someone who's hoping against hope that Jose Abreu somehow snaps out of this thing, I guess last night was probably more positive than negative. He struck out on his first at-bat, but it was a filthy pitch. It wasn't a bad call. It was at the very bottom corner of the outside corner of the strike zone. It was a filthy pitch from Bryce Miller. And then a nice base hit, an RBI single that was 102 off the bat. And then just a soft line out with his third at-bat. So he's 1 for 3 with an RBI. It was fine. There's a play in the field in the first inning that I feel like most first basemen would have at least kept the ball in front of them if they didn't field it. Instead, it skipped off Jose Abreu's shoulder down the right field line and turned into a leadoff double.
Blum kind of made an excuse for him in saying that it looked like it might have, bounced off of the rut there where guys lead off at first. Kyle Tucker was the guy who was out there yet at that point. I'm not buying that excuse.
No, me
I'm not
neither.
buying that excuse.
Me neither.
That was a huge question. It's like, okay, all right, maybe Abreu's going to come out tonight. Okay, Jordan can play left field. All right, then, hey, Abreu could be DH. I don't know why they had to slot him into first base as well.
Yeah.
Singleton has just come so far as a fielder, and Abreu is old. I guess maybe that's part of their thinking is they just want him to get him as much of a comfort zone as possible, do the things that he's always done, I guess.
Bunch of moves yesterday by the Astros. In addition to calling Jose Abreu up from Sugarland, they send Joey Loperfido down. We knew that move was coming. He's going to get some at-bats down there now. At least he won't be sitting on the bench. And then pitching-wise, Christian Javier, this forearm issue is more than just a minor nuisance. He's off to the injured list here. Alex Spiess is being called up from Sugarland to take his spot in the on the roster. He's not taking his spot in the rotation. They're just going to go with a 5-man rotation for now. Hunter Brown gets pushed up a day, as does Justin Verlander and Spencer Arrighetti. Those are the 3 that'll close out this series. I guess the thing we'll be keeping an eye on today, Seth, is that Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy are getting a twofer at MRIs R Us today. They're both going in to get MRI imaging done on their forearms today.
They should have, let's see, would they be able to hold hands if they did it side by side? How would you have to configure that?
No, because you got 2 righties. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, yeah. Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, that makes it difficult. Oh, no, they could hold their left hands.
Okay.
Oh, no, you're right. No, you could. Well, one of them will have to be face down. Okay.
I'm glad we had this talk.
Then they can hold hands as they get their MRIs side by side.
We figured this out, yes. So there's your Astros news. The Astros back at it tonight. Again, Hunter Brown on the mound for the Stros. Bill Walton passed away yesterday. I did not know Bill Walton was sick, as I think most didn't. He passed away age of 71 from cancer, and I think Bill Walton is one of those rare personalities, Seth, that I feel like he was a Hall of Fame level player who to most is probably better known, at least, especially amongst the younger crowd, for his broadcasting career than his playing career.
Like John Madden in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
kind of like in a different type of personality than John Madden, but many similarities, and it seemed like they sucked every ounce of joy out of life.
Yes.
Walton tended to get some of that by actually sucking in actual smoke as well.
Smoke-formed joy, yes.
But that was, the whole thing about Walton, which was so cool, was like he was such a free spirit in the world of sports where people try like hell to tamp down your free spirits, and he was kind of unabashedly living a deadhead lifestyle as much as he could while also living the life of a broadcaster. The thing that always impressed me, like as a guy who's moderately tall, I'm just average by NBA point guard standards, but I'm a tall guy. I'm always impressed by people like Bill Walton and Shaq who know exactly how conspicuous they are and have just complete and total confidence in just being exactly who they want to be.
Yeah.
Because there's a certain, like when people are gawking at you because of your height, and he's just out at a Deadhead concert just being like at a Grateful Dead concert just being like all the other Deadheads. It was really cool. It's whether you agreed or disagreed with a lot of his takes on life, I feel like everybody should try to emulate his ability to enjoy life.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I don't remember the last personality in the sports world passing away where there was more video being shared of commentary and things that he said than Bill Walton. Like my whole timeline yesterday was all Bill Walton stuff. We'll play some of it at 7:20-ish today. We'll play more cuts, but let's, for the sake of headlines here, here was Bill Walton. This is the one maybe the one I like the best out of all of them that we have. This is him apologizing to China and society in general for LiAngelo Ball and his UCLA teammates stealing sunglasses on a UCLA trip to China to play basketball.
I am sad, disappointed, and embarrassed. This is a very big deal. The noble purpose here has been stained. Our host, Alibaba China, the people, they have been better than perfect in everything. They've done everything right to make this all work. Now, members of our family have displayed an appalling lack of honor, lack of respect, lack of decency by doing something in someone else's home that they would never do in their own. And I want to apologize right now on behalf of the human race for this travesty.
On behalf of the human race. You can speak for me, Walton.
I like that.
Yeah, I do too.
When he went cross political boundaries.
Well,
yes.
I think here's the other thing. Like he's like something they would never do in their own home, and I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure LiAngelo Ball would steal shades back in the United States also.
Cam Newton never would have stolen that laptop. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, it's awesome.
On behalf of the human
race. I just love the throw-in of
race.
like the sponsor mention with Alibaba.
Yeah.
Do you know what Alibaba is? It's online. You can buy big wholesale goods from China.
Oh, okay.
Or
I've heard of
in
it.
the world. Yeah.
Yep, I've heard of it.
Contract manufacturing.
I think it was even on the court right there too. They had the logo on the court on the video there.
You know, the other thing was like his broadcast partner Dave Pash, or like his longtime broadcast partner Dave Pash. It was really interesting because those two were like Dave Pash is devoutly religious, literal interpretation of the Old Testament religious, and Bill Walton is the opposite of that.
Yes.
And yet they got along famously.
That's
They'd
great.
have debates. It's okay to disagree with people fundamentally about certain things. You can still actually be friends with those people, you know?
It's a wild concept, I know. All right, those are your headlines. By the way, the Celtics are on to the NBA Finals. Bill Walton's old team, 105-102. They beat the Indiana Pacers to sweep the Pacers. 23rd trip to the NBA Finals for the Boston Celtics. Minnesota and Dallas tonight. Dallas trying to close out that series in a sweep as well. All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Up next, NFL offenses rated in tiers based on how well positioned they are for success in 2024. My, oh my, how far our Texans have come in just a year. They're almost all grown up in a year. We have that next.
This is looking like it's probably going to be
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
No, this is something you used to say, Seth, about Bill O'Brien and Deshaun Watson, that despite putting up yards and Deshaun being pretty spectacular at times, it was never genuinely a really good offense because it was never a top 10 scoring offense.
Right, yeah, the scoring points part eluded them, which tends to be, that's the original advanced stat, Sean. How many points have you
scored? Yes.
Yeah, that's what I like to look at. I know, like, I've had various defensive coordinators through the years that would kind of like look at the way total defense. It's still the conventional way to do it is by total yardage, which is the dumbest thing in the history of counting things in sports. It should be like points allowed is the most important stat in defense, and likewise points scored. And I think like with Bill O'Brien's offense and or Deshaun Watson, the run game and the pass game were never really married the way you see in truly elite offenses. It just seemed like a scattershot affair at times.
If you what would you say about Bobby Slowick's offense a year in? You know, is it good? Is it very good? Is it?
I think with Tank Dell on the field, it was potentially very good. Well, I'm not gonna say very good, which wouldn't put it in the top tier. The problem was the run game was just completely unreliable.
Yeah.
And I don't think you don't have to have an incredible run game to be a good NFL offense, but when you run the offense the way the Texans do, you do. So you want to look like Kyle Shanahan's offense as much as possible, which is going to include, or Sean McVay's. Like, I got news for you, everybody. Yes, they added Stephon Diggs. When all three of those guys are healthy, they're going to be out there and it'll be scary. But the Texans are still going to want to run the ball a lot because that's part of the methodology of getting those openings downfield. So it stinks when basically you're just sacrificing those downs on 1st and 10 just to establish that you're willing to run and to keep that in the minds of the linebackers and the safeties. When you don't have a good run game, you're basically just sacrificing a down to just keep that illusion up.
Yeah, it's true. So CBSSports.com, Jared Dubin did a piece here where he polled a group of writers, editors, and podcasters from the staff at CBS Sports and had them rate all 32 teams on a scale of 1 to 5 in 5 different offensive categories. And what they're rating is how well positioned they are to be successful offensively this year. You know, they're not saying that they're going to be, you know, this is what the scoring rankings are going to look like at the end of the year, just what they look like going into training camp. And the categories are quarterback, play caller, O-line, I'll call it pass catchers because they've got wide receivers and tight ends grouped together, and then running backs. So pretty basic, you know, the 4 position groups and then the play caller. And then they weight the quarterback more when it comes to the final ranking, which makes sense, right? The quarterback, you know, gets double or triple count towards the final grade. And it's broken off into 6 tiers. I think it's pretty funny that even within the last tier, they take the Patriots and put them on their own island from the other 3 teams in the bottom tier. The Patriots are 32, and then there's sort of a separate tier 6A for 29 through 31 on here because the Patriots are so bad.
Who are the other 2 teams in that list?
The other at the very bottom tier, there's
29 through 31. Oh, I got you. And then the Patriots are 32.
32,
okay,
yeah. The other horrible teams are the Broncos, the Raiders, and the Panthers, with the first overall pick in last year's draft, Bryce Young at quarterback. They've got the Texans in tier 2. So I'm guessing last year the Texans would have been in tier 6 in this exercise. I don't think they did it last year. I Googled like crazy. I couldn't find it. But the Texans are in tier 2 of this. So there's only 3 teams in tier 1. Texans are tied for 6th overall with the Rams in this thing. The 3 teams in tier 1, the Chiefs, the Niners, and the Detroit Lions are all in tier 1. And then come the Eagles, the Bengals, and the Texans are tied with the Rams for the 6th best offense in terms of how they look going into 2024. Does that match the Seth Payne gut feel eye test right now?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think, again, the huge question is really the run game. I think the pass game you look at it on paper with what they did last year. I think Tank Dell looking to be completely healthy coming back into the season. It's hard to not think that they're going to be an above-average offense, but it's just never a given that you're going to be able to run the ball better. When really, I mean, honestly, you had a Joe Mixon, which is an upgrade in terms of the type of running back that you want to have. But even though I feel reasonably good about his durability because he's a guy that's made it through his second contract intact. For me, it's all about whether a running back makes it through that second contract or not. If he does, I feel like, okay, he's not one of these glass Joes that you see so often at running back anymore. But they were so bad run blocking last year at times. Like I was going back and watching some plays and some of the bad plays where, I mean, there were times where Singletary didn't have a single chance in hell because the picture was so unclear. And, some of that's because you're playing replacements. Some of it's because it was a new scheme. Not to mention your offensive line coach had never really been in a outside zone-based scheme like this before either. So it's got to be a combination of better health on the offensive line, being better grooved in the system on the offensive line, and then also having a running back who's thrived in a system a lot like this one. So those are all projections. They're all projections at this point. If they can get the run game, if they can be an above average running offense, then they'll be lethal as an offense. Yeah. It's undeniable. Like barring health issues, they would be lethal with that set of receivers in an actual run game.
By the scores on this thing, and again, these are 1 through 5, and it's a bunch of people voting on it, and they average it out. And by the scores on here, the thing that the Texans, and the quarterback is weighted on this, but the thing the Texans have going for them offensively, or the things they have going for them in order of how they're ranked, their receiving core is a perfect 5. Bobby Slowick is a 4.5 on here out of 5, and then C.J. Stroud at a 4. I think that's interesting.
I think because I think a lot of people would disagree with the Bobby Slowick thing. I'm in the boat of, I understand, or at least I guess I appreciate what Bobby Slowick was really trying to do with the offense last year, and a lot of it does come from DeMeco Ryans. I think, in that part of last year was establishing who you are, how you operate as a team, and what are you going to look like when you end up being good. They're going to want to be a good rushing football team no matter what. And again, I'll go back to Sean McVay. As much as he runs 3 wide receiver, used to and everything, like they were always going to run the ball. That was the bread and butter and one of the foundations of their team. And especially when you get into the playoffs, there's just like you got to be able to win in multiple different ways when you get to the playoffs. And if all you are is a passing team and you run up against an awesome pass defense, then like where's your counterpunch to that? Like how can you eviscerate that awesome passing defense? So they're going to want to run the ball. And some of that is in establishing your wide receivers being willing blockers. Yeah. The wide receivers were better blockers than the offensive linemen were last year. And I almost mean that. Like, I almost would have rather had Nico Collins at left guard at points. I'm not even saying Nico Collins was good for a receiver compared to the Texans' left guard at any time as a left guard. No, I think Nico Collins could have been better than some of the play that they got in the playoffs at left guard.
Nico pulling on a sweep would have been fun to watch, for sure.
That'd be fun. If you go out like a super light alignment once every now and then.
Head of steam.
Just run 11 dudes out there who are all like wide receiver. Put every wide receiver on there. Some of them are going to be offensive tackles or what have you. But when they're running onto the field, you don't know exactly who or where or how. Yeah.
Here was Robert Mays of The Athletic on the Athletic Football Podcast talking about what Seth's talking about here, establishing a culture by establishing a run game.
I was talking to somebody on their staff during the Combine. It was the same way that you were. And we're talking about just what Slowick was bringing to the role and to that side of the ball. And this assistant was just telling me how there's such an expectation for how you play and how you practice. And that is something that came from San Francisco. I can watch how receivers block, and I can tell you how good the offense is. And it's not because receiver blocking is foundational to certain things succeeding. It's just because this is how you teach things, and this is the standard that you bring to this side of the ball. And when you watch the Texans this year, guys are playing with their hair on fire. And so that style and that mentality, that almost becomes the most important thing that you can instill in year one of a new system. They have that in droves. I mean, they have so much of that in the way that they play. You can live with a little bit of inefficiency on the ground if it's going to help your play action game and if it's going to inform just what defenses expect out of you in certain situations. And sometimes that's hard because you're pulling back and you're looking at the numbers and it's just like, stop doing this. Like, this is not helping you. But I do think that there are kind of inevitable qualities to it that do lead to a greater efficiency overall. That doesn't mean you can't find a better ratio.
Right, yeah. So at the very end there, it doesn't mean, like, basically they were talking about how the Texans were running on, like, 1st and 10 every time during the Ravens game, all of that, and that you get frustrated when you just want to see this offense work somehow. But at the same time, you can't gush about how good CJ was with the deep ball without acknowledging that the deep ball was so good because they ran play action really effectively. And to run play action effectively, you don't have to run the ball well, but you have to show that you're committed to the run. You've got to have the defensive linemen, the linebackers, and the safeties psychologically understanding that they're going to have to come up and stop the run at times. That's how you bait people. But it's frustrating when you're doing it and it's helping set up the play action, but you're just simply not running the ball that well. The easy solution, it's so simple. Run the ball better. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
No, problem solved.
Good call.
Also, a ding for Ben for correcting my error from yesterday. I played that clip yesterday, and I had not removed the bling, so good job, Ben.
Oh, the curse word. Yeah. That's Ben. Good job, Ben, peeping that out. As far as
we just dropped the F-bomb on Memorial Day to the masses out
like
there.
7:15.
We managed to Ben dumped it, but the people on the stream heard it.
Yeah. All the more reason to download the Odyssey app and watch on YouTube and Twitch. As far as other teams go, we're getting questions from people. Hey, where does this team rank on this thing? Where does this team? Someone asking, where are the Ravens on this? The Ravens are tied for 11th with the Cowboys. I think the teams
offensively.
Yes. As far as position for success, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Well, they're going to be fine.
Tell me, okay, these are the teams after the Texans: 8th Packers, 9th Dolphins, 10th Bills, and then the Ravens and Cowboys tied for 11th. So
that's a good point. You make a good point there, Sean. I'm curious about Lamar Jackson. I'm curious about Lamar Jackson losing this weight and just how it affects like what they're trying to do or whether he stays healthy.
Yeah, I felt like that was a fake story when I saw it at first. Like, why would Lamar Jackson want to get lighter?
Well, I was MVP last year, and I don't think it was his body weight that affected him in the playoffs. Now, I mean, that was more just of a wholesale departure from the run game for whatever reason that Todd Monken decided was the smart thing to do.
That's right. Oh,
yeah. What should we do? I don't know. Anything except the thing that worked for us all year long.
Yeah. That'll
just
show
don't do that thing.
That'll learn.
That's what, Sean. They can't help themselves.
No,
these guys they have to get clever.
Yeah,
they all go Framber at some point.
They do.
You know, they're like, everything's going really, really well. How can I throw a wrench in this so people think I'm really brilliant? Yes. It's not enough to just do things well.
Yeah.
They're like, no. I got to do it with panache.
Yep.
I got to let everybody know how smart I am.
Mm-hmm.
It's the biggest. Once you're an offensive coordinator, a defensive coordinator, and you start getting obsessed with being the smartest guy in the room, just go look in the mirror and say, I am a stupid football coach. And as I do stupid football coach things well.
Yes.
Not trying to be Einstein here.
Nope.
Dummy.
Get with it, Monken. The other AFC South teams, for what it's worth, Colts are 15th on this list. They're in Tier 4. There's 6 tiers. We're going through this CBS ranking of the 32 offenses for their potential for this coming season. Colts are 15th, Tier 4. The Jags and Titans are back-to-back at 21st and 22nd in Tier 5. And I thought what was interesting about that is by far thought to be the worst play caller in the AFC South is Doug Peterson. He got a 2.5, which is...
Doug Peterson's in that zone that I think they were in with Greg Roman in Baltimore for a long time, where people are trying to figure out, all right, is it the play caller, or is it that the play caller is limited by what the quarterback can or wants to do? And I don't, I think that answer was probably that was probably answered a bit last year. That Lamar Jackson was capable of doing more than Greg Roman had asked him to do. With Doug Peterson and Trevor Lawrence, Doug Peterson's done a really good job in Philadelphia, and then with his one playoff year with Jacksonville, and kind of getting guys to the like somewhere between the novice and the professional level, and like getting the absolute most of a guy out of a guy, but also doing it on a lot of first read stuff and utilizing a guy's athleticism if he has it and all of that. And I think that's what they did on that last third of the season 2 years ago. But then when it comes to doing the more advanced stuff and coming off your first read and all of that, is it that Trevor Lawrence can't? Or is it that Doug Peterson just doesn't have that in his toolbox?
Yeah.
And that's where it's impossible to answer. I just don't know if that's the combination. Though I don't know if you're going to figure it out with those two, which is good news for the AFC South. The rest of the AFC South.
Yeah, good. And speaking of the AFC South, of those 5 categories we're talking about here that they rated 1 through 5, that these CBSSports.com NFL experts rated 1 through 5, quarterback, play caller, O-line, pass catchers, running back, Texans are either first or tied for first in 4 of the 5 categories amongst AFC South teams. So in the division, offensively, the only position, and this makes sense, the only position that they're not first in, they're tied for third, they're tied for last, is running back, where you've got Jonathan Taylor in Indianapolis at a 4.5 out of 5.
Yeah.
You got Travis Etienne in Jacksonville at a 4 out of 5. And then you've got still a healthy 3.5 for both Houston and Tennessee with, I guess, Joe Mixon and Tony Pollard as their running backs.
The interesting thing about Jonathan Taylor is that we saw everything was kind of flipped last year. We saw the best version of Jonathan Taylor. He had his best 2 games versus the Texans. Just absolutely destroyed them. And Shane Steichen was a big part of that. That's where it's going to be interesting with Shane Steichen. But it wasn't like he had a great year otherwise. And then in Tennessee, Derrick Henry had a really, really good year, except we wouldn't know it in Houston because the Texans absolutely destroyed Derrick Henry in those games.
Trash against the Texans.
Yeah. And he was going by. He ended up being the second leading rusher in the NFL behind the worst. It was almost objectively the worst offensive line in the NFL. I know, these things get tricky to judge and everything. It's hard to find anybody that watched a lot of film who didn't think the Titans were the worst offensive line in the league last year.
Man.
Yeah. I'd say that near unanimous, not objectively, but near unanimous worst offensive line in the league last year. I think that Joe Mixon, part of what Joe Mixon is, and this is appropriate, I think, you're naturally skeptical of any running back who's 28 years old or older. You have to be. And whether it's Derrick Henry or anybody else, you have to be, and you have to wonder, okay, when are they going to take that inevitable Jose Abreu plunge in their career? And just don't let this be the year it's a Jose Abreu plunge.
There were a handful of position groups, whatever you want to call it, in this exercise, this CBSSports.com exercise of rating all the offensive groups 1 through 5 around the NFL. There were, by my count, 1, 2, 6, 7, 10. There were 12 perfect 5.0 scores amongst all the positions. Quarterback, Kansas City and Buffalo both got a perfect 5. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen. That, I can deal with that. Play caller, the perfect 5s were Andy Reid, Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Mike McDaniel. All some variant of the Kubshanistani offense, by the way, right?
Yeah.
So you got, so I mean, do we count? I mean, Reid's off of the Bill Walsh tree, back in the day. O-line, there was only one perfect 5. The Detroit Lions got a perfect 5 on the offense. They have a good offensive line, for sure. The Texans got a perfect 5 for their pass catchers. San Francisco, Minnesota, Houston Texans. I was told a year ago that this position group was trash, that they were awful, with largely the same guys, minus Stephon Diggs.
Played out that way for the most part, except all the ways that it didn't, I guess.
Perfect 5.
Now it's I'm waiting for the contrarian takes to come out. This time of year when things start to get too slow, somebody steps up and decides, I'm going to be the one that says that C.J. Stroud is actually trash.
Yeah.
And this is why.
They're lurking.
I think that there's a chance we start to see that here sometime over the next couple months. Which I love because it's it's fun to talk about, damn it.
Yep. Running back, the 2 perfect 5s, San Francisco, Christian McCaffrey, and then Miami, I guess, with the combination of Mostert and A-Chain.
Miami ended up, I just want to be sure, I think that Miami ended up 8th in offensive DVOA last year.
Okay.
Where they were. Yeah, I don't. It's Mike McDaniel. It's not fair to Mike McDaniel, but I guess there's a part of me that just needs to wonder exactly what Mike McDaniel would be with an average set of talent. Like would he be able to get the absolute most out of that, or like just without being so loaded? But to his credit, he is also doing it with Tua Tagovailoa, who I don't think is actually a really good quarterback, but he's getting the absolute most of what Tua can and cannot do with those receivers. All right. I've flip-flopped enough. Yeah, Mike McDaniel. He's pretty damn impressive, I'd say. Yeah.
But last thing on this article, I like stuff like this that rates things. It's numeric. It's easy. The lowest score for any position group or individual was a 2. Like, nobody got a 1 in the 1 out of 5. The lowest was a 2. There were only 4 entities in the NFL that got a 2 in this exercise, the worst score. The wide receiving tight end cores for the New England Patriots and the Chargers. The Chargers had to get rid of everybody because of the salary cap, and the Patriots just don't have any good players. And then play caller for the Jets, Nathaniel Hackett. Quarterback for the Carolina Panthers, Bryce Young.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
Bryce Young is in a bucket with Nathaniel Hackett and the janky-ass receiving cores of the Patriots and the Chargers right
What's
now.
up, guys? How we doing? Everyone good?
Not good. You got a 2, bro. You got a 2 out of 5.
I mean, the Panthers, maybe the best thing that Dave Canales was able to do as the new coach of the Panthers was to maybe convince their psychotic owner that it's not as simple as if you have a number 1 overall quarterback that he can make everybody else around him better. That's typically that some comes in like year 5 or 6 of a quarterback's evolution. Hopefully by year 4. You're hoping that after you get past that rookie contract, I feel like C.J. Stroud has fast-tracked that, but he's the rare exception. But yeah, I think they realized this offseason, all right, let's, at the very least, if we're going to have this tiny little human quarterback back there, let's beef up the interior offensive line so he can see over the people that are collapsing down on him.
Yeah. I guess my overall takeaway from this is I'm ready to get into some shootouts with these teams in the AFC South and bury them under a nuclear barrage of C.J. Stroud and his 5-star wide receiving core.
I thought if you look at the Colts, they're right there. They've got. Are you insulted? Oh no, Jacksonville, the quarterback. So they've got Trevor Lawrence ranked the same as.
I was going to say
Stroud.
that. Like clearly, when we were hashing out the Doug Peterson thing, this group of writers is clearly pointing the finger at Peterson, not Lawrence.
Yeah. I misread that because I assumed that it would be Indy that might be the same, which I would say is wrong to do because Anthony Richardson has such a small body of work. Yet, I've seen Shane Steichen's work both as a coordinator and now as a head coach. I think Indianapolis is a team, as despicable as they may be, and everything about them and their fan base, of course, is. And yet, you have to respect your enemy and understand that that's a team that really flew under the radar in terms of getting recognition for what they did last year. I mean, it came down to the wire, and really it was a Jonathan Taylor injury that kept them from beating the Texans in the playoffs last year in the fourth quarter there. And what did I
in the playoff? You mean in the Week 18?
Oh, the play into the playoffs. Yeah. I still, honestly, in my mind, I think of that as a playoff game.
It basically was. I mean, functionally, it was a playoff game for sure. The loser
Except
goes
for
home.
all the ways in which it specifically was not a playoff game. But yes, thank you.
It acted as a playoff game. Yes.
So, but I think that if Anthony Richardson could stay healthy, which he's done a really bad job of since his senior year in high school. It's not. I see a lot of Colts fans saying people aren't recognizing the flukish nature of his injuries last year. Flukish is worse. Do these idiots understand that it's actually better if somebody falls on your leg because at least that makes sense?
Yeah.
Like that makes sense. Flukish injuries are a sign that a dude is injury prone, you idiots. Mm-hmm. Well, you people, so go back to school and get your 9th grade education in Indianapolis. Well, Sean, hey, Ben, what do they do up there in Indy?
He estimated that just the residents of Indianapolis ate about 2,000 pounds of cow manure every year.
And you wonder why we've got these issues in Indiana.
Right. And that's no fluke either. I mean, you're that much cow manure, that's no fluke.
Yeah. A lot of times they point to that as like one of the reasons that we needed regulation of the food industry. they never point out that the people of Indianapolis were requesting the poop in their food.
Right,
They were
right.
just, they kind of like, okay, leave that part out. That doesn't really fit in the slide.
They actually, if you've ever been to some of the finer places up there, instead of Parmesan cheese, the waiter walks up with a dried out bowl of cow manure and says, "Manure on your pasta?"
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I normally say no. But when I'm sitting with people from Indiana, they all say, "Yeah, you bring
When
it."
in Rome.
Yeah, bring it. Yeah,
You should probably say yes. That was most of the one-star Yelp reviews in Indianapolis are not enough poop.
Right. They had this Parmesan cheese. I didn't like that. I like my manure. So there you go, man. Texans ready, armed and ready to go against the AFC South and poor Bryce Young. Let's get to shifting gears here on Payne and Pendergast on a Tuesday. Bill Walton passed away yesterday. Legend, one of the most interesting people, I would say, in the broadcasting business, for sure. Certainly an interesting style on broadcasts. So some Bill Walton audio is what we thought we would dust off here to celebrate the life and times of Big Red, the 71-year-old late Bill Walton, Hall of Famer, great player. I mean, until the foot injuries got him, literally one of, if not the best player in the NBA. He won an MVP, I think, in 76, but had all kinds of foot issues. Eventually became a sixth man. Won MVP and sixth man of the year. We'll hear from him on that in a second. Here was Bill Walton apologizing to China on behalf of the human race a couple of seasons ago.
I am sad, disappointed, and embarrassed. This is a very big deal. The noble purpose here has been stained. Our host, Alibaba China, the people, they have been better than perfect in everything. They've done everything right to make this all work. Now, members of our family have displayed an appalling lack of honor, lack of respect, lack of decency by doing something in someone else's home that they would never do in their own. And I want to apologize right now on behalf of the human race for this travesty.
That was, of course, the LiAngelo Ball shade stealing, sunglasses stealing incident over in China a few years ago, back when the Ball family was a thing. My favorite part of a lot of these, Seth, is you can hear the sneakers squeaking in the background and the ball being dribbled. Like this,
actual game.
This is going on. This apology is happening. This is not a statement that he's making in the open to the broadcast and looking into the camera. There's an actual game going on while this is happening.
I would have loved a three-man booth that involved both him and Jeff Van Gundy. That would there'd be zero basketball talk.
It would have been awesome.
Bill Walton to be trying to talk about the dead while Jeff Van Gundy's trying to talk about Springsteen or something. Yeah,
or the Texans. Van Gundy was always good to get a Texans shot in, good in a good way on the broadcast.
He was. I remember listening to some interviews of him, just like on podcasts, where if you were a podcaster and you interviewed Bill Walton, it was you better come with 2, maybe 3 questions, because he was gonna go in deep on whatever topic
he would
asked
filibuster. Here was Bill Walton, again, as you'll hear during a game, talking about a speech from Bob Dylan back in the day.
Right up the street, a mile away, right there at LA Live, Bob Dylan gave a speech. First speech that anybody can ever remember he gave. So he gets up there, and he's presented the Person of the Year award at the Grammys, the music cares where they raise the money for the artists that are struggling. Jimmy Carter presents the award, and Bob speaks for 33-plus minutes. And I just keep thinking of the new album that he's got on, Shadows in the Night. And then the closing song, the lucky old son, Show Me the River, Take Me Across.
Got a foul here on Benjamin. That's 2 on him.
Wash all my troubles away.
That's the best. Dave Pasch. Getting in. We get in some play-by-play here. He was a fun listen, man. I think it was one of those things.
I didn't know that. Honestly, yeah, that is. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that Bob Dylan gave a 33-minute long speech.
Yeah.
He notoriously does not want to do anything except sing.
Yeah.
Like, they had to drag him tooth and nail to go accept his Nobel Prize. He didn't want to go to that thing because it involved giving a speech.
It was funny, man. Bill Walton, you can go back. There was footage floating around last night. Like, he used to be on the main NBC NBA broadcast back in the day. I think it was him and Snapper Jones were on there with Marv Albert. Like, back in the late 90s. And he was more buttoned up then, like literally more buttoned up. They had him in an NBC sports coat and things like that. I feel like over time, like he evolved into the exact right spot that he was supposed to be on, which is doing Pac-12 games at like 10 o'clock at night on Wednesday. Like that late night DJ that just like is a little off.
And he's a West Coast guy, you know, like that's his personality and everything. It's just I'm not saying that that's your average person on the West Coast, but there's an acceptance and there's a kind of a vibe that's a lot more Bill Walton out there than basically anywhere east of California, Oregon, or Washington.
He won an MVP with the Portland Trail Blazers in the late 70s. They won an NBA championship. They beat the Sixers and Dr. J. And then in the mid-'80s, he was on a Celtics team in 1985-86 that was one of the best teams in the history of basketball. Houstonians know that. They beat the Rockets in the finals that year. That Celtics team went 40-1 at home that year. Bill Walton was the first guy off the bench for that team. Here's Bill Walton talking about that.
Is he aware that you played for the Boston Celtics?
I have no idea. Did I?
You did win Sixth Man of the Year.
Which means I was Larry Bird's valet, which means my job was to tell Larry what time the game started.
You and James Harden, we were talking about Harden earlier, the only two people to win both an MVP award and a Sixth Man of the Year award.
In opposite orders, though.
Correct. He was Sixth Man first, yes.
Yeah. Opposite in many, many ways, James Harden and Bill Walton.
Yeah. That's right. It's that's funny. While he's talking about like being Larry Bird's valet and everything. I think it does speak to somebody like that. Somebody can go from being the MVP to being the Sixth Man of the Year, and probably be comfortable in that role. Like there's a certain selflessness, probably like in his case, a certain ego death to it. That you just he went through some transition in his life where he was just all about enjoying life and doing everything that he did passionately.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't mean being lazy, but it means just like living passionately. And it was really cool to watch and see. Like whether you liked him as a play-by-play or as a color commentator or not, he soaked every bit of joy out of life. And not that he didn't have troubles. You know, he had a really bad back injury in 2008 and got very despondent afterwards, like near suicidal. And he talked about that in his book. So it's like, I don't mean to paint him as just like a happy-go-lucky guy, deep thinker. And that often comes with a certain melodrama to it as well. But just a really interesting guy.
Really interesting guy. And then, you know, like the injuries are what prevented him from being like a true, like long-term all-time great because he just had horrible feet. His feet, that's why he had to become a sixth man. Like, he just couldn't take the pounding of being a superstar anymore.
Stay a vegetarian the whole time? That was always the big debate at the time. It's like, okay, this guy's a vegetarian and he's 7 foot tall and he's trying to, you know, grow your whether that is or isn't a cause for him having issues. I could see him maybe not paying attention to, like, to be a vegetarian athlete, you can do it, but you got to really pay attention. It's not as easy to get all the protein you need.
Yeah.
He was sometimes distracted when he was away from the court.
Yeah. He had a major stuttering issue as a kid. Like,
oh, really?
Major stuttering issue, which makes him becoming such an eloquent ambassador and commentator on the sport of basketball all the more remarkable. You know, it was a major stuttering issue. My memory of Bill Walton is a text message. My memory of Bill Walton is he was the Joe Buck of basketball for the 93-95 Rockets. I'm going to take that text as a positive, like almost like he was the voice of a lot of the memories.
Almost.
Yeah, like I associate his
on
voice.
all those highlights and everything. Yeah, that's probably what it is then.
He says Bill Walton.
So, yeah, that'd be interesting. I wonder, depending on, do Houstonians feel more, Houstonians who were, you know, paying attention back then, old enough to be paying attention, do they have a different feeling about him than others?
One more, as long as we're doing this on Bill Walton. This is Bill Walton talking about the Kansas team from 4 or 5 years ago.
The men have arrived. This Kansas team, oh my gosh, they are like a volcano. They are like a waterfall that just goes right over everything. They are like a breaching whale that just jumps across your screen at indiscriminate times. What's your name again?
Let's get to the player that we want to talk about here.
The waterfalls that just keep coming down, they have no chance against Udoka, one of my favorite players in all of the land.
The play-by-play had said, "All right, let's get to."
That's the funniest.
Oh, he wanted to talk about Udoka.
Yeah,
okay.
That's the funniest part. Is Pash trying to keep this train on the rails? Like that's what's so good. Pash is just so deadpan. As a contrast to Bill Walton, it just made it so good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Top of the hour, we'll do an 8 at 8. We got a lot of stories to get to today. A case for Nico Collins as the best wide receiver in the AFC. I think we may have one. I think the nerds might have one for us, and that is coming up next. But soda weight loss. I can tell you this. I don't need
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Top of the hour, we'll do the 8 at 8. Here's Robert Mays of The Athletic on the Athletic Football Podcast talking about Texans wide receiver Nico Collins.
Nico Collins is incredible.
Yeah.
Like, what's so fun about the Nico Collins CJ Stroud pairing is that they're married. The marriage is perfect. They're perfect for each other because Stroud's ball placement on those throws over the middle of the field and Collins' ability to pluck them away from his body and continue moving upfield on those throws, he's a yak monster. He's a 6'4" yak monster because of the synergy he has with his quarterback on those plays.
He was third in yards per route run, and that was not fake.
No, he earned that.
It was not manufactured in a way that we might see like some other, players that have really high rates like that. It's so good.
The thing about that is, and yak, for those of you who don't know, that means yards after catch. So especially later in the season, Nico is really, really good after the catch, but especially with broken tackles late in the season on in the playoffs. He led the league in broken tackles after the catch last year. So that's not just the system. That's him taking advantage of the system, but then his size and speed and physicality to break tackles after. And it was by a healthy margin. It wasn't a down to the wire broken tackle competition. He was convincingly the leader in broken tackles last year. But I was going back and I was watching some stuff from early in the season last year, and really, like, one of the first indications of the relationship that Nico and CJ would have, I would say would be in the first Indianapolis game and then also in the first Jacksonville game. There were some throws over the middle where CJ manipulated Zaire Franklin perfectly and threw a ball that would have been a pick for sure if he hadn't done such a good job of selling with his eyes that he was going to the flat. Nico Collins came in and caught the ball kind of almost blindly because the ball would have been coming into his vision as he was going past Zaire Franklin. There was another play in the Jacksonville game, so that the previous one would have been in the Colts game. There was another play. It was an incompletion over the middle, but it was one of those plays where Nico was starting his throwing motion, or excuse me, CJ is starting his throwing motion before Nico is even into his break.
Yeah.
It's just the level of trust and the ball placement there between those two is just really, really good. And with Nico and Tank as well on some of those outs, how precise those got to be as the season went along. I think that's where you don't overthink it with Nico. You don't think all right, well, is he the prototype and is he really as good as Amon-Ra St. Brown or whatever else like that? I think you just have to look at what it is and that they've got a year in with each other, Nico and CJ, and they already had a really good timing and trust relationship. And there's no reason that Nico can't, I think, possibly go on to be more consistently productive than, say, Deebo Samuel in San Francisco. Because Deebo's a guy that San Francisco paid, but he's kind of like a jack of all trades, and it's really cool that he can play running back for you sometimes and everything. But when it comes to just genuinely winning as a wide receiver, so more of it is scheme with Deebo Samuel than it is with C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins.
Yeah, I don't know that there's some things Nico does that I don't know that Deebo has in his bag. I don't know that Deebo Samuel is running past defensive backs on the first play of that Colts game and catching a 75-yard bomb over the top. Deebo does more of his damage getting the ball into his hands near the line of scrimmage or over the middle and then trucking guys, like a running back, a wide receiver in a running back's body kind of thing.
So the whole big question is for him, and that was part of a podcast where they were going over lingering concerns about teams in the AFC South. It's a mild lingering concern, except it's still there, which is, all right, Are they gonna aggressively try to sign him to an extension? Are they gonna potentially wait until midway through the season, or would they consider using the franchise tag? I guess we won't know until they make an offer and Nico makes a counter offer or rejects it or accepts it, and we won't know about that really until this is all talk for August most likely.
Well, it is, but this maybe more than any other position. these wide receiver contracts that are supposed to go down this summer impact the Texans. You know, like this Justin Jefferson, especially Justin Jefferson, because he's going to set the market. But Jamar Chase, Brandon Ayuk, basically the Nico Collins of their system in San Francisco. A couple others, CeeDee Lamb.
This is what I need everybody to not fall for. Yeah. Don't fall for the Mike Florio slow news season bait that he's putting out there, where he's got all these different headlines about will the wide receiver position go the way of the running back position? In that people are going to start saying, oh, it's not worth as much, and we're going to do this. Part of his evidence for that is that teams are drafting more and more wide receivers in the first round, which is okay, that's not what's happening with running backs. The running back position has been devalued. Teams are trying like hell to find a better deal, but because they really want good receivers, the receiver position has become elevated. It's not that teams are drafting in the first round because they feel like it's not worth paying a veteran wide receiver. It's not that easy to get a veteran wide receiver because most teams are trying to hold on to him.
It's definitely a clunky analogy. I think as I pointed out a couple times the last couple weeks, I do have questions about where the wide receiver market is going, because that is the one position, whereas quarterback just keeps going up and up and up, but teams aren't moving off of quarterbacks. They just go, all right, well, we got this guy. We got to sign him. That's the going rate. I just wonder how many teams have the appetite to pay 32, 35 for a wide receiver. But
that, at some point, it doesn't mean that all of a sudden, the market's going to plummet.
I agree with you. I agree with you. That's why I said his analogy is clunky. I think there's elements to the wide receiver market that you could. The element that he points out, I do think there are teams that are looking at just the glut of wide receivers coming in from college.
Yeah.
And that does mute the appetite for some teams of giving a guy $35 million. You go, we'll take our chance, draft a couple guys.
The thing is, I think people are respecting the wide receiver position more, but wide receivers are almost there's more of them. So that's where, when it comes to a team and where they are in their evolution, and if they also don't have a quarterback to begin with, it's easier to let go of a wide receiver. But I think part of it, too, is different teams judge them differently. So, the Eagles valued A.J. Brown differently than perhaps the Titans did. I think they're more interchangeable, and there's more of them. But the very fact that they set a record for wide receivers drafted in the first round this year, is an indication. It's not like the position itself is going to be devalued. It's just going to be a matter of, okay, how much are you willing to pay for?
That's a good point. Yeah, because devalue means that you're just not investing anything of substance in it, whether it's draft capital or money.
Yeah. Right. Like that. It was the dumbest thing I've ever seen, honestly, out of an otherwise intelligent person.
No.
That's a little bit more. But yeah, in a year where they draft as many wide receivers ever, or it was a tie this year for as many ever, that you're saying that somehow the position's being devalued. It doesn't make sense.
I think at the tippy top, that's where the question lies. How many teams want to pay that much Justin Jefferson money for a wide receiver?
When the cap is going up by 10% per year, somebody will. It just is. It's inflation.
It is. But I feel like we say that anytime any salary growth at a position comes up. The cap's going up 10%, so
and they keep going up, do they not? I'm trying to remember the last time, other than when a position is marginalized, when all of a sudden players are making less money than they did 5 years ago.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah. No, you're right. Some teams will choose to spend that cap increase on wide receivers. Some will spend it on defensive ends, rush ends. At some point,
you told somebody from 20 years ago how much offensive guards are making right now. Yeah. They'd slap you with a white glove, because that's what we did back then, kids. We wore white gloves and tails and
we said
top hats.
Pistols at dawn over Quentin Nelson's contract. Yes. Man, the stat nerds love Nico, though, man. Number 2 in expected points added per target. Number 1 in catchable percentage of catching catchable balls. 5th in reception percentage. I know these are all like nerdy things where people in their cars are like, what does that mean? I'm just telling you there's a whole lot of green ink next to Nico's name on this article that I'm looking at right now.
I think the thing with Nico where it's hard for Texans fans sometimes is that you got to reconcile, how you thought about him before the season and, the injuries, not the same level of performance, everything else like that. And there's very good reasons for all those things. But it's hard to it's hard to change course and think like, oh wow, all of a sudden this guy just came into his own. I think it's when you pair it with a new offensive coordinator and a new quarterback who is the offensive rookie of the year, I think people are just reluctant to think like that CJ couldn't do that with somebody else.
Right.
That CJ couldn't take a first rounder or a second rounder and do the same thing with Nico Collins. And I understand that reluctance. It does make sense. I guess the only thing I would say is, man, yeah, people are drafting a whole boatload of wide receivers in the first and second round, and guess what? Half of them aren't going to work out.
That's right.
Like, it's a crapshoot. It's just a crapshoot.
The 8 at 8, the Ocho, 8 stories, busy day, busy night last night in Seattle that we will break down here coming up in the Ocho headlines. That is next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Ninth in the pantheon of head.
92 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the 8 at 8. The Ocho, here are your 8 stories.
One.
Start with the Astros. They lose last night 3-2 to the Seattle Mariners. First of a 4-game set. They fall 4.5 games back in the AL West. Framber Valdez, not so good in the first inning, gave up 3 runs, but that was it. The Astros scored 2 a little later on in the game. They couldn't get any more, though. 3-2, the final score. The big one from this, the big thing people had their eye on in this game was Jose Abreu's return. He returned to the lineup, playing first base, batting 8th, in a lineup in which Jonathan Singleton, an objectively better defensive first baseman, was DHing.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was an answer to that from Joe Espada in the postgame. I was fast asleep by the time the postgame rolled around, and we haven't seen any cuts from the postgame. I do wonder if he was asked about that. Like, why if you have them both in the lineup, then why put the clearly lesser of the 2 defensive first basemen in the field? Is there a reasonable explanation in your mind for this?
I guess that maybe part of it could be 2 parts. One is whether you agree with this or disagree with it, that they just wanted Abreu to feel as comfortable and as normal as possible, and maybe he's a guy that's always felt better when he's be able to play in the field and at the bat. Yeah. I know you're chuckling at it. I'm just saying that's potentially
No. I'm not chuckling at you. I'm chuckling at the notion these games count. They know these games count, right?
And I guess the other would be not like playing first base is all that physically taxing, but John Singleton hasn't had a lot of breaks over this stretch where they've had very few off days.
Yeah, maybe.
It might be a little bit of let him get up and just focus on being DH.
No, and those are both perfectly reasonable explanations. As you're saying it, I'm laughing at the notion that they are doing this in what really amount to must-win games. I not literally, I get, but you know what I mean? Like, these are super important games they're playing right now, and it's like, well, we got to make sure Jose is at his optimal level of comfort, if that were the reason,
Espada talked about the changes Abreu had made in his time in the minors, which, by the way, was his first time ever in the minors. Never gone down on rehab assignment or anything. I talked about how everyone has been contributing while he's been gone and how we've been able to use everyone on the roster. I think Jose is all in. I think he understands where we're at. And for us to see if those changes he made can work, he's got to play.
Yeah.
So maybe it's as simple as they also, in him, they're saying, well, he looks fresher and he looks energetic and everything. Maybe they felt like, okay, those changes might have to take hold at first base as well.
Yeah. I think your comfort explanation is probably a good one. There are guys that have distinct differences in how they hit when they're playing, defense in that game as well. Maybe he's one of those guys. I don't know.
The other part of it might just be competition. He said it's going to be daily, a spot a set of lineup decisions. Singleton has done a nice job. So has Dubon, and we want to get McCormick going also. The only way to do that and compete and keep everyone involved is they've got to play. So remember, Sean, in their eyes, don't scoff at me. In their eyes, Abreu is competing for that first base spot.
Yeah.
But also, Singleton is the first baseman.
Yeah. Remember he said
it all makes sense.
Yeah,
it all makes sense.
That's true. Yeah, they said John Singleton's our first baseman like a week ago. All right, so the Astros lose 3-2. As far as the other moves going on with the Astros, Jose Abreu's back, as we mentioned. Joey Loperfido officially back to Sugarland. The pitching, this is becoming problematic. A week ago, we were talking about, hey, man, Jose Urquidy's going to be back soon. And now you're going to have 7 pitchers. And soon Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers might be back. You're going to have 9.
Yeah.
No. You are back to a precarious 5-man rotation situation because Jose Urquidy, in his rehab start over the weekend, left the game with forearm discomfort. Christian Javier missed his bullpen a couple days ago. Bullpen session. He was supposed to start tonight. He has forearm discomfort. Not only is he not starting tonight, he is off to the IL. Alex Spiess has been called up from Sugarland. Everybody gets bumped up a day in the rotation. Brown, Verlander, Arrighetti the next 3 days.
Well, Sean, look, you got to look at it this way. Sure, you lose 2 potential starting pitchers, but you gain a reliever. There we have it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Spiess in our life.
Yeah.
But the bullpen's been magnificent, by the way. So
they're going to have to find
do a damn thing for us.
We're going to see some Sugarland guys coming up at some point here and doing the spot starts like they were doing earlier this year. I mean, we're in a we are in a gap right now. You know, like you had Urquidy coming back. Like when Javier had the neck, he's coming back. And when Fromber had the elbow, he's coming back. Verlander with the shoulder.
Yeah.
Like nobody's coming back anytime soon now. Like Garcia and McCullers, that's All-Star break. That's the middle of July.
Yeah.
So we're going to be seeing some of these guys at some point. You know, Blair Henley may be back in our lives at some point here.
Ooh,
it is 135
my stomach hurts now.
ERA.
Oh,
yeah.
I feel like I forgot my Lactaid.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. That's what it is.
Not that I don't want Blair Henley to do well, but he's not ready.
No. Small sample size, though. He only pitched a third of an inning. Gave up 5 runs, but it was only a third of an inning. Bill Walton passed away yesterday at the age of 71 from cancer. One of the most colorful characters in NBA history, a Hall of Famer on the court, and just a legendary broadcaster as well for his unique style, which would include things like apologizing to China before the start of a UCLA game in China because LiAngelo Ball, UCLA player, was caught shoplifting on the trip to China.
I am sad, disappointed, and embarrassed. This is a very big deal. The noble purpose here has been stained. Our host, Alibaba China, the people, they have been better than perfect in everything. They've done everything right to make this all work. Now, members of our family have displayed an appalling lack of honor, lack of respect, lack of decency by doing something in someone else's home that they would never do in their own. And I want to apologize right now on behalf of the human race for this travesty.
I remember when he did that, and I heard it. I'm like, thank you for speaking up for me, Bill Walton.
A member of the human race.
Yes. Yeah. Somebody's got to speak up for the voiceless. And it was Bill Walton.
Of the human race.
That was great.
I think we got to start doing, in honor of Bill Walton, we got to start doing more things on behalf of the human race.
Okay. Do you want me?
It's now that I say that out loud, feels like a short step over into some.
Yeah.
like the 1940s.
Well,
so I take it all back. We'll figure out a different phrase.
The one thing I've noticed about the human race of late is they don't like it when others are speaking for them.
I'm going to speak for everybody, Sean.
Good.
I'm gonna step in and say, well, here's what you actually mean by this.
Oh, they love
People
that.
love that. They love it. Yeah.
They love it. 4. Perhaps in honor of Bill Walton, the Boston Celtics went out last night. Celtics, his former team, and beat the Indiana Pacers 105-102. The Celtics sweep the Pacers. We had a texter point this out earlier. That was probably one of the more competitive sweeps that we're going to see, which is true. The Pacers blew 2 of those games. And the series probably should still be going, but it's not. 23rd trip to the NBA Finals for the Celtics, where they await, in all likelihood, the Dallas Mavericks, who host the Minnesota Timberwolves tonight and will try to close out the Timbies in Dallas. You know who's ready to get the hell out of Dallas? Charles Barkley, that's who.
I'm just going to say what everybody's thinking. It's hot as hell down here in Dallas, Texas. It is smoking, y'all. Words I never thought I'd say. Damn, I wish I was back in Phoenix.
Is it really 90? Is it mid-90s today?
Well, it seems hotter.
Wow.
It was hot, but it wasn't ridiculous.
It wasn't that hot.
I think he was just trying to exercise, and it made you feel a little bit hotter than you exercise.
I was taking my daily walk, and I made it a half a block. Yeah. I said, abort.
That's your exercise.
I walk every day.
Exercise,
walk every day to get peace and quiet by myself. I aborted today, Dre.
You walk to get what? Peace and quiet?
Exactly. I don't get much peace and quiet because people have a bad habit. They when I'm out, I want to talk to them.
It's a great line from
Shaq.
That
was good, Shaq.
Shaq, I'm redoing my power ranking of who matters the most on Inside the NBA. Remember you asked me that last week? Like, which is the most dispensable member of Inside the NBA? And I said Shaq. I take it back. Like, I got to reassess. That was good off the cuff right there.
Pizza and quiet.
Pizza and quiet.
I can't imagine Charles Barkley gets any peace and quiet when he's hobbling down the street.
No.
He's got a very distinctive gait, you know, and look about him and everything. I don't think when he's in Dallas that he's getting a whole lot of peace and quiet. He's pressing the flesh, shaking hands and kissing babies.
And he's ready to go on vacation.
Fun of fat women.
He's ready to go. He's ready to go on vacation too. I saw a video of him yesterday that popped up online. He's walking through the arena in Game 3, and someone hollered something at him. He's like, yeah, Dallas can sweep this thing. I'm I'm on vacation for 4 months. Like,
he gets to just watch basketball.
Yeah, Barkley's the one who openly whereas a lot of broadcasters I'm so lucky to be doing this, and it's a privilege to sit in this chair. And I think Charles feels that way too. But Charles is about his vacations as well. Like, Charles isn't going to try to fool you with, like, I would love to see this one go 7 and be in the studio for a classic series. Charles is like, nope, sweep means I'm on the golf course 3 days sooner. So Barkley wants out of Dallas.
5.
I expected more baseball fans to be rejoicing over this one yesterday. Angel Hernandez, perhaps the worst person at his job in sports. He's an umpire, for those who don't know. If you're an Astros fan, you know. Angel Hernandez is going to retire. Not at the end of the season, not at the All-Star break. Today, he is retiring. I don't know, he seemed pretty healthy when I last saw him blowing a bunch of calls in an Astros game, but he's gotten worse and worse over the years. Apparently has spent the last 2 weeks negotiating a financial settlement before reaching a resolution. This is the first retirement where I've seen somebody negotiating a financial settlement. Seth, this feels like a firing of Angel Hernandez disguised as a retirement.
Feels like Angel Hernandez fighting tooth and nail to somehow make it about himself. I don't know. Angel Hernandez always struck me as the guy that might just actually enjoy the abuse. Like almost like need it, want it, give it to me.
Yeah.
I want to make you angry. Rest in career peace, I suppose.
He's only 62. That's the thing. Like, you go, okay, you're retiring on a Tuesday in the middle of the season.
He was just reaching the age where he could have blamed it on his age.
Yeah.
And he's stepping away. That's a shame. It's a shame. We never really could have seen him truly suck.
Dude, that was funny. What was popping up on social media last night? 2 things. Bill Walton clips and montages of horrible Angel Hernandez ball strike calls and guys going ballistic afterwards. It was fun, man. It was a fun watch there on social media last night.
I'm looking at the list of the best umpires in the league. Looks like he was like 7th or 8th best in the league this year.
Really?
Far. No, that can't be correct.
No,
is it?
I'm not trusting this at all.
This must be this. This is alphabetical by first name. I don't trust this website. I don't trust this website.
He has the 7th highest name alphabetically.
Anytime a website alphabetizes by first name, I don't trust it.
No,
I don't.
Yeah.
If we're not in like some country where that's how they do it in that country, I don't trust them.
Do you alphabetize your contacts in your phone by first or last name?
I don't have a clue.
Okay,
I just start
curious.
typing it in until it shows up.
Yeah.
I think it's by last name.
Yeah,
if you hadn't asked me, I would have known for sure it was by last name.
I go by last name, but then it always reads them to me last name first. Like, Payne Seth texted you, blah, 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 blah. Sounds dumb.
I'm last name based.
Last name guy as well.
6.
McManus. Still an Oxford comma guy, too.
Are you?
Anybody wants to know.
Really? Okay. McManus Brandon, he got involved in some trouble. 2 women are suing kicker Brandon McManus and the Jacksonville Jaguars, alleging that McManus, who was the kicker for the Jags last year, sexually assaulted them during the team's overseas flight to London last year. The 2 women, identified as Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2 in the lawsuit, accused McManus of rubbing himself against them and grinding against them. They also accused the Jags of failing to supervise McManus and failing to create a safe environment for staff serving the team, seeing as this is a team that goes over to London every single season. This exacerbates the problem, I would say.
This is an interesting one because, a lot of times when somebody's let go in an ongoing legal investigation and if that person's later found to be exonerated, people love to accuse the team of just, kowtowing to public pressure or what have you. At this point, this is just an allegation. But if you look at the situation that Brandon McManus was not ultimately tried for, it wasn't a great situation. It was like there was very much he didn't do anything criminal, but there were red flags about how this guy might conduct his life. I'm wondering a lot of times when teams let a guy go because there might be one publicly reported thing, but there's another pattern of behavior or history that who knows at this point. We'll see what comes of this.
He's not on the Jags anymore, but he is on the Washington Commanders. So this will be – so there's really 2 teams to watch here as this investigation unfolds Because if the league finds out that there's anything to this and that the Jags sat on it, because apparently these two women don't do the charter flights anymore, and it had been reported. So the Jags might be in some trouble, and Brandon McManus might be in some trouble. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out.
7.
Hayden Hopkins, a name that may not be familiar to a lot of sports talk radio listeners, maybe until yesterday. She is a 26-year-old social media influencer whose picture was taken in a Las Vegas Raiders luxury suite with Mark Davis a couple of years ago. And it turns out that Hayden Hopkins, 26 years old, Mark Davis is 70, by the way. Pictures popped up that she's pregnant. She is now pregnant. And the assumption from the internet was that this is Mark Davis's girlfriend and that Mark Davis is about to become one of these in vogue 70-something fathers that we see these days, in the celebrity world.
Yeah.
So the internet was making that assumption, which made for some very funny tweets. Hayden Hopkins did get on social media and say, reports of Mark Davis being the father of my child are wildly untrue. I like wildly added to that. I was pictured sitting next to him at a game in 2022 and have endured false rumors of a romantic relationship since. I was just a guest sitting in the owner's box with other friends. These continued media stories are negatively affecting what should be my happiest days. Joey and I'm assuming Joey is the father, are excited to welcome our baby in the fall. XX.
Yeah. People are so damn thirsty for this stuff, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a man and a woman sitting next to each other. It's amazing how quickly that turns into them being romantically connected, as if this never happens in everybody's life. Like when you go to a game and sit next to somebody you don't know or anything like that. By the way, real quick, I had combined Matt Ariza and Brandon McManus into the.
I was wondering where you. I didn't.
Kicker/punter. Yeah, you should have called me on that.
I didn't know.
I blame you.
Okay.
You couldn't follow where the hell I was going with it. Yeah.
You need to write that one down 4 times on your paper today, young man. I thought it was Ariza.
That wasn't a person swap. That was a person melding. Matt Ariza was the kicker who was let go from Buffalo after he'd been accused of something that was later exonerated.
Yep.
So I apologize to Brandon McManus, unless you're found guilty of what they're accused of, and then I don't apologize anyway.
As far as Hayden Hopkins goes and Mark Davis, the rumor that he was the father was bubbling up yesterday morning. By afternoon, Hayden Hopkins had posted the denial of that Mark Davis is not the father of the baby. Not only that, it's wildly untrue that they've been in a relationship. Pat McAfee obviously did not get that message before commenting on Monday Night Raw last night during a match.
And that JD has no chance. Mark Davis is 70 years old and is expecting child with a 26-year-old. Anything is possible in this modern world, but with this big son of a bitch back in the ring, JD's been pooping his trousers.
It's amazing that that's not real. Yeah. Sometimes I'm just like, are you sure it's not real? Are you sure this isn't real? Or non-scripted, whatever.
Yeah.
So, I think is it really that amazing? Is this now the first time in history that a 70-year-old billionaire has been able to go out with an attractive younger woman? I don't think so.
Maybe Mark Davis, of all of them, but it's probably happened before.
8.
Last one, Mike Tyson scheduled to fight Jake Paul in a boxing match at AT&T Stadium in July 20th. He had an ulcer flare-up on a flight from Miami to L.A. They had to bring the paramedics onto the flight to attend to Mike Tyson. Now, it sounds like the most important thing, the fight is still on, it sounds like.
Okay.
So it's not anything that's going to be. This is a big story making the rounds yesterday, man. Mike Tyson not feeling so hot.
What happens with an ulcer flare-up?
I don't know.
Like spitting blood and stuff?
Yeah, I'm not sure. They didn't go into detail as to what the symptoms were. Just that Tyson was in a lot of pain on the flight. With about half an hour to go before landing in L.A. So as soon as they hit the ground, they let the doctors on there.
Wonder if that person in front turned around and was like, "Will you shut up that baby?" Oh, I apologize.
It's Mike Tyson.
I didn't realize that, Mr. Tyson. Yeah.
Yep. There you go. That's the 8-8, the Ocho. All right, 6 things that could happen in the NFL this season that would have seemed preposterous going into 2023. The Texans made this list. Where are they on this list? Are the other things on here more preposterous than what I'm about to read to you? about the Houston Texans. That is next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Illinois.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Hope you had a nice long weekend. Appreciate you tuning in. Cody Benjamin of CBSSports.com, 6 things that could happen in 2024 in the NFL that would have seemed preposterous entering 2023. I clicked on this one. I'm like, okay, I know there's something Texans related in this article.
Right, yeah.
Because
there's got to be.
There's got to be.
The Texans were, look, we're 2 years removed from Josh McCown being one of the leading finalists for the Texans head coaching jobs.
Wait, where am I? Who is this guy?
Yeah.
The Texans veered away from him and went on to hire Lovie Smith, who had not even been on their list of candidates. After the finalists had been announced, they hired somebody who was not one of the finalists or even in the pool. Yeah. And Josh McCown had been one of those people that they were looking at. Wait, was Josh McCown ever officially a finalist?
Yes.
He was. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, it was him, Brian Flores, and evidently Lovie Smith out of nowhere. Yeah. That's how crazy things were at that time. And keep in mind, that was February of 2022. And I'll never forget, like, that Sunday night, seeing the notification, 10 o'clock at night on a Sunday, or whenever it was. No, that was, I'm thinking of Lovie getting fired. That was 10 o'clock on a Sunday night. But I'll never forget, it was a Sunday when they hired Lovie. I'll just never forget, like, looking down at my phone and seeing that Lovie Smith out of nowhere was not only interviewing, he was going to become the head coach of the Texans without any sort of warning at all, and thinking, okay. Like
let me tell the people of Houston one thing about Lovie Smith that I think that we're indebted to him in some regards. Maybe this is just chance. I'm not sure. But once the Texans veered away from Josh McCown as a potential coaching candidate and they hired Lovie Smith, it was also right around the time where Jack Easterby started being noticeably absent from things that he was previously
at. Good call.
That was right around when Jack Easterby started getting marginalized and treated like the little punk idiot that he actually is. And so I don't know if Lovie Smith was partly responsible for it, or if they just realized a lot of the stuff that had been going on and how weird everything was, and that kind of coincided with trying to get to the level of some normalcy. But I'll give him credit for it. I think Lovie Smith at the very least came in and said, look, there's some stuff that is wacky here.
Yeah.
And the way we've been operating for the last 2 years, this is not the way an NFL team should operate. Whether he was any kind of driving force behind it or not, he was part of that change towards the ultimate better.
You know what I'm going to do, Seth? If I were to be put in charge of this when the Texans win the Super Bowl someday, you know how during the parade, as we saw during some Astro parades, they'll have fire trucks or some of the caravans or whatever that have former Astros on there. If I'm not mistaken, Craig Biggio and Jeff Bagwell got to ride in the parade. I know they both work for the team now, but like that happens a lot with parades. Like some of the guys who didn't get their shine as a player because he didn't win it. I'm going to let Lovie Smith on one of those fire trucks between the Easterby dynamic that you point out and securing the number 2 pick in the draft by winning that last game against the Colts.
Yeah, by keeping who knows? Maybe the Texans would have drafted C.J. Stroud anyway, but because of Lovie's actions and not trying to lay down and whatever, it ended up being exactly the way it needed to be. I still don't know. I still don't understand, like when people wanted Lovie to lose that game, exactly what that looks like. I've never gotten that, or like I don't. Were you supposed to start kneeling on the ball in the fourth quarter when you had I don't know.
Yeah. So this article, 6 things that would have seemed preposterous going into 2023. I'll cut right to it. The one they have for the Texans is Houston Texans advance to the Super Bowl, and that doesn't sound preposterous at all in 2024 at all. Texans are absolutely on the short list of teams that could threaten to get into the Super Bowl out of the AFC.
Right, as it is in the preseason. They got to go out and actually win football games. But the fact that you can have that conversation and not be laughed out of the chat room, I think that's very that's a stark departure from the way people looked at this team a couple years ago.
Here are some of the other ones on the list. Things that would have been preposterous going into last season that could happen in 2023. Justin Fields replaces Russell Wilson, ... on the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Right. I guess that doesn't. If you had told me that at the time,
yeah,
it wouldn't have sounded. I wouldn't have been able to guess like the team and the circumstances and everything. But this kind of stuff happens a lot in the NFL now. Russell Wilson has not been himself for the last few years, and it was very, very obvious. I would say, I thought it was. People were pretty skeptical that Sean Payton and Russell Wilson were going to get along. So I think that by the time everything went down, this wouldn't have surprised me as much as some of the other stuff.
Jordan Love becomes the highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
I would put this in the category of things that don't really surprise me no matter what the name is, because that's what happens with the next quarterback to get the contract. It's like the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, well, if this includes Deshaun Watson, I guess that's where it gets interesting.
Well, I think the spirit of this one is going into 2023. Jordan Love had not been a full-time starter ever.
Right. Yeah, I guess, but I think people were optimistic about him. Mm-hmm. I think there was a chance. I don't know. Maybe I read too many Green Bay Packers people, because people in Green Bay were way more bullish on him than a lot of other people. But yeah, you're right. To expect them to play well enough that this is a guy that deserves that extension. Might have been surprised by that.
Yeah, and he didn't have a great season. He had a great half a season. He wasn't good in the first half of the season. Here are a couple others. These are things that would.
I got to keep taking myself back to the beginning of last season.
Yeah, it's things at this time last year that would have seemed preposterous. Detroit advances to second straight NFC title game this season.
Would that have been preposterous? I don't, because the word. There was a buzz about the Lions for a couple years, and they had made that push. By then, we knew that Ben Johnson was going to come back at the beginning of last season. Yeah, and I almost feel like the odds. The odds for the Lions going to a title game couldn't have been. It's not like they were astronomical going into last season, were they?
They were going into last season what the Texans are coming into this season. Only they didn't make the playoffs last. This was their first playoff trip with this group was this season, but they were 9-8. Yeah. They came back from being a bad team at the beginning of that season. They beat the Packers at the end of the year to knock the Packers out of the postseason on Sunday Night Football. They got put on the Thursday night game to open the season against the Chiefs. This one is the least preposterous of all of them to me.
They'd already been legitimized.
Yes.
It was one of those things. They were a popular under the radar. They were such a popular under the radar, dark horse type of team that it elevated them out of the dark horse part.
Yep.
You can't, when you got too many people calling you a dark horse candidate, okay, well, you're no longer a dark horse. That horse is fully lit.
Yes.
I see it.
Yes.
It's right in front of me.
He is a bright horse.
Dan Campbell is riding it.
Indeed.
He looks majestic.
Indeed, yes.
He wants to date my sister, and there's nothing I can do about it.
LA Chargers return to form, ... under Jim Harbaugh.
Okay, would this have been an incredible surprise? Before the season last year,
right,
we knew about the iPhone stuff. When did we know about the iPhone stuff?
You talking about the videoing that they were doing at Michigan?
Yeah.
No, we found out about that during the season. Yeah.
You found out about it during the season.
Yeah.
Okay, so there was less reason to think that, okay, this is it for him. You wouldn't have predicted necessarily that they're going to win the national championship, all those things.
Right.
That somebody took over for the Chargers wouldn't have surprised me.
No,
that
Staley?
That one of the most, if there were a candidate that was highly sought after and had experience in the NFL already, I would have looked at the Chargers as if it was an offensive-minded coach. Chargers make so much sense because Harbaugh's been around long enough to know what a crapshoot it is when you come in and try to draft a quarterback. And he sees Herbert, and he's going to fall in love with Harbaugh. But, yeah, I wouldn't have predicted that. I always expected Harbaugh would come back to the NFL at some point. But it was going to be after a national championship.
Yeah.
And just for all these things to line up, it might be – could this be the thing that finally washes away whichever bad juju there is for the Chargers franchise?
Harbaugh?
Yeah.
It does feel like it's one of those things, like if Harbaugh can't do it, kind of like what they were saying in Michigan with Harbaugh when they hired him, or at A&M when they hired Jimbo Fisher, or Nebraska when they hire Scott Frost. There's certain guys that you hire, and you're like, all right, if this guy isn't able to slice through the bad karma, then I'm not sure where we go next for our head coach. And it does feel like Harbaugh, who has never had a bad season in his 4 NFL seasons where he's a head coach. The worst season he had was his last one. He was 8-8.
Right.
He came in.
He washed away the bad juju from the 49ers.
Sure did.
The 49ers had been a mess before he got there.
Yeah.
And he didn't have a quarterback. He turned Alex Smith into a good NFL quarterback after Alex Smith had been pretty much a bust. And then he did a lot. I mean, he took Colin Kaepernick and did things with Colin Kaepernick that nobody was able to do after that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think him with Justin Herbert is going to be pretty good. But I wouldn't have predicted it.
No.
Too many things had to fall just right.
Yeah, the last one is kind of for me on this one. These are things that would have sounded preposterous at the beginning of last season. The top of the list being, I guess, Houston Texans advance to the Super Bowl in 2024. Kick returners become some of the NFL's most valuable players. Do you think these new kickoffs make kick returners some of the most valuable players in the league?
I guess that's a tricky way. I wonder if they could have phrased that differently.
Yeah, it feels like they're overstating it.
That's going to be Florio's next post. Like, wide receivers are on. They're yesterday's news. It's all about kickoff returners these days.
Yeah.
What's more valuable, a kickoff returner or a defensive end? Like, all right, okay, maybe you're more valuable than they used to be.
Yeah. I do wonder if teams are going to start using guys who are considered to be more valuable players on their team. Like, for example, do you think the Texans could put Tank Dell on there on kickoff returns?
I think it seems like it would suit a running back type of player more so than a kickoff returner.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't know if you're looking for that home run.
Yeah.
But regardless of who you choose, right, the collisions in theory aren't as big and as violent because guys aren't getting a full head of steam the way they do on punt team or the old style kickoffs.
Yep.
So, yeah, I would imagine they'll be a little bit looser with that. There might be more starters clamoring to go out and do it. It looks like fun.
It does look like fun. Yeah. I can't wait to watch it. I can't. The first look we'll get at it will be the Texans and the Bears.
Game.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Well, we will see it in practice, but we won't see it with full contact.
Right. Like on TV. Like the first crack at this is going to be old Frank Ross, arguably the best special teams coach in the NFL. I'm excited about that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. NIL in college football. Man, it's been a crazy couple weeks for college sports. We now have another category of lawsuit that's being thrown down here that involves NIL, and it involves Coach Prime and his family. We will have that for you coming up next.
Tell you what, with lawsuits, you know you want on your side? Mokaram Law. They will pick.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
NIL, man. NIL is getting messy again. We've got our third variation of a lawsuit over the past week, 2 weeks, that somehow, some way involves name, image, and likeness payments that college football players are either getting or not getting, or in this case, funneling to some entity that's not their own account.
Yeah.
But if we're keeping score at home, a couple of weeks ago, maybe 10 days ago, we got wind of the lawsuit where Marvin Harrison Jr. is the defendant, the former Ohio State wide receiver who's now an Arizona Cardinal. He's being sued by Fanatics, who signed an the two sides agreed to an NIL deal while Harrison was at Ohio State. And apparently, according to Fanatics, allegedly, he did not live up to many facets of that agreement in terms of autograph signings and appearances and so forth. Yeah.
And this is the one, too, where I like, in a lot of ways, we used to talk about college kids, and you'd feel almost like as a football fan, you almost felt like paternalistic over these college kids. Like, they need to be protected in some way. And yet now, they're signing these contracts when they are legal adults.
Yes.
And if I pay an 18-year-old to do a job, I'm going to treat him like a man, damn it.
Right.
So, this is some of the ugliness that you probably would have anticipated when this started is you're throwing boatloads of money at young men. Now, Shiloh Sanders, he should have some guidance in matters like this.
We'll get to Shiloh. We'll get to Shiloh in a second. So you've got company suing player with Fanatics and Harrison. You've got player Jaden Rashada, the former Florida Gator quarterback who's now at Georgia, suing Florida coach Billy Napier and a handful of Florida boosters over reneging on a nearly $14 million NIL deal. So you've got that variation of lawsuit. Now, this is a new one, and this is one where NIL is not necessarily the cause of it, like the other two lawsuits, but it is absolutely a relevant element to this lawsuit and or this bit of litigation going on. Shiloh Sanders, as Seth mentioned, one of the sons of Deion Sanders that plays for him at Colorado. The more famous of the two is Shedeur Sanders, the quarterback. He's a Heisman candidate and a potential first-round pick. Shiloh plays cornerback for the Buffaloes. I have no idea what kind of NFL prospect he is, but like anybody in the Sanders family, he makes a lot of money doing commercials for a number of different companies. And here's where this becomes an issue. Apparently, Shiloh Sanders filed bankruptcy in December of 2023 to avoid paying a nearly $12 million settlement to a security guard by the name of John Darjean that Shiloh beat up back in high school in 2015, allegedly, and caused all sorts of medical issues for this guy. And the big thing here is that with this settlement, this judgment against Shiloh Sanders, Shiloh is claiming he only has $325,000 in assets.
Yeah. Which
seems kind of ludicrous given the fact that all of these Sanders family members are seven-figure NIL people.
Yeah,
The guess in the article, which, Seth, I apologize, I forgot the link in the rundown, but the guess made by the person writing the article about this is that that Shiloh's income is being funneled through one of a couple different LLCs that Coach Prime and the Sanders family have set up.
And then it's all a matter of whether that's been done well or not done. Because when you're an athlete getting paid by a team, a professional team, that's a classic employee-employer situation. They're paying you, and that's you can only hide that so many ways. With an NIL situation, if Shiloh Sanders' company is the one that's providing marketing to the person who's donating, excuse me, I meant paying the money for your services rendered, then I don't know. Some of these, like, either whether they're shams or whether legitimate LLCs that guys will have created, it'll be interesting as they start getting tested in the courts. Like, you're going to have to show that this wasn't just some way to divert money away and to prevent from paying taxes.
We'll see. One thing that should be pointed out here, and if we don't know what happened between the security guard and Shiloh, and this is when Shiloh was back in high school. This is back in 2016 this took place.
Oh, yeah.
We should point that out. But apparently, Shiloh was a no-show for the court date for this when the default judgment came down. Like he didn't show up. It was May of 2022. A Dallas County judge said, quote, "The court finds that Shiloh Sanders' actions were the proximate cause of John Darjean's injuries and damages. The court further finds that Shiloh Sanders' actions were a substantial factor in bringing about the injuries sustained by Darjean, without which such injuries and damages would not have occurred." Shiloh just didn't show up, and his attorneys. His attorney claimed he wasn't aware of the proceedings.
Oh, really? I don't know. I guess some of that, I don't know. Was it in Houston or was that elsewhere? There was somebody, the process server, that got busted for basically claiming that they had delivered a bunch of processes for like 2 years that they never had.
Okay.
And like all these poor people were out there like saying like, I did not know that I was supposed to show up in court.
Yeah.
So there are miscommunications.
There definitely are. There definitely are.
11.9 million. Ooh.
11.9 million.
What did he do to him?
I got to find the list of injuries, but it was like neck and back. He's got incontinence now because of the injuries as well. Like it's pretty bad. When Sanders declared his assets on the initial schedule, it showed $477,000, including $300K in a Robinhood account, and $8,000 in a Wells Fargo account. Apparently, that's dropped in value over time, according to Shiloh. So. But
everybody, just as a note to all of you and your insurance agents, just be sure you're well covered. I was just talking to my brother-in-law over at our barbecue the other day about a $7 million workers' comp claim that, he didn't have to pay. His insurance company did. Oof. Yeah, he was. It would have ruined him if he were not well insured, obviously. But
I guess, speaking of bankruptcy, I guess there's legs to this Antonio Brown bankruptcy. I guess he legit filed for bankruptcy.
Yeah. I'm surprised that people are surprised that he's bankrupt. It's easy to be bankrupt. Like even when, he has income. But he just doesn't have enough income to pay the debts that he has.
Yeah, no. To be clear, I'm not surprised. It's just that the person breaking the news, or the outlet breaking the news of the bankruptcy, was CTESPN, Antonio Brown himself.
Right, yeah. You never know. Like, okay, was he serious or wasn't he serious?
Yeah.
And it turns out he was at least serious.
Yeah.
He was at least accurate of whether he was being serious or not.
He owes 8 creditors nearly $3 million. He claims he has less than $50,000 in assets. He's earned over $88 million in his career.
Yeah.
This is someone who could have used your advice that you dished out yesterday of living on $200,000 and banking the rest.
Well, he's gotten that advice. It's not like he hasn't gotten advice.
Yeah.
I'm sure at some point somebody will say, the NFLPA needs to do more to educate the guy. They do a boatload. I can't tell you how many boring meetings you have to sit through learning about the safe handling your money safely. What part of Antonio Brown do you think just needed one more extra session of financial counseling for him to take care of his money?
That's 100% fair.
Yeah.
This Twitter string lists not all, but a lot of the times he just decided not to pay people.
Right, yeah. That's why I'm surprised. I'm surprised he's bankrupt just because, I figured the sheer number of people he hasn't paid.
Right.
A lot of those people aren't, they're not, it's not going to be an amount that's worth taking him to court over. So I thought maybe he could have made out versus the ones that actually are going to court over.
Yeah. The moving company he didn't pay. Personal trainers he hasn't paid. His agent, he's being sued by his marketing company for not paying his agent more than $2 million in earnings. He just doesn't pay.
The funniest thing about it was when he demanded payment from Tom Brady's personal trainer, Alex Guerrero.
Alex Guerrero, yeah.
Is it Guerrero or Guerrero?
Guerrero with an O.
Guerrero. He sent Alex Guerrero a message because he'd been released in Tampa. And he said, hey, since I paid up front for the year, good job, Alex Guerrero. Since I paid up front for the year, but I ended up only using half, can I get a refund? Alex Guerrero replies and says, sure, no problem. Where should I send it? Brown takes a screen cap of that conversation. I need the money back. Alex Guerrero saying, okay, I'll get to you. He takes that screen cap and says, see this? See what I have to deal with? Like, what?
You got your money back.
It's the opposite. I think the concept was so foreign to him that somebody would agree to pay back that he probably just assumed that Guerrero was somehow saying no.
My favorite Antonio Brown fiscal escapades was him almost single-handedly putting an Arena League team out of business in Albany, New York. That was fun.
Yeah.
Remember, he just decided not to pay people. Decided not to pay fines to the league. Decided to stop paying his employees, like everything.
There's a crazy long story about that. I think in the Athletic, where it's
wild.
Like it's wild, like with stories about trunks full of guns and him like belittling all of his players because they were just Arena League players. Weird stuff.
Him refusing to pay a celebrity jeweler for the diamond fingers, the diamond encrusted fingers that the jeweler made for him. I think that jeweler might be here in Houston.
I think the jeweler may have done that thing where they'll loan celebrities stuff to wear because it's good publicity and they can put the pictures up and everything. And Antonio Brown, he pulled a Putin on him. He was like, this is mine now.
Dude, he walked. Did you see this weekend Le'Veon Bell boxed this weekend in a professional boxing match?
No.
Le'Veon Bell boxed in it. He won. He boxed in a professional boxing match, and Antonio Brown accompanied him to the ring. Antonio Brown was part of his entourage. He had the diamond fingers on. I'm like, holy
$1.1 million diamond fingers?
Yeah.
He never returned the jewelry and was ordered to pay $1.1 million for that jewelry. Okay.
Per the Times Union, Brown still owes $100,000 plus. Oh God, I get stuck. $100,000 plus in credit card debt. And
good luck to the credit card companies collecting that. When you've got like that, that's the one thing he's going to come out ahead on this. They're not getting, with all these other debts, with like secured debt, they're not getting.
They ain't getting it. And $296.
Stick it to the man, Antonio.
He owes $296 to a plumber.
See, that's the BS. Yeah. Like honestly. Now listen, Antonio. I'm as shocked as the rest of us are when sometimes you get a plumber bill. But then you realize and you recognize, hey, the guy got out here.
Yeah.
The guy got out here when nobody else would, and I didn't know what the hell I was doing. $296 seems pretty. Honestly, do you know how happy I am when I get a plumber bill that's $296?
Dude, you feel like
I won the lottery.
You're getting over.
I'm like, oh my, like I have to hold myself. I don't want to, I don't want to get played next time.
Right.
Like inside, I'm like, you mean it's not $397,000? Yes, here I'll pay you.
Dude, text in 713-572-4610. What did Antonio Brown do that generated a $296 plumbing bill? What did he put down his toilet? Okay.
Some unpaid for food, I'll tell you that much.
That's right. All right, 713-572-4610. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Jose Abreu is back. But I would encourage people, when it comes to processing the return of Jose Abreu, please do not do this. We'll tell you what that is coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Somebody texting you. You got to.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The consensus seems to be that Antonio Brown flushed his Tampa Bay Buccaneers jersey down the toilet, and that generated the $296 plumber bill, which among several 5 and 6 and 7-figure bills, he has not paid and is thus bankrupt.
That's the one that looks the most. I would say any of the things that when he didn't pay a plumber, when he didn't pay a personal chef, which, like, let's be honest, it's a caterer, okay? Personal chef sounds a little too fancy. He didn't pay a caterer, and then he didn't pay a moving company, which wasn't. It sounded like it was kind of like an independent deal. Like, it wasn't like he didn't pay United Van Lines or something. Like, he didn't pay like an individual moving dude, sole proprietor moving company, whatever it was. That's the thing that's look, people make bad investments, people go bankrupt, whatever, you know. But like the not paying the bills of like the actual people that you do face-to-face business with, that's a part. And when he totally had the money, like he's not paying the caterer when he's got all, like he's holding these huge parties and doing all this stuff. That's the part where you're like, come on, man, you're just being a bad person then.
He's still popping up in places, you know what I mean? Like he has he's got $296 somewhere, you know?
He's got right, yes. Well, that's the thing about him filing bankruptcy is it's not like he's filing bankruptcy and he's destitute, because he's, by virtue of his social media accounts, I know he's making money.
Yeah.
Like those are bankable assets. You know what? That's what I would do if I were, like at some point, I wonder how they value them. And one of our attorneys or judges, let me know how they value like social media accounts for people that make, I guess they just look at revenue.
Or can you garnish his income from Instagram or whatever, you know?
Yeah. My check from Graham goes straight to some kind of
straight
fund.
To Bobby Lavecchio Plumber LLC. Yeah. So
no, I would guess he doesn't make as much per post as a lot of other celebrities with similar followings, because these are the types of things that companies don't necessarily.
Yeah, there's that.
But I don't know, like if you're like some upstart tobaccoless pouch company or something, like Antonio Brown might make a lot of sense. Like he's got kind of a rebel appeal to people. I imagine.
Yep.
You know.
So the Astros made some moves yesterday. They lose 3-2 to the Seattle Mariners. That was not a move they made necessarily, but that's what happened. We're going to talk about the game in a second. But Jose Abreu is back. We will talk about that. Joey Loperfido.
Yes!
Joey
I thought I was dreaming, Sean, because it was so late. I'm like, oh. I woke up this morning. I'm like, did Abreu really go 1 for 3 with an RBI?
He did.
Did he really play first base? That must have been hallucination.
I wish it was. Jose Abreu is back. Joey Loperfido goes down to Sugar Land. He's gone.
He needs at bat.
He needs the ABs. Christian Javier to the IL. Pitching, starting depth in the starting rotation is a problem all of a sudden. With Javier to the IL, with Urquidy still on the IL and hurting himself in a rehab start, and now there's nothing coming back now that you were expecting to have on the team at the beginning of the year imminently. You know, Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers, that's a middle of July thing at the earliest.
Yeah.
Javier and Urquidy, I am not optimistic about either of those guys, given the nature of these injuries and given the multiplicity of the injuries now with both guys. With Javier, it's been a neck, it's been a forearm. Thank you.
Better movie.
We're at a stage now, Seth, where as of like a week and a half, you and I are having segments where we're like, boy, what does Joe Espada do when he gets all these pitchers back? This is going to be a big decision for the Astros manager. Coming up next, it's these 5 guys. It's Verlander, it's Framber, it's Ronel Blanco, it's Hunter Brown, and it's Spencer Arrighetti. That's the 5.
They are our Cinco de Mayo. That's the Astros Cinco de Mayo.
Yes.
That's the 5 that you're left with right now.
Yes.
One of whom you feel good about.
Yeah.
Framber, I feel good about Framber. Look, Framber first and foremost is a guy's guy. And I think in this Astros team, which is worse than the league at letting up runs in the first inning, he had only let up 1 run all season long in the first inning. He decided, hey, I'm going to join the club and let up 3. But after that, he was fine.
Yeah.
You know, like same. Every time I want to say same old Framber, I got to mean like, you know, same Framber from a couple of years ago.
Yeah. I want to circle back to Framber because Blum and Callis had some interesting things to say about Framber and why he might be inconsistent, struggling at times. We'll get to that in just a minute. But the Jose Abreu situation, I think, is the big thing people were looking forward to yesterday, just to see, like, okay, all this bill of goods that we've been sold from the Florida Complex League about how he's got his timing back and he's moving better and all these other things. This unprecedented situation where you've got a high-dollar player being given an opportunity in the middle of the season to go rehabilitate his career and probably doing it for a period of time where it takes a whole lot longer to do it if it's even rehabilitatable at this point. He went 1 for 3 last night with a nice base hit for an RBI in a situation where the Astros needed it right there. Made the score 3-1. I think the thing here, this is more a fan's perspective than Abreu, good or bad, whatever. I am not a fan of telling people how to process the Jose Abreu situation. If people want to process the Jose Abreu situation by saying, I don't want to watch the Astros till he's not on the team anymore, such is your right to do. If you are not rooting for Jose Abreu to get hits, I don't think that necessarily makes you a bad Astros fan. I think there is a dangerous situation. Now, I'm rooting for him to get hits because I want them to win baseball games. But I think there's a dangerous situation here where there's such a sliding scale and such a moving of the goalposts for this individual player to where batting 200 is going to be okay enough for the Astros to keep Jose Abreu hanging around with this baseball team. And the problem is that's not good enough to win baseball games. It's good enough to make you feel a little better about the $19 million that you're spending because it's not .099 like it's been for the last month while he's been languishing in Florida. But there is a level of performance that I'm very nervous about that keeps the Astros hanging on, not just this year, but bringing him back next year too.
This is one of my favorite part about being a sports fan, Sean. It's when we all collectively, myself and others, decide that we are economics professors who have to teach the billionaire about the concept of sunk costs. Because they're like, hey, look, that's a waste. It's wasted money. Nothing you can do about it. You got to move on from it. Like, okay, yeah, Jim Crane knows about sunk costs. I'm sure he's written off a bunch of sunk costs in his career.
Probably
he's
so.
done pretty well for himself. This is not some guy who inherited his money or anything. Like, the guy knows what he's doing financially.
Yep.
He knows about sunk costs. I think the really hard thing in the judgment is when do you declare something a sunk cost? And so, look, Jim Crane and Dana Brown both know about sunk costs. They both know about, like, moving on from bad investments. But when do you declare something a sunk cost? For now, where I am is like, all right, you know, if what they want to do to be sure that it's a sunk cost was do some things that very few players like Abreu have ever done before. I don't know if they have or not, gone down to rookie ball to get his mind and body straight and his swing straightened out, and then go up and for the first time in his life, he'd never played in a minor league game before. Like, they did some atypical things for Jose Abreu. They just wanted to give it that one last go at it to see if it is indeed a sunk cost or not. And maybe I will be happily proven wrong. So, like, I got to get over... So me as a sports fan, I got to get over any of my ego or pride that's attached to Jose Abreu takes I had before. And, like, eagerly, like, this is how I was with Davis Mills. I hope that I'm proven wrong. Like, I hope that I'm wrong about my opinion about everything I've seen. And that maybe this is, like, the last ditch. We're going to give it, I don't know how long you give it. Like, I think maybe you give it until he looks lost again. If he looks lost, and he didn't look lost last night at the plate.
No.
He struck out, but it was a valid. I mean, the pitch he struck out on was a hell of a great pitch by Miller. That's where I am on it. Like, all right, if he can come in and play like an average, if he's got a 700 plus OPS, 3 weeks from now, I'm gonna say, all right, like, you keep rolling with this experiment.
He needs to hit a home run at some point too.
He hit it hard. Exit velo was he had a triple digit.
It was 102.3, and it landed in front of the right fielder.
Was that the first time he'd hit over 100 all season
Maybe.
long? It felt like it.
Yeah, it felt like it. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, it's such a sliding scale. Like, we're sitting here talking about a dude that went 1 for 3 with an RBI. Like, good for you, Jose.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. It's like you don't need him to be MVP, Jose Abreu. You need to be a competent Major League Baseball player.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if what you're hoping for is to get a competent baseball, right, regardless of what his salary is, that's a sunk cost. Whatever his salary is, like, it doesn't matter. It's just you can use as many average to better than average baseball players on your roster as possible. And last night, at the very least, he did that.
He was, yeah. Okay, the texts are coming in. His lack of defense caused the runs. I will say this.
Yeah.
It was not an easy play, but a good first base step in front of him. I'll say that.
It wasn't an error because it was a really hard hit ball.
That's
and it
right.
took a weird bounce.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it wasn't. I think there's a much better chance Singleton would have made that.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
There was nothing like he didn't have to move quickly or anything like that. That's just sheerly getting in front of the ball.
Back-to-back texts. We need Abreu to do well. Nobody should root against him and be an Astros fan. I disagree. I think the people rooting against Abreu, I think there's people rooting against Abreu because they are Astro fans.
Right. Yeah.
I know it's a hard thing maybe for some people to wrap their brain around, but I don't have a problem with people doing that. Follow-up text. I hope not from a different person. I hope he fails miserably and they lose their ass. I'm a massive fan and I see through this BS. And that's another thing. I think there's a lot of people that have been insulted by the way the Abreu thing has been handled. Like, personally insulted by being told that by getting peed on their head and being told that it's raining outside.
Right.
That I think that's an emotional thing for fans. They don't want to be treated like they're dumb. And I think there's fans that feel like they're treated like they're dumb when it comes to this whole Jose Abreu thing. Does his performance last night make you any more confident that what they've been telling us the last month is actually true, that he's got some of his mojo back?
I think so. I think he just by having competitive at-bats, where he didn't look lost, I would say that he looks better than he did when last we saw him.
Yeah.
Like when last you saw him on the major league level.
Didn't look lost.
His max exit velocity this year was 108 miles per hour.
Okay.
So it wasn't the first hard hit he's had.
I mean, these are the conversations we're having about Jose Abreu, counting up the number of times he's made good contact all season long.
Yeah.
Let's hit Framber here before we bounce out of the segment. Framber Valdez struggled in the first inning. To his credit, he did straighten things out, and he managed to give the Astros 6 innings last night, so that was good. Blum and Callis with an interesting conversation about the effect of the shift rules that went into place last season on Framber Valdez.
They now have, in his last 4 starts, 30 hits in 16 innings.
Ooh. It also feels like since that shift has been banned and you're unable to play some of those guys to that pull side on the ground, has kind of affected those hits against Framber Valdez, where they found some holes where maybe in the past they haven't.
Yeah, good point. A lot of balls going through the 5-6 hole.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, yeah. Or the ones up the middle. I'm with you. I think we're on the same page.
Yeah, so like the shift for ground ball hitters, it hasn't been as big an effect on ground ball pitchers as, like, say, back when they moved the strike zone up and it rendered Dallas Keuchel into a completely different pitcher because he lived on the lower border of that strike zone, that low strike zone. Major League Baseball just decided one season they said, no, we're going to start calling it from the kneecap instead of below the kneecap. And it changed Dallas Keuchel because what he was really good at, it didn't work anymore. The shift doesn't make as big a difference as something like that does. So, yeah, I think it's something that's contributed to it. You and I got into, we can have these weird arguments at 6 a.m. It's only in the 6 a.m. segment where you and I, that's when we're as close as you and I ever come to being at each other's throats, which is I don't know. We're wearing those big novelty boxing gloves when we do it.
Yes.
But I think it takes us a segment to get on the same wavelength.
Okay.
So I think what we need to do is to start having some session before the show
Okay.
where we just you know what we need to do together is that thing from Wolf of Wall Street that Matthew McConaughey does.
Oh yeah. Like 5:45.
Chests and everything.
Like 5:45 every day. I'm down with that.
Ben will get into it. I'm sure he'll be super into this as
Yeah,
well.
you want to do that with us, Ben? Are you in?
No.
Okay. All right.
And then to follow Matthew McConaughey's advice. To follow Matthew McConaughey's advice, and then we're gonna have to go into the bathroom and take care of there was a certain regimen he recommended. It also involved cocaine and self-pleasing activities.
I'm here for that.
Yeah.
Releasing tension. Yeah.
I think I see where you're going with that one.
Separate stalls. Separate stalls. Sean.
Okay.
We don't have to. Separate bathrooms, preferably.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Phew.
We only have one bathroom on our. Yeah. Okay.
The Framber thing, as far as the shift goes, and the debate you and I got into in the first segment was my pointing out that he was actually good for the first 3 or 4 months under these new shift rules.
He was. But with what I worry about with Framber is just like with the pitch clock, that it might have been a culmination, an accumulation of all of those changes, kind of just, and not to mention, in sports, the teams in the leagues never really adjust to the changes, the rules changes, as quickly as you expect them to because old habits die hard. But I think it's one small thing at least. So, in him seeing, I don't remember if it was the first hit or what. One of the hits he gave up last night went just to the left of Alex Bregman. Where in the old days, if it was a shift, and I believe it was to a left-handed hitter, in the old days, Bregman would have been over there at the shortstop position.
Yes.
It would have been an easy out.
Yeah.
I wonder if psychologically with Framber, how often some of these hits that used to be easy outs for him are now dribbling through the infield. As they pointed out on the broadcast last night, it seems like at least once a game Framber gives up a hit to soft contact, where he does everything the way he's supposed to, but maybe just that over and over again is enough to contribute to some of his meltdowns. But to his credit, last night the first inning was rough, but then he got it together.
He did. He absolutely did. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Tuesday. All right, I was up late the other night watching some video of this particular player, and I feel really good, and an expert feels really good about a big trade the Texans made. We will have that for you coming up next. But first, Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. He's my guy, man. Fix my...
SportsRadio.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll hit some Texans talk here in just a second, but just to circle back to an item we had in the 8 at 8, and a lot of you have probably seen this story if you've been online the last day or two, but Brandon McManus, the former Jaguars kicker, current Washington Commanders kicker, is being sued, as are the Jaguars themselves, the team, by 2 flight attendants that were on one of the London flights last year and claim that Brandon McManus sexually assaulted them, that he grinded on them and rubbed up against them. And so the 2 flight attendants are now suing McManus himself and the team. The representative for the 2 flight attendants?
Oh, no.
The Busby Law Firm. Tony Busby.
Oh,
Tony?
Wow, it's funny. Boy, okay, so now we've got, okay, go ahead.
Well, I was going to read the statement from the Busby Law Firm real quick and then tell me what you think. For those who have inquired, the Busby Law Firm is lead counsel for the 2 women who brought this case. We filed the case on Friday, but before that filing, we attempted, tell me if this sounds familiar, Seth. We attempted without success to resolve this matter without the need for litigation. Our efforts at resolution were met with arrogance, ignorance, and stupidity, strikingly similar to how Deshaun Watson's team responded when we tried to resolve those cases pre-filing. Now, just to hit pause right there, I don't know how to shut Rusty Hardin. You remember they tried to, Busby tried to resolve the first accuser of Deshaun Watson with a settlement, and her name escapes me now, and I apologize for that. But that was when
it wasn't Rusty Hardin that tried to resolve.
Right. That's what I was going to say.
It was Deshaun Watson's people.
Deshaun Watson's people tried to, and it was like a lawyer from California who basically
he kind of didn't even respond to the offer. He said basically, which as I understand it now, is like kind of an insult to the attorney that basically. Deshaun Watson's guys said basically try again, instead of offering something else or whatever. So,
Yeah. So just to close this out, Busby's statement here, the allegations made in this lawsuit are very serious. We made sure to fully vet them and speak to witnesses before even taking the cases. Okay, so that's something. We will pursue this case with the same tenacity we are known for. It's a shame that this type of conduct still occurs. It happens far too often. These women are simply trying to do their jobs! !
This might be a little bit of a departure from some of his strategy in the first go-round, which was he almost I think in the first go-round, Busby tried to look at it like he was taking on the entire NFL and this case, the NFL. And he at times I got offended as a former player almost, and he basically tried to paint it like this was like what NFL players do, and it was him versus. I wonder if maybe as they look back on some of the reception to some of that, if it looked like it was too much like them attacking something that people love. I don't know, but so far, when Tony Busby first made a name for himself, and lawyers, tell me if I'm wrong on this. This is I'll try to give a very brief layman's interpretation of this. It was that he took on a case in oil and gas that was typically settled there was a standard settlement, and the insurance companies and the attorneys get together and okay, it was this type of accident, it's $100,000, whatever it might be. He basically just pushed the envelope on that and said no, and once he did that, he got a much larger settlement than people do in that certain type of situation or accident, then he became the go-to guy for that. And now I wonder if, in cases of sexual harassment or assault or misconduct by NFL players or athletes, if he's now becoming the guy that you go to.
Yeah.
This is the guy that handles those types of cases.
It's going to get a lot more publicity now, that's for sure.
I wonder, we never found out what the actual settlement amounts were, right, for the women who settled?
Not that I know of. Not that I can
I wonder
recall.
I wonder what amount, who won that? And it was a settlement, so nobody won it per se, but did Rusty Hardin actually get Deshaun Watson out of that for less money than people would have expected, or was it actually a pretty huge windfall?
Yeah, I don't know. Without knowing the amounts, obviously, we don't know that. The biggest win for Deshaun when it came to that whole thing was Rusty keeping him from getting in the crosshairs with the police. Keeping him from, because that's actually what ended up triggering Cleveland and all these other teams. Once the teams found out that he wasn't going to go to jail, that's where the talk started picking up. And the rest of it is just money for a guy who ended up making $230 million guaranteed.
Yeah, and I don't know. And again, I'm obviously an amateur talking about this. It seemed like the part about Deshaun Watson and the police not getting in trouble with the law per se in criminal court was more about the way the Texas harassment laws are written than it was any kind of legal maneuvering or anything.
Yeah.
Like you need a certain. It's kind of crazy in some regards, like the level of evidence that you need in this. Only very specific circumstances can you be found guilty of certain types of again, I'm way out over.
Yeah, I was going to say, however it came about, that was the biggest thing to me is he didn't go to jail.
Yeah.
So yeah, Tony Busby, he is the representation. He is the lawyer for the two flight attendants suing Brandon McManus and the Jacksonville Jaguars.
So do you think Rusty Hardin ends up representing Brandon McManus? Does this become like the worst kind of ongoing miniseries?
Rusty's kind of tied up with his Jaden Rashada NIL lawsuit right now, I would imagine, right? He's repping Jaden Rashada against the man being Billy Napier and Florida Boosters. So
if you're an attorney, and your son Sammy is not going into any kind of litigation type stuff, right?
Not yet.
If you're an attorney, would you rather be a prosecutor or a defender?
I'd rather be a prosecutor.
You think so? Yeah.
Yeah, because I think when you're a defense lawyer, you're probably defending people that like the fiber of your being is your stomach is turning that you're having to defend these people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I'd rather be a prosecutor.
I guess it depends on what kind of clients you're representing too. Because I know, like I've talked to public defense attorneys before who, depending on where they are, it's because the clients that they're representing have so little means and everything that like it almost feels like depending on where you are and what municipality you're in, sometimes they just have the prosecutors get away with a lot.
Yeah.
Like they can push the envelope and there's very, very little people can do to push back.
Yeah.
That part would be, I would choose if I were a prosecutor, I would totally go find some place where like a public prosecutor. I don't want the actual crimes. I want like little petty thievery or something.
You do?
Yeah, like, okay, this guy got angry and he destroyed his neighbor's fence. I'm going to go after him. This is a
prosecuting.
This guy, this cannot stand.
Prosecuting attorney in Litchfield, Connecticut. Yes,
yeah, somewhere super boring.
Yeah,
I want it to be super, but I'll be vicious.
Yeah.
I'll be vicious.
Right.
On those boring crimes.
No, they call this guy the Terminator for jaywalkers.
Yeah.
If you jaywalk, this guy is going to get you. This prosecuting
we live in a society, damn it.
That's right.
You don't get to have your window tint 2 shades too dark on my watch.
Not on your watch.
No, sir.
Not on Seth Payne's watch. So I got in a wormhole of Stefon Diggs' video the other night, just sitting and watching, and I liked that it was a video attached to a tweet stream that was saying good things about Stefon Diggs. And in fact, as far as Stefon Diggs goes, Robert Mays, the Athletic football podcast, said in his episode earlier this week, or over the weekend, Diggs, despite the stats at the end of the year last year, the second half of the season, still really, really good at football.
Here to tell you, Stefon Diggs can still play. Even if the production was not there, if you're watching him on a per-play basis, here's how I'll frame this. When Stefon Diggs wants to get open, he is still very capable of getting open. So I think the biggest question for the Texans is, does Stefon Diggs want to get open for the Texans? If the answer is yes, I think everyone will be very happy about them making that move.
I sure hope he does for $22 million, that he wants to get open for the Houston Texans.
I think he was saying that somewhat tongue-in-cheek.
Oh, yeah.
I think that there was – it was weird. It's really hard to explain what happened in Buffalo last year because – Ken Dorsey gets fired after the Broncos debacle, which ended up, like that game was just a meltdown on multiple fronts when the Bills lost that game to the Broncos. But there were things about Josh Allen's game and about that Bills offense where even though the numbers were good and they were top 5 in all different types of categories, you could tell that it was not an offense that was going to really be able to put it to good teams in the playoffs. And part of the issue was that, Josh Allen was doing a lot of young quarterbacks do when they've got a stud receiver is hanging on with that first read too long or just waiting for – we saw this with Deshaun Watson and DeAndre Hopkins back in the day. Like, Josh Allen trusted Stefon Diggs so much that at times he's hanging back there in the pocket and not moving on to his next read when he really should, because he trusts that Stephon Diggs is going to get open, and Stephon Diggs was on pace for 1,600 yards. When Joe Brady took over as the offensive coordinator last year, midway or two-thirds of the way through the season, they started doing things in I would just call it a more professional way, and they were asking more out of Josh Allen mentally. They asked him to be a more professional quarterback, and it worked out better. They were a better offense after that. But there were still a lot of glaring moments where, all right, just kind of like when you're learning how to drive a new car for the first time, or, with pilots, it's like a pilot who's really good in one aircraft. When he goes to a different aircraft, it's not the same as like, oh, well, I'm a good pilot, so I'm going to be awesome at flying.
Yeah.
There's a learning curve.
Yep.
And there were times in that offense, even though it was functioning better, but where, all right, Stephon Diggs should be your main read, but you moved off of it too quick now, and you're forcing the ball to guys that you shouldn't be forcing the balls to. And I think Stephon Diggs got frustrated with that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where everything kind of boiled over, where even though the offense was better, it wasn't better for Stephon Diggs. And there were moments where when you're a receiver, you could say, like, that's a touchdown. Why did you not throw me the ball there?
Yeah.
And the answer is kind of an ugly, murky one. It's like, well, for the greater good, we got to move beyond just always relying on you to be the guy downfield. And they were running all these plays where Stephon Diggs, like so many screens and short passes to Stephon Diggs. So did Stephon Diggs handle it the right way emotionally? Probably not.
Yeah.
So when Robert Mays says when he wants to get open, he gets open, it's that, all right, in this scheme with this quarterback, you shouldn't have those same problems. C.J. Stroud's already further advanced than Josh Allen mentally in a lot of ways. And so that's why I think most people don't foresee that being an issue. The issue might be, and you just never know, is, okay, now you got three really good receivers.
Okay.
When the ball's being divvied up, is Stephon Diggs going to be cool, even if he's playing really well, and even if CJ's playing really well, if he's just simply still not getting as many targets?
That's what I want to ask you. I'll save that for the next segment. I want to carry this into the next segment. I have a question for you about Stephon Diggs being in a contract year with that dynamic that I want to bounce off of you. So we'll do that. Final segment coming up next. Payne and Pendergast. Stay there.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Somebody texting me.
DNF. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you. All right, so here's my question, Seth. On the heels of you and I spending a few minutes on Stephon Diggs in the previous segment, we know Diggs is in a contract year. If you're in a contract year, and we know the Texans created this contract year for him as well. He had 4 years or this year and then 3 more left on his deal. Yeah. They crumpled up those 3 years and made it a 1-year deal. It was one of those deals. They would have been able to, even if they left it at 4, they could have gotten out from underneath it after a year if they wanted to.
It's one of those things. It was as much a recognition of the way things are in the NFL now, which is if you're a name brand player and you're willing to be the bad guy, you're kind of perpetually a free agent. You know, you didn't have any guaranteed money left, and that's where you don't have to like it, but that's the way it is. I think Nick Caserio is really good at recognizing the way things are.
Yeah.
And it might chafe against you ideologically, but that's the way things are these days in pro sports, not just the NFL, pro sports in general.
So here's my question for you. Would you rather be in a contract year if you're Stephon Diggs on the Houston Texans as one of 3, marquee or 3 top shelf wide receivers? I put Dell on that. I put Tank Dell on that shelf when he's healthy. Or would you rather be in a contract year on your old team with the Bills as the number one, knowing that the last 7 or 8 games of last year didn't play out the way you wanted it to.
Well, and that's the tricky thing with Stephon Diggs. And again, this is why I'm okay with the 1-year contract. Okay, is he a front runner? You know, a front runner is a guy that's like does awesome, or you could have different definitions, but he's awesome as long as things are going well. As opposed to, every coach will tell you, I need a bunch of foxhole guys. I think, like, there's a lot, and I used to really fight against this, and I finally accepted it. There are guys for which you say, all right, listen, the guy's a front runner. So what? All we get is if we're in front, then we don't have to worry about it. And if we're not in front, then we'll address it then. And I think that's where he is. So if I'm Stephon Diggs, in an ideal world, what I would say is like, well, boy, my real issue, turns out, was probably with Ken Dorsey, the old offensive coordinator. And I didn't react well to the way the changes were made, even though it was ultimately better for the offense. It probably would have been better for him to stay in Buffalo.
Yeah.
And be that guy with a nouveau Josh Allen. If Josh Allen can really develop into a true professional football IQ quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
He's very impressive in a lot of ways, but he's still got some work to do when it comes to the quarterbacking, like the stuff above the shoulders type stuff.
Yeah.
But like that ship sailed is by about the second or third sideline outburst, or after however many cryptic tweets. Like all those things, they were a long time in the coming. And I think sometimes, like in a relationship, sometimes, even after a husband and a wife acknowledge the mistakes that they made, there's too much history there, and they have to move apart. And to quote Lovie Smith, one of the many, many times he said that, sometimes divorce is a good thing. So,
yes.
Given the way everything transpired in Buffalo, if I were Stephon Diggs, I would rather be in Houston right now. But if things had been handled differently, it's probably better for him individually to be back in Buffalo in terms of maximizing his value and actually like just getting paid a boatload of money next season. That's where it would have been better.
And that's the angle I'm coming at. A contract here implies money, and money implies stats. And there's a chance Stephon Diggs could be healthy for all 17 games.
Yeah.
Give you like 925 yards receiving and still be doing all the things on film that all these people had pointed out he was doing last year and getting open. It's just that there's so many mouths to feed now on this offense.
I think there's a chance, if I'm Nick Caserio and I'm kind of trying to massage this situation as much as possible in season, I would lean on two things. One, I would say, look, Stephon, it's obvious on film that you're getting open. It's obvious that, like, when you're targeted, you're doing really well. Throw out the conventional stats, the counting stats. We've got all this GPS data, as does every team in the league now, that if things are going well, show that, like, you're as good as you've been. And, like, you're still a valuable guy that can come on and be a difference maker. Other teams, though, are always going to have that question about, like, all right, do I trust this guy, especially as he's getting older? I don't think the big payday is going to be there for him, no matter what happens this season, just because of his age and because of his past history.
Yeah.
Like, guys, volatile guys don't tend to age well in terms of their value to teams. Terrell Owens, Terrell Owens would have made a lot more money in his career if he could have just selectively kept his mouth shut at times.
Yeah.
If he could have done a few less crunches in his driveway, shirtless for the press, while he was holding out.
But Randy Moss, as the years wound down on him.
Yeah.
Like
and I think with Stephon Diggs, the big thing will be there's a good chance that he has, like, let's say 1,100 yards receiving, but has a boatload of touchdowns. Or maybe he has 900 yards of receiving, but he ends up getting double-digit touchdowns because there's going to be more opportunities for him to be wide open. Or, and this is the big one, the run after the catch, you make that reception, and that defense is occupied on that play with Tank Dell and Nico Collins, So he might end up having 900 yards but 10 touchdowns. And I think in a lot of teams' minds, they'll be like, oh, yeah, well, I'll take that.
How foreign does this feel right now for a Texan fan? Like, the Texans have had good offenses before, but never anything that resembled this in terms of the marquee, star power, the ceiling of what – I mean, this thing, if the offensive line stays healthy, this thing could be space age, man. Like, this could be crazy.
Well, I think in terms of the dynamic, when DeAndre Hopkins and Will Fuller were both healthy and on the field,
that's the closest.
That was a really good situation.
Yep.
And remember, like, how the difference in stats with Deshaun and various other things on that offense when both those guys were on the field.
Yeah.
Because, man, Will Fuller could take the top off of a defense, and that allowed DeAndre Hopkins to make catches at the intermediate range but have nobody behind him, no safety help behind that cornerback. And it also freed up, teams would have to maybe press a little bit more against DeAndre Hopkins instead of playing off. So if he won, then there's nobody behind him. It was, but I don't know if when was the last time the Texans had like 3 legitimately scary wide receivers?
I don't know that they ever have. That's my point.
It's really rare amongst NFL teams, even the really good ones. Look at that freaking Chiefs.
Well,
they had a hodgepodge of dudes and a rookie in Rashee Rice that had to come along, throughout the year.
It's been rare the Texans have had 2. And this is no disrespect to, Kevin Walter was a really solid number 2 to Andre Johnson. That offense ran different. That offense ran like an old-school Kubshanistan. We're going to pound Arian Foster and then find Owen Daniels and Andre Johnson on play action over the top. This is something completely different. I mean, you're talking 3 potentially elite-level get-openers, with these 3 guys.
It's the same way I am with the defensive line.
Yeah.
Like, if I were an NFL owner, I would hire coaches like D'Amico who want a defense where the engine is driven by the defensive line. And if you get to a spot where you've got 3 hellacious pass rushers, somebody's getting singled, or the offense is max protecting. Like, you get to dictate terms to that offense. Every single play when those guys are healthy. Offensively, when you've got 3 really scary wide receivers, somebody's getting open.
Yes.
Or somebody is, like, even if they're, not open, if they can just beat that first tackle after the catch, then they're wide open to the end zone after that. I mean, like we saw with Noah Brown last year.
Right.
How many of those times where it was Noah Brown being really smart and understanding what the coverage was, and that there were wide open spaces underneath.
Yeah.
And after he caught the ball, he had wide open spaces to run because the safeties had rotated over towards the other guys.
Yeah, Noah Brown's 2 big games, Tampa Bay and Cincinnati, those back-to-back weeks. Nico didn't play in the Cincinnati game. It was just Tank. Tank was the only one that was a true game changer that was out there.
It is. It's kind of like I keep pulling myself back. I'm like Casario. It's like, all right, man, just don't get excited about stuff that's happening in the offseason. You got to do it on the field first. But, man, it's hard not to. Like, it's the kind of thing you have to consciously guard against. It's like, all right, let's not get too cocky about this. You still got work to do. But, man, just like it was when Randy Moss went to the Patriots, it was a completely different version of Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Tom Brady wasn't known as a good deep ball thrower.
Yep.
Until all of a sudden, when Randy Moss shows up,
dude, I'm a good deep ball thrower. Yeah.
Well, like Lopez will tell you, like when he's coaching AAU basketball, like on some of those teams where you had absolute studs out there. It's amazing how much better of a coach you become.
I don't know, man. I think of John Lopez as like the John Wooden of AAU basketball.
I'm not. John Wooden would tell you.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll tell you what.
Abdul-Jabbar, Bill Walton.
My job was made a lot easier because of some of these dudes.
Yeah, that's fair. AAU legend John Lopez in studio.
What's happening?
Did you hear what Seth was saying? Like, we were just talking about how much easier it is, for example, for Tom Brady to be a great deep ball thrower when you trade for Randy Moss.
Funny how that works out.
Were you better? Did you find yourself to be a much more astute head coach when you had better players on your team?
I was a fantastic recruiter.
Oh, were you? I can see that.
Right.
There
you go.
I was an incredible recruiter, and that's my coaching resume.
Sales.
That's like the air raid offense. Like, there's too many people that try to give that offense itself way too much credit. Like, no, those guys are really, really good at getting the talent that fits that system, and then just saying, hey, go ahead. Somebody's going to be open. They tell the quarterback, this guy's going to be open.
Yeah. Oh, someone's pointing out on the text page, did I disrespect Cecil Shorts by saying they haven't had any really great number 2 wide receiver. What are you ignoring the greatness of Nate Washington and Cecil Shorts in 2015? Evidently, I was. I was ignoring the greatness of those two. My apologies. Cecil was in studio yesterday.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, he was? In the afternoon?
For an hour. No, for an hour with the midday
okay.
guys. Yeah, just for an hour. Yeah. So, how you doing, John?
I am great.
I do too.
Nice weekend. All kinds of stuff happening. I had my first sleepover with my 18-month-old granddaughter, and everybody was happy and healthy afterwards, so that's a win.
Did she sleep through the night?
She did.
Wow.
She made some noises in the middle of the night that scared me because not on my watch, baby.
That can jar you a little bit, you know?
Not on
a lot of pressure.
That's a lot of pressure.
Big time, yeah.
Not on my watch.
What did she have for breakfast? Because grandparents are supposed to cook really amazing breakfast.
I gave her a waffle.
Okay, that's good.
Some bananas, a scrambled egg.
Okay.
I think that's it.
No sugary cereal, no bowl of Fruit Loops or cracker,
we'll wait
Fruity
on that.
Pebbles.
I'll tell you what, John. One of my biggest regrets as a parent was that I tried to be a little too strict with my mom when she was babysitting about all right, listen, don't be loading the kid full of sweets and everything. I feel bad about that.
No, that's the job.
Grandparents, bribe the hell out of these
Here's
kids,
the breaking
man.
news, Seth. She lied to you.
I know.
She absolutely spoiled them, Rod, and gave them whatever the hell they wanted. I can tell you that from experience.
I feel bad if my mom felt any guilt over it.
No, she
that's
didn't.
what grandparents should
Not
do.
the
They
least
should-
bit.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, make sure she this. Yeah, I'm like, sure. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to do, man. It's in the grandparents' credo.
We'll get right on top of that.
Didn't you read an oath before you became a grandparent
We'll
that you
get right
said
on
you would
that.
do these things?
No,
Absolutely.
No.
Absolutely. What's up, Landry?
What up?
How was you looked like you were having a fun weekend this week.
Man, it was good, man. It's nice to get out to the lake.
Fish
little
fry
tradition,
going on?
A little swimming, all that type of stuff. Yeah, it was good. The fried biscuits and the fish, all that.
Ooh.
The frying the biscuits is a game changer, though.
Yeah.
Holiday fish fry.
Oh, yeah. They went in. I mean, it's like 5 hours of work, and they still do everything else. Yeah, they're chilling.
Oh, that's good.
Stock it up.
Yeah.
I like me some of that fish
That's
fry.
good. I'm going to write that. Oh, book of business ideas before I forget, Sean.
Yeah.
I
Ben?
forgot it. Damn it.
That's okay. That's okay.
Damn it.
Ben walked out. When you think of it, text us. We'll put it
Come
in
to me
there.
later.
We'll
Yeah.
put it in there. We'll put it in there. All right. The folks from In the Loop are here. Guessing Jose Abreu and the Astros are a big topic today.
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Speaking of babysitting.
Yeah.
All right, we'll let you guys take the baton from here. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Oh, antibodies, and yes, a startup tobacco-less nicotine pouch company for Payne and Pendergast.
Oh,
Yes.
that's right. We
Yes.
need one of those. That's
Yes.
right. We need one. Okay. Ben's in the other room. I'll tell him. You're listening to KILT and KLT HD2, an Odyssey station. Landry Locker, John Lopez, they are back in the saddle. Figgy is here. They are in the loop, and they are starting now.
All right, 33 is the number. We're 33% through the Astros season. We're 1/3 through, and we're coming off a loss to the Mariners. A loss in which I will say that the starting pitching was fine. I mean, if Framber Valdez is going to allow 3 in the first and then not allow another, that's fine. But all eyes appear to be, and I don't know how to feel about this, all eyes appear to be on Jose Abreu.
Yeah.
You're starting a series. You're lucky to be where you're at. You're lucky to be as close. You got this 4-game set with Seattle. We talked about the 13-game opportunity. You go 9-4. You pretty much do what you got to do there. And you go to Seattle, and we're watching Jose Abreu just try to be a serviceable baseball player. I just don't know how the hell I'm supposed to feel about this. I heard Sean and Seth talking about, are you rooting against Jose Abreu? Are you rooting for Jose Abreu? I'm damn sure not I'm not attached to this guy. I don't care about Jose Abreu. I don't like that I even have to turn on the TV and see him on. I don't know. I really don't know how to handle this.
Yeah, look, and nor should you, because first of all, I still can't get over in 1 month he completely changed how he's lifting weights and his swing and they just talk about pixie dust. Did Jeff Bagwell have some of D'Amico's pixie dust in his pockets and go down Florida and take her? That's the first thing I can't get over. I'm partially frustrated, partially confused, mostly confused, to be honest. And I'm mostly confused because of that, because he immediately steps back into the lineup.
Yeah.
And because I don't know if Jose Abreu is even the biggest problem with this team, if you really think about it. Like how for them to get there from here, does it hinge on Jose Abreu?
No, I mean, thank God for the mild West.
Yeah.
That's really what it is. It's thank God for the West. There's just a lot of eye rolls with this squad this year, between Lance McCullers opening up coffee shops and all that, and Christian Javier sleeps wrong on his neck, and then all of a sudden he has forearm. Remember his original discomfort was
he had a bad night.
They said he slept wrong on his neck.
Yes.
And then he's on the IL, and now all of a sudden him and Urquidy are both getting MRIs. Like, it's just maybe that
he should have had a sleepover at my house too. He'd have been fine. Not on my watch. That's for sure.
I just don't like. We're 1/3 through. I almost look at it and say they're fortunate to be where they're at. I mean, you're a few games out in the West, but the fact that I'm watching Jose Abreu and I'm having to watch them basically babysit, and I'm hearing Seth and Sean saying, I'm not even picking on him. I'm not saying it's the wrong thing, but I heard Seth say something along the lines of, well, at least he didn't look completely lost in his at bats, and he goes 1 for 3 and gets an RBI, and it's like almost celebrated. It's incredible that we're 1/3 through a season and we're focusing on Jose Abreu trying to be a serviceable baseball player.
And that's why I say the biggest feeling I have with this squad right now is confusion. Because you're confused at how they're approaching this, as we just talked about. You're confused at how they're even alive, at this point, because the AL West is so bad. And you're confused how they actually, can get there if they ever get there and have a chance to win this or get win the division. The only way they're going to get in the playoffs. It's very confusing how they're handling them, the things they're saying. Dana Brown, Joe Espada, it's confusing how the Astros are operating right now.
Yeah, and there just doesn't appear to be. You're just kind of. I guess you're on a mediocre treadmill, but you're still you look up and they're still just a few games back. So we'll see what happens. They start the second third of the season tonight, game 2 against the Seattle Mariners. So 33 is the first number. Next number is 50. It's been 50 days since the Texans traded for Stephon Diggs.
Mm-hmm.
50 days since they traded for him. 7 weeks in a day. I'd kind of like to hear how he feels about it. I mean,
update on that, as the kids say.
I mean, I'd kind of like to hear how old Diggs feels about being a Texan. Maybe I don't know. We haven't heard from him. I asked. I don't think we're going to hear from him till minicamp.
Really?
Yeah. So I think we'll be a couple months in. I don't think we're going to hear from him till minicamp. I would not bet on hearing from him tomorrow or anything like that. I don't even know if he's going to be here.
Well, as you just alluded to, tomorrow through Friday they have some more OTAs. There's going to be availability, I'm sure, at some point, maybe 1 or 2 days there. I was kind of thinking, if we don't see him or hear from him, there's something going on, right?
Really?
I don't know what it is. It could be harmless.
Yeah.
Like a guy that just, I don't feel like it. I'm a veteran. I don't have to.
Have you heard him, though? When would he not want to talk? That's my thing.
Yes, you're right on that, which is part of the weird thing about this. But it could be a simple answer. Like, you know what? I'll get there. I'll do it during minicamp, but I'm not feeling it right now. Or it could be like, what? Why? Why are the Texans? Because the Texans want him to. What organization, in the NFL would say, hey, we got Stephon Diggs, man. You'll hear from him in June. I mean, no organization wants to do that. So they clearly want him to be out front, want him to talk about, C.J. Stroud and the wide receivers and everything going on, but he's not. So
he's the only big acquisition who hasn't spoken.
Yes.
He's the only one.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't heard a damn thing. I've heard Hannah and D'Amico both say how excited their kids were about it and how much buzz there was and whatnot. I know he was in the building. I mean, he had pictures on Instagram of him in the building.
Yeah, and D'Amico talked about it.
We haven't heard anything from Stephon Diggs at all. 50 days, man. 50 days since the trade.
Yeah, and they're all saying the right things. Nick Cassera, D'Amico Ryans talked about they've talked about how awesome it's been having him and his work ethic and what he's doing. Well, you wouldn't know it from anything public.
And there's some stuff. He could be I hate the media guy. He's not. He's not that at all. actually a pretty good interview. There's also the hard, let him do his talking on the field. Okay, I mean, everybody else wants to do their talking on the field. I find it interesting that we haven't heard from him. Might be nothing, whatever, hey, but just would be nice to hear from him. I want to ask this. What does it take for you to root against someone that is on your squad? Because there's a portion of people on the text line, portion of people on the Twitch, YouTube that seem to be anti Jose Abreu. Like I'm rooting against this guy. I can't tolerate this guy. I've seen our guy Will Kunkel. He's kind of I don't know what he's doing. He's saying everyone should be rooting for a Jose Abreu bounce back, which I get. But what does it take for you to root against someone on your own squad?
Is indifference rooting against him?
It's not rooting for him.
Because I'm frustrated, so I'm not really rooting for him as much as I just don't expect him to get better. But I'm also not rooting against him. I'm just sort of like, oh, God, here's Jose Abreu. What does it take for me to root against someone? Something that is absolutely
like maybe a coach that you just want to be gone. I've found myself doing that where on the back end you're like, okay, I'm just this is over. I don't want like some fool's gold to run. I've been in that situation.
Dennis Franchione, I was like, lose, Dennis, lose. I was like, please lose, Dennis. He's won. Yeah, that's a good one. The coach that it's going to be better as long as he's gone. But as far as like players, it's like they have to do something really, really like awful, like just awful that I just in my soul just I can't get behind.
Is there anything even that's as intriguing as Abreu though? Like, is this a boring baseball team? Like minus Jose Abreu, just what we see from this squad. It used to be the most fun watch, and maybe it's as simple as winning games. Maybe they could be doing the same stuff, but without Jose Abreu, is there really even anything that excites you about this team that you just have to see?
I have to say, Tucker. I get excited when he goes when he bats.
I bet he does too.
Yeah, I get excited.
He can't wait to hold their feet over the fire.
Yes, he does. So I'm not saying they're boring because I do get excited about that. Obviously, Jordan is always going to be a possibility there. But other than that, they're just
Jordan bores me now too.
Why does Jordan bore you?
Just bores me. Just there, dude. I don't know. He did. I'm not. It's not like a must watch. Like, oh my God, Jordan's at the plate anymore. Maybe I'm just beat down by. I think whenever you start to lose trust that you're functioning like a good organization, I think it just kind of becomes an eye roll to me. I'm not going to speak for other people, but it becomes an eye roll to me. And it like with the Texans, like as soon as I realized that Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby were, doing the crap that they were doing behind the scenes, and then we went through the stretch of the coach is basically a puppet. It's just kind of an eye roll.
Yeah.
The problem with the Astros, though, that makes it even worse is it's not like they're rebuilding and trying to get to some process and process over results type of thing. They're not even there. But the second that you tell me that the Abreu thing has sent a couple of messages. Number one, for some reason, Jeff Bagwell was able to influence the decision to bring in Jose Abreu. So that's number one. Number two, performance doesn't matter anymore with the Astros. It doesn't matter if he's one of the worst players in baseball. I think he had the third worst average. Martin Maldonado was only one of the ones over. So performance doesn't matter. And number three, I don't know who's making these decisions. So if I can't even, like with the Astros right now, you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, and they had the benefit of the doubt for a long time. But you're on your third GM in 7 years. All the stuff, all the great memories that we recall, that's 2 GMs ago. And they don't function like the organization that we've grown to love that has provided us with some of the best memories in recent history. So as soon as you lose the trust, it's a hard watch. It's almost kind of a cringe.
Yeah, but that's more frustration, isn't it, than anything. Yeah, that's not necessarily. Like B.O.B., yes. I mean, we're being honest. I think a lot of fans being honest. B.O.B. and Jack Easterby, you were actively rooting against them. You were frustrated, but you were rooting against them so they can get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
It's hard to root against the Astros even now, but the frustration. It is for me. But
sure?
But no. but the.
Why don't you just watch those HEB commercials? Tell me how you feel.
Well, now that's different.
Yeah. Don't walk away from the TV. Watch these HEB commercials.
Yes, but the frustration level hasn't been this high in a decade.
Yeah.
So I think there's a difference there. Like, I'm frustrated with Espada, frustrated with Dana Brown, frustrated with Jeff Bagwell, frustrated with the fact that these guys more feel like they're in the thick of things, but they're really kind of backing into being in the thick of things, I
mean, there's just, like, it's almost like a movie. Like, it seems like every baseball movie you have, like, the struggling vet who sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and is losing a step or whatever. Whatever, like, Little Big League, he had to cut his childhood hero or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's always that. Then there's the baseball player, the Rick Vaughn, who's gone Hollywood, and he's Alex Bregman.
Yeah.
Congrats on all the businesses, man.
Yeah.
You're one of the worst third basemen in baseball, sir.
You seen his last 10 games?
Yeah, he's been bad.
Yeah.
So you have the Bregman situation. Pena and Altuve, they're doing their thing. They're fine. You have Tucker just completely raking. Like, it just seems like every unlikable thing that you can have about a baseball team you have. And that's not even considering, y'all told me that Christian Javier woke up on the wrong side of the bed with a hurt neck, and now all of a sudden it's been a constant decline where now he's getting an MRI today.
Yeah.
Can't even trust y'all.
You know what they described his injury as? The exact same as Jose Urquidy. So how'd that work out?
Well, he's getting him one too.
How'd that Urquidy thing work out? He's having the exact same thing. They're both going to have that. You can't count on either one, right?
No, and I don't.
Right?
Like, that's the other thing that I think is happening now too. Is what were they even if they were healthy?
Yes.
Like, that's the other thing. Like, we're acting like they're losing Nolan Ryan and Mike Scott or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Jose Urquidy, it's Christian Javier.
Mm-hmm.
What are they going to do for you?
Yeah, I mean, you can talk about their postseasons, but other than that, I mean, they've missed a lot. Like Urquidy, obviously Javier. Have they even said anything else about JP France?
Who?
That wasn't it like they said? Well, he's got it's unknown when he's going to come back, or he'll be out a while.
I have no idea. I don't
because he has something going on with his shoulder. Never heard another thing.
Yeah, I don't miss him.
I know, but they're like, he'll be out a while. What is it? A shoulder. Any updates on that? I haven't heard a damn thing yet.
Hell, I thought he got sent down because he was so bad.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought he got sent down.
Yeah,
I don't know what he's doing.
Who knows? Who knows what it's going to end up being? So yeah, that's why it's frustration. It's like, I mean,
it's just blah.
Yeah,
they're just a blah team at this point, and we're having to watch Jose Abreu be babysat. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. A lot of people rooting against Jose Abreu. Speaking of rooting, what was your time this weekend? I know you got a little exercise in. What was that official time?
Figgy, we got a little bit of a bait and switch that happened to us on Saturday morning.
Man,
it was.
What do you mean?
They said, 7 a.m. The carry the load walk, be a little over 3 miles.
Okay.
Well, we get there. It's 8 a.m.
What do you mean it's 8 a.m.? Y'all got there at 7?
We got there at 6:40. Figgy was there a little after me.
Yeah.
The walk didn't start at 7 a.m. Started at 8 a.m.
So were they wrong? They said that first?
I guess we got bad information. I looked it up. It said 7 a.m. on the message that I got.
What's funny is Lopez family was giving them a hard time about this.
Yes. And I'm like, look, it says right here, 7 a.m. And then it's not a little over 3 miles. It was 6 miles.
Wait, what?
In that humidity. Dude, I'm not going to lie, Figgy. I don't know about you.
Yeah.
You can
they said it was about 3 miles. I'm like, all right, cool. I can do this. Man, we did a little pre-meeting. The guy said, it's about to be about 6 miles, so make sure you bring an extra water. I'm like, what?
We're looking at each other. And Figgy, I'm not going to lie. I'm not ashamed to say it. I was sore as hell the next day.
I'm still sore.
Really?
Yeah.
It's wild, man. You would think, you exercise, you do things, but once you get that extra 3 miles in there.
But see, walking throughout the city like that is different from just like walking on the treadmill.
And it was all pavement.
Yeah.
It was all pavement, even into Memorial Park. But it was good, and it was a good event. So I appreciate everybody that was paying attention to that, and we'll grow it. We got to beat Dallas on this. Dallas has a big one that like thousands of people show up. This was relatively small, but we've only been doing it for a couple of years, so we'll grow it.
Get the right time might help.
Market, yes, and distance.
Yeah, distance, time. You know.
The right time and distance would be good.
Yeah, I don't know about doubling my mileage. That doesn't sound like an ideal situation, to say the very least. Hope you enjoyed your Memorial Day, however you celebrated it. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Going to get some Texans on the field tomorrow, but will he be here? Will he be here or will he not? And if he's not, how should that make us feel? Next.
All right, Lance.
Figgy, let's hit it big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
50 days ago today, we saw the Texans make a move for Stephon Diggs. Still haven't heard from him. Been about 7 weeks. But here was Nick Caserio being asked about when we could hear from the Texans' newest wide receiver.
Again, our environment's different than another environment, so we really don't know what's going on in 31 other buildings. We know what's going on in our building, so excited to have stuff here. And when he gets here, I mean, certainly he'll be available. There'll be ample time for you all to visit with him. So like we're not sign a free agent, bring a jersey up here and like do a big powwow. Like that's not how we operate. Like we don't believe in that. Other teams choose to do it differently. Excited to have stuff here, and hopefully he can add to our team.
All right, there you go. Sounds great.
Well, he did say when he gets here, we'll have him out there. Well, he has gotten there.
He was there, and then
he was there.
He wasn't. Now we don't know tomorrow where it's going to happen. We know he's getting work in with CJ. We know he appears to be, no one's really said anything bad about him. Matter of fact, you've had the head coach and part of ownership talk about how exciting things were for him, but we still haven't heard from him. Only big acquisition in the NFL this year that we haven't heard from. But hey, we don't all do things like that,
Hey,
except when we do.
You don't know what's going on
with
in
the
31 other buildings.
Well, I do. You name a move, they've
been
spoken.
out there.
So we have not heard from him yet. I know that veterans do their own thing and they work out and stuff, but I will say it would be. I mean, look, it might not be a big deal to the players and stuff, but it would be nice to see, the Hunters, the Diggs out there, not just when they have to be.
Mm-hmm. The thing about it is, are we going to be talking about this in October? Remember when? No, it's going to end up being a little blip on the radar, but it's weird. It's just weird that. And again, it could be as simple as like, hey, I like to talk to the media, but I don't have to right now, so I'm not. Just like I'm not feeling it. But you would think the Texans, in fact, you probably know the Texans have really pushed for him to be available to get out there and get that buzz going and have him in front of fans and all that stuff, and it hadn't happened. It's just weird.
Do you think that we're sleeping on someone that was a big part of what CJ did last year? Dalton Schultz. Like we talk about the wide receivers, and it's, who's going to get the most balls and who's going to have to sacrifice the most and how are they going to make this work? Who are they going to take away? We've had all these discussions. I mean, you got to think that perhaps the middle of the field is going to be kind of open for Dalton Schultz. Like nobody is going to be able to commit to taking away the middle of the field with Dalton Schultz. And when you hear Dalton Schultz talk and you see some of the plays that he made last year with C.J. Stroud, where C.J. appeared to trust him in the in the most important times. Do you think there's perhaps a little bit of sleeping on Dalton Schultz?
I don't know if is sleeping the right word, or just sort of like it's almost like what you're going to get. You're just kind of taking it for granted. You're not expecting. I mean, he's not going to have a 90 catch year. He's going to have a 50, 60, maybe more catch year, and we're just kind of accepting that's what it's going to be. Now, some of those catches, maybe we're sleeping on how big some of them can be, because we did last year. The one from Keenum and several others, as you mentioned, with C.J. Stroud. But I don't think it's like, wow, what a year he had. No, what plays he had is I think how we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, I just wonder, what the impact is with Schultz. Also going to be interesting to see what goes on with Mixon. Both of them there. No Stephon Diggs at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on it. Hopefully we hear from him. I guess minicamp was when I was told. So what is that? 3 weeks? 4?
That's June. About 3 weeks.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
So we'll go 10 weeks without it. All right, that's cool. All right. Seems like really capitalizing on the excitement.
June 4th through the 6th is mandatory minicamp.
Okay, so June 4th. Perhaps we'll hear from Dick. So there you go. That's
next week.
That's about a week and a half.
Yeah, a little over a week.
Yeah. 9 weeks. Never heard of it. Never hurt anybody.
Figure, are you sensing any sarcasm?
A little bit.
A little bit.
I mean, I got 14 uniform videos, man.
That's true.
I mean, you trade for one of the more polarizing receivers in the league, and yeah, you know.
Landry trying to drip with sarcasm, but not getting it done, Landry.
No, it's all good, man. I mean, it's got to, you know, if he were an alternate uniform, we probably just heard from him, you know, in the 7-week span, probably like 36 times.
I think I figured out what the one thing is that's frustrating about this.
Yeah.
And you just reminded me. Like, he had this reputation, no matter how true it is, of being kind of either difficult or
emotional
or contrary or emotional or whatever. If that were you and you were going to a new organization, wouldn't you go out of your way to say, nah, man, that was there, not here?
And I don't even know that it's the right reputation. I haven't heard anything bad about him, man. I haven't heard like any teammates say it. I haven't even heard any of his former teammates say it.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely there. That's part of the reason why you were able to make the trade.
Yeah.
But
do you feel like it's him though?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think he shies away from the media.
Yeah.
I know he's been requested.
Yeah, but the Texans already, you know, this ain't the first person they signed, man. Yeah. And they had a press conference for that.
Daniil Hunter.
Like if that were me, like if I were Stephon Diggs, hey man, you're seeing all these tweets, you're seeing all these stories and everything else. Yeah, he's kind of difficult. He could, made some trouble in Minnesota and then Buffalo. I'd be like, no, man, that's not me. Let's get out there. Yeah. I mean, wouldn't you think like just you personally would say like, no, let's nip this in the bud?
Well, I mean, they're the only team who hadn't done it.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's
not. I'm saying from his perspective.
Yeah,
like,
from his perspective,
want to get out there.
He said some stuff. He's tweeting about Houston. He's doing his thing. So we'll see.
Maybe just trying to stay focused or something. I don't know. Maybe he just want to, not want to talk to the media right now.
I'm sure there's a lot of guys who do press conferences that don't want to talk.
Yes, all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's about the excitement and stuff, right?
It's about the excitement. It's about your reputation. From his perspective, it's the excitement and kind of the energy.
I think he's going to be the best quote, one of the best quotes on the team.
I think you're right.
I think he's going to be easy to root for. He's going to be easy to gravitate to.
Mm-hmm.
Already seems to get along with the guys. It'll be nice to hear him, man.
Mm-hmm.
9 weeks we got. Okay, so there you go. Let's get it going. All right.
How many is it?
I think 9 weeks. It's been 50 days, so we'll hear from Diggs, and we'll get to get a taste of that excitement that I keep hearing about from people in the organization. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. When is it okay? Question of the day. When is it okay to root against someone on your own squad? Not telling anyone how to fan. It's an individualized game, but there are many people that are openly rooting against Jose Abreu. Some people say on the text line, if you're rooting against someone on your own squad, you are a slime ball.
That's not true.
Some people are saying, screw Jose Abreu. I'm against Jose Abreu. When is the right time? When is the appropriate time, if ever, to root against someone on your own squad?
No.
That is the question of the day.
He's dead to me, says the 832. Yeah, man. I'm actually not rooting against him. I'm just fascinated and frustrated that it's even a thing. Like, this shouldn't even be a thing. We know why, but it shouldn't even be a thing. It's just weird.
There is no sweat equity from Jose Abreu.
Yeah, and you don't have a long history with him where you're like even Bregman. You can understand why people are invested in him
for sure.
Like I'm gonna defend Alex Bregman till my last breath. I understand that. I get it. But there's not that same relationship or investment with Abreu, so I think he's probably a little bit more of a target.
Do you think that because the Astros are lucky to be in the mild West, do you think that if the Astros were in a better division, there would be a different approach? Do you think the fact that they're less than a handful of games back from the Mariners, do you think that adds to just kind of we'll try to work him in, even though it's the second third of the season, and even though they've been playing good, and even though Seattle's in first place, we'll just try to work him in? Do you think there's perhaps a little bit of is it a convenience, or is it a little bit of an arrogance, the fact that you're trying to get this going?
I'm telling you, I don't think so. I think the same thing would be happening.
You think if they were in the AL East and they were how many ever games back from the Yankees, they would still be doing this?
Yes, and you know why? The same thread of thing of that characteristic that is keeping him here now. Ego. Their ego would not be any less. They'd be like, well, we're only 9 games back of the wild card or whatever it is, and Bagwell would still want to be right on this. Maybe Jim Crane, maybe whomever it is that's backing up all these moves. No, I don't think a thing would be different.
Right now, the Astros, they are 4.5 back. They would be 12.5 back in the AL East. 5 of the 8 teams with a negative run differential are in the American League West. There's not a single team with a positive. Yes. Seattle's in first. They have a -6. Astros actually have the best run differential in the AL West.
They do?
-5.
Well, there you go. That's all you need to know.
They have the best run differential in the league at -5.
Man, the Guardians, the Royals in the Central. I mean, it's you win the division or nothing.
The best in the game, the GOAT, and the current best in the game have a message for Texans fans. We'll give you that message next.
The Drive.
TexansFootball.com/deals.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, we've heard Tom Brady give C.J. Stroud some love. Now here was Patrick Mahomes with Nick Wright being asked about what quarterbacks he likes to watch the most. Here was what Mahomes said.
I like watching Josh a lot. We play a lot of similar opponents. He plays a similar style of football that I do. I like watching C.J. Stroud a lot now, man. He's been out there and he's making plays happen. And then I would say probably Joe. Just guys, I watch we play the same teams, and so watching him play definitely gives me some ideas of what we can do as an offense. And I'm kind of the old guy now, and I have to kind of hold that title as the old guy, but I try to continue to do whatever I can to be the best that I can be.
Here's what scares me about that. Now, on one hand, you say, oh, that's great. C.J. Stroud's getting love from Patrick Mahomes. He's getting thrown in the elite company. But, if Patrick Mahomes is the old guy right now, he's 28. So, I don't know. I don't know if we expect him to play till he's 40 or, whatever. It seems like a lot of quarterbacks try to do that, and I'm sure he's going to try to push it as long as he can. But, if he's considered the old guy and he's the best one right now, the man is 28 years old.
Yeah.
So that's quite a hurdle right there for CJ. But it is nice to hear more all-time greats, and he's already one of those. Talk good about your quarterback and talk good about CJ Stroud.
It kind of hit me in a weird way because not long after Tom Brady talks about CJ Stroud, Patrick Mahomes talks about CJ Stroud like this. They're for two of the best ever. Maybe ultimately they'll go down as the two best ever. To say that about your quarterback going into year two, doesn't that kind of just make all this other stuff we're talking about, like who's going to be this at receiver, and is Cade Stover going to, and is Dalton Schultz under? Doesn't that just make all that other stuff sort of like white noise? Like, you've got a guy that has the endorsement of those two dudes, and that we know what we've sseen from him. It just kind of makes you like take a step back and like, look, maybe we're making too much of all this other stuff because he is that good.
Well,
yeah.
I don't know how he comes down to earth. I don't think it was a fluke or anything like that. I do wonder, like, is the bar getting too high at this point for CJ Stroud?
Maybe.
Like, is the bar becoming crazy? Like, should the Texans be minus 200 to make the playoffs? Like, have we gotten to that point in this short of a time? Perhaps. Maybe the answer is yes, but you do just wonder, like, are we expecting? Are the expectations too high? Are they setting us up for disappointment? And you can have a disappointing year or so and not lose momentum when it comes to long term. But there doesn't seem to be any skepticism about CJ Stroud, at least not valid skepticism. I don't have any really. So yeah. I'm not sitting here saying it. I'm just saying there have been a lot of times where there have been these high expectations in the NFL, and then the team takes a step back. I would have to try really hard to sell that CJ Stroud is going to like take a step back or something like that, especially with what they did around him, and especially with the weapons that he has, the maturity he appears to have, and all that. I can't find anything negative about him.
And that's what's hitting me about these, hearing the latest with Patrick Mahomes. There is no better validation than for two of the best ever to say, I like watching that guy. Like, back in the day, let's say Howard Stern and Rush Limbaugh said, I love listening to that Landry Locker. That's a validation that they just don't give a lot of, first of all. And it's a validation of like, okay, he's legit. This is not just us with rose-colored glasses. C.J. Stroud, for him to impress those guys, just makes it all feel better about what this team is, whether or not we can parse out all the little things that they still might need,
What are we looking at here? Like, if you want to push back and say, all right, the Texans are set up to be one of the disappointing teams of the year. Like, and let's put injuries to the side. Let's not try to forecast that.
Mm-hmm.
What are you pointing to? Is it just the fact that it's a year-to-year league? Is it the fact that there's film on CJ Stroud? Is it the fact that the schedules, like, if you're just attempting to do it and doing that BS, allow me to play devil's advocate type of thing. Like, what are you even looking at? What are you looking to?
Is there anything tangible?
Yeah, is there anything that you look at right now and say, okay, this could be the Achilles heel for the Texans, and this could be what holds them back. Is there anything?
Because everything you said is an intangible. The schedule, yeah. I mean, that's a legitimate argument, but it's not necessarily something you can reach out and touch because C.J. Stroud may well run through some of those teams. You also mentioned they have film on him, a sophomore slump, whatever you want to call it. Well, that's not a tangible thing. Like you can't look at his season and say, boy, he had a 3-game stretch there that I'm worried about.
Yeah.
So it's all intangibles with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, would I bet on the Texans to win the division? No, it's bad value. Like, if you told me I was getting even money, perhaps, but it's bad value.
They're that big of a favorite.
Yeah, and it is a tough division. I will say perhaps Indianapolis got better this offseason. I would say that. Jacksonville, I think they're going to be close to what they were last year. Maybe. I mean, there's some question marks there. I don't know what the hell Tennessee is.
Yeah.
So maybe the division gets better.
Again, maybe that's more tangible than not, but it's still projection on obviously Anthony Richardson and what Trevor Lawrence is going to do, what the hell, the Titans are. Like, if you just look at what they did, numbers, production, all that, and then you get these endorsements from Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady, you're like, okay. I mean, that's how I'm feeling. Like, okay, this is legit.
What if Tom Brady's not a good analyst?
Well, I mean, I would say that he would his analysis of quarterbacks is probably pretty good, but yeah, I mean, I guess that's a possibility.
I'm just ready for training camp to start. I'm ready to get this in the intensity. We're kind of in the dry spot where usually the Astros carry us home.
Mm-hmm.
Not too exciting of a squad right now.
No, that's not happening. But the Texans are going to start picking up business a little bit. They got tomorrow through Friday, and then a little over a week from now, you got the mandatory mini camp. So that's when we'll get Stephon Diggs and be able to see some of these things a lot more.
Elsewhere, you have the NBA Finals. At least half of it is set. You have Boston.
It's all set.
Boston swept Indiana. By the way, a good effort by Indiana. I mean, that was about as close of a sweep as you can remember. I mean, you can make a case that they gave away 2 games.
You can.
You can say Boston took it, but they gave away the first one for damn sure.
Yeah.
And they end up getting swept. So Boston moves on, and then you have Dallas up 3-0 against Minnesota. When you watch this, and this is localized here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610, like when you watch these teams, when you watch the Celtics and you're watching the Mavericks and the Wolves, like from a Rockets POV, does this encourage or make you feel a little bit helpless as you're watching this? Like as you're watching these teams play, how does it make you feel?
I'm a little encouraged if I'm a Rockets fan here, because you're just worried about the West, and I think the West. You're young. There's a lot of teams that are young. Oklahoma City, the Mavericks, obviously, boy, they're in a groove, man. I'll tell you what, I got to give it to the Mavericks as much as I hate them. What they're doing is just ridiculous. The play that Luka made on the floor and then the pass back and all that stuff. I mean, you got to give it to them. The Mavericks might be the closest kind of sure thing right now, even though, they weren't the number 1 seed. The Nuggets are always going to have Jokic. So, they're concerned, those two. But otherwise in the West, there's opportunity there,
I'm more discouraged when I watch this.
Really?
Because I don't feel like the Rockets have him on their squad.
Yeah.
And when I'm looking at Luka, I'm looking at even Kyrie, and then I'm looking at Boston, and they have Tatum who can basically sit in the corner for a little bit, and then they have Jaylen Brown. And then you realize you're watching this team that's so damn deep, and Porzingis isn't even playing.
Yeah.
Like, just to kind of put in perspective how deep they are. I feel like watching this, I just feel like the Rockets are far away from these squads.
From that,
yeah,
yes.
that's what I'm looking at.
Championship contending with the dude.
Yeah,
they're a ways away from that. But I think that
maybe they find the dude this year with the number 3 overall pick.
Maybe.
I mean, no, I don't think that's when Luka went.
Yeah.
So maybe they find the dude.
But
I just don't think they have the dude.
I can see them getting in the mix,
like winning a playoff series or something.
Yeah, sure, certainly getting to the playoffs. Yeah, the West is going to be pretty exciting for a while. With obviously Denver, Oklahoma City, San Antonio, Houston, and then you got Dallas still out there. I mean, Kyrie isn't going anywhere anytime soon, is he?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You never know.
Mm-hmm.
Might just abruptly retire, knowing him.
Timberwolves are a huge disappointment right now, man.
I mean, they got to the West Finals,
but they just look bad. Karl Anthony Towns is they're
gassed, man.
Torched.
They're gassed. Anthony Edwards is tired, man.
Yeah, that too.
That's what they say. He's a little bit tired.
Okay, I guess he's a little bit tired.
And then you have two guys who can just – Luka's kind of a sicko. Like, it almost seems like he's getting off to being banged up.
Yeah, I mean, look at his numbers.
Yeah, it's almost like he's enjoying being hurt with the hurt leg and ankle. Seriously. Like, it just seems like he likes this – it's like the grimier, the better with him.
Yeah, we've been talking about, like, let's see how long he can make this – how he can sustain this.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like he's –
I'm
not
shocked.
going anywhere anytime soon.
I'm actually kind of shocked.
Yeah.
That he seems to be getting off to this.
It's he's having one of those. I mean, the only reason you think the Mavericks are going to have a chance, Kyrie obviously, but is Luka. Like if they have a chance against the Celtics, that's it.
Kyrie's got some smoke there.
I just love him watching him go into the rack, man, just breaking defenses down.
Porzingis going to try to play?
I heard that he was.
Okay.
That seems to be the rumor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Boston just seems a little too deep. I heard B. Scott and Harris talking about this. I think they basically crowned the Mavs. I just think Boston's deep, man.
I think Boston's going to win.
Yeah, they're too deep.
Yeah.
For sure, which sucks because I don't want Boston to get another championship. You damn sure don't want the Mavs to get the championship. But I watch it, and I just think, man, the Rockets are pretty far away from having what these teams have depth-wise and at the very tip-top of the roster. Coming up next, the localized pivotal things in the AFC South, short and long term, that impact the Texans. The big moments ahead for D'Amico, Caserio, and Stroud next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Ninth in the
Apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, pivotal moments for the Texans. Some short-term, some long-term, but I think they all are very important when it comes to the era of Texans football that we're in right now, that is upon us, that we're all very excited about. I have 8 things, and I'm going to reiterate a sick wish that I have for the betterment of the era. You may disagree with that.
Okay.
Pivotal moment number 1 that is going to impact the Texans significantly is, can Anthony Richardson play or can he stay healthy? We're gonna get to see that, because if you have, it's one thing to get hurt the first year, but if Anthony Richardson comes back and he's once again unable to stay healthy or he doesn't perform at a high level, that kind of puts Indianapolis in a tough spot. Same Indianapolis squad that was toe-to-toe with you over the course of last season with a backup quarterback. Whether or not Anthony Richardson can stay healthy, whether Shane Steichen can maximize what he has with Anthony Richardson, I would say that's that short-term pivotal moment number 1 that we need to keep a close eye on.
Yeah, it's health. But let me ask you this.
You think it's just health?
That's what I'm asking you. If he stays healthy, is he going to be really good?
I don't think he can suck that bad.
That's what I'm wondering.
With Shane Steichen as his OC.
Yeah.
So I think even if he's not great, I think that Shane Steichen will be able to maximize whatever he can do.
So what I'm saying is, like, a healthy AR-15, all 17 games, probably going to be something of a problem at some level.
They were a drop pass away from making the playoffs with Minshew.
Yeah.
They got Joe Flacco as the backup now. So that's number 1. Can AR-15, Anthony Richardson, can he stay on the field and can he be healthy? Next one. This one's interesting. Can Brian Callahan coach? You feel good about Shane Steichen. You feel good about D'Amico Ryans. Brian Callahan was kind of a random-ish hire. I know Amy Adams stank. She got rid of Mike Vrabel, and then she said they were trying to be proactive and they wanted to get the top guy. We don't know what he did or didn't do in Cincinnati, but let's say Brian Callahan is, like Shane Steichen. If Brian Callahan can coach, then that would put 2 really good coaches, and I'm not even counting Doug Peterson for the moment. We'll get to him in a sec. But that would put 2 really good young coaches on the same playing level, same playing field as D'Amico Ryans. So can Callahan coach is number 2.
Probably the most feast or famine possibility on the board, and I haven't even looked at your others, but I just feel like if he can coach and the things they brought in, Will Levis, all that stuff, that might be problematic. I'm not counting on it. I'm not. I think he can coach all right. I'm not counting on them being good enough.
Innovative? Is he a guy? Shane Steichen?
Who knows?
Number 3, Doug Peterson's 2024 season. This is a very open statement, but disappointment last year in Jacksonville. I don't know. Maybe if Jacksonville misses the playoffs, they're looking for a new coach. They might be hesitant because of the dynamic he does have with Trevor Lawrence. But I do think that this is going to be, at the very least, this is either going to be Jacksonville kind of riding the ship, or this is going to be Jacksonville having one of the coaches that could perhaps be fired after the year or could be on the hottest of all hot seats. So Doug Peterson, how does Jacksonville respond to him? And also do have to keep in mind they were a game away from winning the division as well. But I keep a close eye on Doug Peterson.
Yeah, I guess it's just because they've had the setbacks and disappointments. I'm still not even sure how good a coach he is. Like, I know that sounds weird.
Well, people talk about the Super Bowl. It's like, well, the team that won the Super Bowl with him fired him.
Yeah.
And they really haven't missed a beat. They've been pretty good since.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there's situation in Philly, but it's not like they fired him and they regret it.
Yeah. I'm wondering how good he is, which sounds weird, as you just put it, but this is a very pivotal season for him.
So we have, can AR-15 play, stay healthy? Can Brian Callahan coach? Doug Peterson's 2024 season. Number 4, Trevor Lawrence getting paid. It's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be more difficult for Jacksonville to build a elite roster. And that's the case with every quarterback that gets paid. It's difficult. Even with Patrick Mahomes, it becomes more difficult. Sometimes you have to let some good football players walk. We see it in Buffalo right now. Buffalo's getting rid of damn near half their roster, it feels like. So you find yourself in these situations. It's a hellacious situation, though, if the quarterback doesn't establish himself as at least being really, really, really good. And I don't think we can say Trevor Lawrence is really, really, really good. There's stretches, but there's inconsistencies. And once he gets that chunk of the pie and gets his next contract, it's going to be a pivotal moment for Jacksonville. It's going to be kind of an opportunity for the Texans before they get to the situation where they have to pay C.J. Stroud, which right now you probably feel a little bit better about.
Yeah.
Like if you feel about C.J. Stroud the way that the Jags feel about Trevor Lawrence right now, it's going to be a pretty tense situation once you have to write that check.
Yeah, if you're a little bit apprehensive about paying a franchise quarterback, that's a problem. Like they weren't apprehensive in other places. You know, we went through the list last week about paying them. You still have to make some adjustments. You still have to make some tough decisions, as they did in Buffalo, but they weren't apprehensive about paying, go down the list. You know, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, all of them. They're a little apprehensive about paying Trevor Lawrence. They have to be. And that's why I said short term, they might rise up and do a couple things, but long term, they're not going to be a big issue.
Pivotal moment number 5, and we've been taking our eyes off our own paper. Let's put our eyes right back on our own paper. How does Nico Collins follow up his 2023 season? I really want to see this. I don't know what they're going to decide to do. I don't know if they're going to try to do an extension right now, but I just want to see how Nico Collins follows up his only healthy season, only season with a really, really good quarterback. Number 1 on the team last year, top 10 production among all wide receivers. How does he follow this up? I think he's a part of the plan no matter what.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's like a scenario, even worst case scenario, where Nico Collins plays his way out of town. I think he's a part of things. But how good do you feel about Nico Collins? How does he follow that up? That's pivotal moment number 5.
Yeah, and how good does he have to be with the other guys? I mean, obviously he wants to get paid. He's going to want a big season. But if he's just really, really good and a little bit less than what he was last year, he's still going to get paid, and he's still going to be – this team's still going to be a lot better because of it.
Number 6, I put him down the list because I don't have as much confidence. What does Will Levis look like?
Yeah.
What does he look like? Is he worth a third year? Are you moving on? Like, what does Will Levis look like? There were some highs. There were some lows last year. There's no excuses. I mean, they spent a lot of money giving him weapons. They improving the offensive line. They've brought in an offensive coach. What does Will Levis look like this year? If Will Levis looks good, then I mean that's someone that you can connect to C.J. Stroud, and we know that Lawrence, regardless of what we just said about him, he's going to be here for a long time. Is Anthony Richardson and his Will Levis, are they long-term signal callers for two of the 3 opposing teams in the division?
Yeah, this is directly tied to Brian Callahan. Whatever they can pull out of Will Levis, he doesn't even have to be great, but if they just show some progress with him, then all of a sudden they're going to feel a lot better about things.
Number 7, I heard John Harris and B. Scott talking about this. Does Stingley stay healthy? If Stingley has a fully healthy season, then you're talking about a guy who's probably going to demand one of the highest contracts in the NFL for a corner.
Mm-hmm.
If he misses 6 more games like he did last year and the previous year where he missed about that amount, then I don't know how you approach that extension. You would like to have him here, but if he stays fully healthy, the team's going to be in an interesting situation. I heard JH talking about it, saying, I think it's going to happen. My thing would be based on what?
Yeah.
I mean, I hope, because I think his thing was that he's due. I hope you're right, because I do think he's elite if he's in there, but can you really rely on that? Would you bet on that? It just doesn't seem like it would be a wise investment to bet on that.
It's really hard to say. I think he's going to be healthy. I mean, first of all, it's football, and injuries tend to happen. And the other thing is, whether it's bad luck or something more than that, you're injury prone until you're not. I mean, you're a guy that's known to have had injuries until you can prove otherwise. So it's kind of hard to say, he's going to be healthy.
Final thing, and this is going to be, it could be after this season, it could be after the next season, it could be double trouble, it could just be one, who knows. the inevitable departures of Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson. And I think this is interesting because throughout the D'Amico hiring process, the dialogue was, okay, you want an offensive coach, especially if you get a quarterback, because he's going to be with that quarterback forever and you don't have to replace offensive coordinators. Gerard Johnson's a pretty popular guy right now. Bobby Slowick's a pretty popular guy right now. Got interviews last year. Now, maybe you get lucky and you have like a Ben Johnson situation where he just kind of gets squeezed out. Maybe he's being a little bit more selective when it comes to like the OC in Detroit. Maybe he's a little bit more selective and you get Bobby Slowick for longer than you anticipate. But it does just seem like an inevitability that one of, if not both of these guys are going to be gone relatively soon.
This doesn't worry me as much as it probably should. And the reason is I thought them both coming back this year was enormous. Enormous for the team, enormous for C.J. Stroud. His second year, keep it going. Keep adding things to how he handles and what you add to the offense and all that. But after year 3, let's say it happens this year, both of them gone. Gerard might be up for a head coaching job, so that could, if he's not, he'll probably be the OC and we're all happy. If Slowick leaves. But let's say they both leave. To me, that's a huge difference between leaving after year 1 and leaving after year 2 for C.J. Stroud. Because then he's established. He's the veteran. He kind of knows how to run the offense blindfolded, and all that stuff.
Blindfolded?
Yeah, pretty much. And you can bring in a guy that's been in with Gerard and Bobby Slowick for 2 years and kind of make it seamless that way. This probably should worry me more than it does, but it doesn't because of that. Because C.J. going into year 3, that'll be a big, kind of bonus.
But it's not like he came in Bobby taught him the offense. Gerard taught him the offense.
Yeah.
So you just think that he learns it and then it doesn't matter who the coordinator is?
No, it's going to matter. I'm just saying it doesn't worry me as much because CJ will have the offense pretty much down and they're not going to change anything dramatically, right? They're not going to change, all of a sudden, okay, now you're running this offense.
No, this is the offense.
Yeah,
this is the offense.
Yeah, so I think that's what kind of makes it a little bit better for me.
See, I just hope that one of them goes and it goes 0-17 and then maybe 0-17 again and then they come back and they're like the lifetime assistant. So whichever one of them gets a gig, I'm rooting against Gerard and I'm rooting against Bobby.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
0-17.
Perfect scenario is Bobby Slowick gets a job. Gerard does not. Head coaching job. Because he won't leave for another OC job.
Yeah.
He'll be this OC. So that's it. Then you go into
Bobby goes 0-17.
Doesn't matter at that point.
No, because then when Gerard gets his job, Bobby's fired for being a bad head coach. And then Bobby just comes back and calls plays.
But then CJ would be going into year 4.
That's fine.
Which is even better.
That's cool. So Bobby goes 0-17 and then 2-15.
Yeah.
Then Gerard.
I don't think I'm going to do that.
Then Gerard is a head coach and Bobby's right back.
I don't think I'm going to do
Rod
that.
Marinelli was still a good DC.
He was.
Yeah. So come on, Bobby. Just go suck at coaching.
Then Gerard leaves and here comes Bobby back.
Yeah. Give me that.
I don't know.
I was looking at the possible openings, and I kind of just proactively
already.
decided to do this.
There's always a list. I haven't looked at it.
Well, I have a list. I think it's 8 or 9 potential openings because I think there's some that you can just completely dismiss. But these would be the openings that I could potentially see happening after the season. Dallas, I think it's inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
They're rebuilding with Mike McCarthy. They're going to keep the powder dry. They're going to pay Parsons. They're going to pay Lamb, and then they're going to let the next head coach come in and decide what they want to do with Dak. I think the Cowboys is inevitable. I don't think Mike McCarthy's back. I think he's dead coach walking.
Yeah.
Buffalo, if Buffalo doesn't make significant progress, the McDermott thing kind of seems to be
it's running its
drifting
course.
away a little bit. Sometimes change is necessary. The Jets, if Robert Saleh and Aaron Rodgers don't get it done, I could see a scenario where they're looking for maybe even a new GM.
Mm-hmm.
Because they've thrown all their chips on the table for Aaron Rodgers. Poor Robert Saleh.
Right.
Giants, I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking. I know they're kind of riding it out with Daniel Jones. Maybe there's a situation where they let Dable go. I don't know. Maybe. That's a maybe.
Mm-hmm.
If Philadelphia disappoints this year, Nick Sirianni's gone.
Probably.
You've already fired both coordinators. That's the number one sign. If the ship doesn't get righted, then Philadelphia needs a coach. Keep an eye on Doug Peterson in Jacksonville. I don't know. Maybe he just gets on the hot seat. I don't know that they just move on from him. But if you miss the playoffs in back-to-back years, all bets are off. New Orleans, I think, is going to need a new coach after this year. I don't think Dennis Allen's going to do a damn thing.
I agree.
I'm already dismissing him.
Mm-hmm.
Todd Bowles in Tampa Bay, maybe, maybe not. They did make the playoffs last year. They did win a playoff game. Who knows? I like Todd Bowles. I think he's a good coach. And then the Rams, I threw out there.
Rams?
Well, I mean, Sean McVay's been rumored to, retire the last 3 years, and then they're going to have to start over at quarterback because you don't know how long Stafford's going to go. Aaron Donald just retired.
Yeah.
He seems to be one of those guys who has, a 8-figure job lined up in TV if he wants it. So I could see a scenario where we heard the McVay rumors 2 years ago. I could see a scenario where the Rams opens up. Now, whether or not – the other question is when it comes to Slowick and Gerard is, how appealing are these jobs? Because D'Amico said you got to be selective. So how appealing is going and taking over the Rams post Matthew Stafford? Is that appealing?
That's exactly what I was kind of in my head thinking about. Well, first of all, Dallas is probably going to be Belichick. I would guess Belichick would be in the mix anyway.
Seems to be the notion.
And mentioned. As far as some of these others, I don't know if they're that attractive. Well, some are for sure, but like New Orleans, I don't know. I mean, something like that.
Who wants that?
Philly would be attractive.
Yeah, Philly, you're going up there and you have a really good roster.
Are the Jets an attractive team?
They got a decent roster. I mean, you might not have a quarterback.
That's kind of important.
Be 42.
Giants are not attractive.
There's no quarterbacks coming out either. So I don't know. What if we run it back and Gerard and Bobby are back again?
Oh my God, that would be pretty good. How attractive is Buffalo?
When you have Josh Allen, that's good. I wouldn't want to live in Buffalo.
Well, that's true. But if they,
too cold.
Landry, it's only one of 32.
Don't care.
Didn't you listen to David Culley?
Don't care.
Yeah.
I will stay as an assistant coach. I'm not going to freeze in Buffalo. Forget that.
I wouldn't want to go to Jacksonville.
Yeah, you hate Jacksonville.
I hate Jacksonville. I just think and plus the market. I mean, how hard is it going to get players? Well, they got some.
But I do think that if you told Gerard or Slowick, hey, you got to work with Trevor Lawrence, I don't think they would run from it.
No, I agree. Yeah.
So I think, as much as we roll our eyes at Trevor Lawrence being the second coming and being, the can't miss guy, there is some appeal there.
Also depends on how bad these teams are with the openings because they might have a quarterback that they like, at the top of next year's draft.
Coming up, Lopez always says that yesterday is a monumental moment of a baseball season. If that's the case, what the hell do we know now? Next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Somebody texting you.
There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Lyon.
All right, Lopez likes Memorial Day for a number of reasons. There's the personal, and then there's the baseball side of things. We can touch on all of it here, but let's start with the baseball side of things. The Astros are now 1/3 through the season, so they're 1/3. Don't know, is that early or not? Don't know, but they're 1/3 through the season. They're sitting right now at 24-30. So if they want to win the 90 games, they would have to be 24 games over 500.
Yeah.
That's on the surface. That looks like bad news. But the good news is they're in the mile west, where they are 4.5 games out of first place. They have the best run differential at -5. And they have 3 games in the next 3 days with the team that leads the division. So with that said, you always say what you say about Memorial Day. What do we know about this Astros squad?
Yeah, I didn't create these. I just subscribed to them. They've been around for a long time. Memorial Day, July 4th weekend, and then Labor Day. So we've hit it. Yesterday was Memorial Day. Hopefully everybody had a great Memorial Day and had a lot of fun and all that. But yesterday was a marker, one of those 3 big markers in the season. So where are we? So the question is, what do we know about this team and where they're going? So right now, the Astros are on pace for a 72-90 record. That doesn't mean that's what they're going to do, but they're on pace after a third of the season on Memorial Day for a 72-90 record. That isn't going to get it done even in this division.
Yeah.
But they've been on a little bit of a streak here. Well, they're 5-5 in their last 10, but they've been in something of a streak.
Yeah, they took advantage of that 13-game stretch, 9-4.
Yeah, exactly. So, what else do we know?
Well, I mean, I think we know that. Well,
let me give you a couple things.
I don't know.
so we can.
I don't know much about the squad. I mean, they're just there.
We know this: Jose Abreu is your everyday first baseman, or dominantly your everyday first
for now.
Baseman. But he is. So Joe Espada pretty much said it. Dana Brown said it. Abreu had a real good day yesterday. He's up to 108 with his batting average. He went 1 for 3, which was a huge.
Yeah, he's above 100.
Huge improvement. But he's still one of the worst players offensively in baseball with at least 75 at bats. The stat that McTaggart had yesterday was only Parker Meadows and Martin Maldonado had worse batting average than him, and that's still the case. He's just up to 108. Here's what else we know, and this to me is why I said earlier, like, Jose Abreu to me isn't even the biggest issue with this team. He's a big issue, don't get me wrong, but he's not the biggest issue. The biggest issue is this. The pitching right now is there's no path for it to get better other than being a buyer. And how are you going to buy? What are you going to use to buy? You can't get a starting pitcher or a middle reliever or whatever on your looks. They're not just going to give you one. Right now, 2 guys are getting they get the 2-for-1 special over at Methodist, I guess. 2 guys are getting MRIs on their elbows today. Jose Urquidy and Christian Javier. I think last week I said I didn't like the way this was going with Jose Urquidy. I said I felt like I thought they might be rushing it. It was his forearm. Ultimately, that turns into an elbow, and ultimately at the end of the season, I've seen it enough times where they have surgery. Dude, he couldn't even throw a warm-up toss, the ball back to the umpire the other day. So he's out in my book. Nobody's telling me that. I'm just saying, in my book, he's out. Okay. I think Christian Javier is out. They went from sore neck to the exact same diagnosis. The exact same diagnosis they gave Urquidy, they gave him. Was it forearm?
Yeah, forearm discomfort.
Forearm discomfort. What? So there's 2 right there. JP France, what the hell's going on with him? Okay, but he was a warm body. Luis Garcia, who knows? Lance McCullers. What are we doing here? So to me, here we are on Memorial Day. You don't have pitching. It's going downhill. Maybe Fromber can do a little bit. None of the starting pitchers you would count on are consistent. Even Verlander and Fromber. Ronel Blanco, okay, we'll see. And Hunter Brown had a good outing the last time, but he still got a 7.08 ERA. That to me is the biggest concern. So, and then there's this. Didn't even mention Alex Bregman. So remember the series against the A's at home? He batted .500, 3 home runs, 6 RBI. All right, the cream always rises to the top. Remember that? In the 10 games since, he's batting .122 with a .346 OPS. So what is he? If this is a marker, as I often say and baseball has said, I just adopted it, they're not it. The only thing they have going for them is the division sucks. So you're counting on the rest of the division to keep you in the race. You're not counting on yourself to stay in the race. That's a problem.
How do you think they look at it? Because this is my deal right now. I want to balance. I want to balance checkers with chess. Because I think if we're playing checkers and we're thinking short term, you could be in a lot worse spots. Mm-hmm. But because you are in the division, because once you get in the playoffs, it's an equal playing field. I think they're fortunate there, so I think that's good. So we're just talking like this year, get into the playoffs and then get the opportunity to elevate your play and make a run. We've seen it before. So from that perspective, I think it's good. But from a chess situation, the problem that I have with the Astros right now is I think they function like a moronic organization. And I'm serious. Like it's not, and that's not easy to say.
No, I'm laughing because it's the Astros we're talking about, and I can't disagree.
It's not based on 7 years ago. It's not based on they function like a moronic organization. Like you're on your 3rd GM in 7 years, so naturally that's going to happen. Mm-hmm. Like Dana Brown comes up there and says one thing one day, it changes the next. Joe Espada doesn't even communicate with players. He goes up to the podium and he says stuff like, well, I got to talk to him. Well, where were you the last 4 innings, buddy? What were you doing? So you have that. You have Jeff Bagwell putting on baseball pants, making contracts and going over there and teaching Jose Abreu how to go 1 for 7 in the minor leagues. Like what? You have that going on. Like part of me wonders, like, do they look at this? Do they really look at Javier Urquidy and McCullers being hurt and Garcia and say, man, that's just tough luck?
Yeah.
That's just
got to wait it out.
Tough luck. We just got to wait it out, and then once we get our guys back, we'll be ready to go.
Ooh, boy,
as if those guys are there. That's the problem I have right now with the Astros is, look, rough times might happen. Hell, they've had rough stretches in the last few years, but I don't know that I trust these guys because they function like a moronic organization to be able to get things, not necessarily this year.
Yeah.
They could easily get in the playoffs this year. I mean, they have that opportunity. But in the long term, when it comes to sustaining the success, when it comes to making the tough decisions, I don't trust them, and that's the most discouraging thing for me. I can deal with stretches of bad baseball. We've watched historically bad baseball here, but you know what they had at that time? They had a plan.
Yeah.
What is their plan right now? Because, by the way, Abreu has another year on his contract after this year.
He sure does.
So it's not like we're just writing out this season. Like, are we running it back with Abreu? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, no, and the reason I think it's funny is because it's true. Like anything else, and that ends up being funny. Because it's true. Because you don't know where the direction is, and even worse, what do you have to get there? Like, how can you replenish with what you have? You got contracts, like you mentioned Abreu, but there's others as well. Tucker, you're going to have to take care of. Who knows with Bregman and all that stuff. So the only way to get there is to break it down. I mean, when we get to the next marker, 4th of July, we're going to know they got to sell. They got to figure something out or not. Or maybe they'll be in the race.
Just put this in perspective. Like right now with the Astros, like when I look at the standings, I'm just wanting to scratch and claw and get to 500.
Yeah.
Get to 500, and then we'll see what happens. They are right now 6 games below 500. They're 24-30. They're 4.5 games out of first place in their division. The Boston Red Sox, who are where you want to be, 500.
Yeah.
27-27, they're 9.5 out.
Yeah.
In their division. They're 9.5 games out in their division. The Twins are 5 games above 500, and they're 2 games further out of their division than you are in yours. Thank God for the West.
Well, no,
or not. Like
I was just going to say,
would it almost be better to not be in the AL West, so they would have to accept reality?
That's exactly what I was going to say, because like I just said it earlier, like you can't say, hey, we got hope. They're going to keep us in the division. In other words, they being Mariners and Rangers, and that's about it at the top right now. Well, you can't count on them keeping you in the division if you can't stay in the division yourself. I mean, like you're counting on them to keep you in the division because they suck. Well, what does that say about you? What does that say about you?
Yeah, I don't know what their long-term plan is. I don't know what the meeting is. I don't know. I guess Jim Crane has to get his baseball cards ready, and Reggie Jackson and all them get around the table and figure it out. But that's the most frustrating thing for me with the Astros is we've seen them play. We've seen some bad stretches of baseball. The problem that we have, and it's crazy that when we talk about the big 3 teams that we cover the most, they're the ones that right now I trust the least.
Yes.
Not based on talent,
Absolutely.
but based on the way in which they function as an organization. I think the Rockets function at a higher level right now with the current structure they got, with the Doka overseeing things, and then you got the Patrick Fertitta, Rafael Stone dynamic.
Yep.
And then the Texans with Caserio, D'Amico, and ownership here. It's insane that the Astros are the organization that you trust the least. That's wild.
But they've been there, Landry. They've been there 7 years in a row. See, that's the other issue here. And look, if I were Alex Bregman, I might have said the same thing. The cream always rises to the top. But you can't get drunk on your own history and stay and ruin the present.
Well, your history doesn't matter. I mean, you're basically like if you're hanging your hat on the last 7 years, outside of just the players, if you just think these players can flip the switch and figure it out, like you're an earlier version of the Dallas Cowboys. Like, I mean, it's not this is not Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones. Jeff Luhnow and AJ Hinch have been gone for a while. Dusty's gone.
Yeah.
You're getting older, so. Talking about what they've done the last 7, I guess you can try to hang your hat on it, but with the way that they function and the stuff that they're doing and the biggest story that they have going for them right now with the Jose Abreu situation, it's not the same.
Well, that's the I didn't really have a problem with Bregman saying that. I do have a problem if the front office believes that. If
the cream rises to the top?
The cream rises to the top.
Man, he fell off after he said that.
Yeah.
He had that smirk on his face after those 3 bombs in 2 days.
But I actually get it with him. He's been there. He's done that, but it's just not true. But that's fine. I get it. But if Jim Crane and Bagwell and Reggie Jackson and Dana Brown and all these guys think, hey, man, we're fine. We're the Astros. We're going to get this out of these guys, and McCullers is going to come back, and Luis Garcia and the Verlander's going to flip a switch again, and Fromber's going to be an ace. they're fooling themselves. They're fooling themselves.
Coming up next, 1/3 through the season and babysitting, the departure of the most hated man in baseball and the biggest loss in recent history. We'll explain next.
Yeah, man, I was just $50,000 active clients today. The market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Jose Abreu, he gets his batting average up above 108 heading into last night's game. His .99 batting average ranked 336 to 338 batters with at least 75 plate appearances. He was ahead of, wait for it, Martin Maldonado, who's hitting .86. God. And Parker Meadows, who's hitting .96.
That's the funny part.
I am so glad I don't have to deal with that anymore.
Can you imagine if he was still here? Abreu's doing all right.
People in Chicago having them same conversations we was having.
Yeah, they are.
Why is he in the lineup?
Yeah,
My
they are.
God.
He's like a manager on the field.
.86.
Handling the hell out of those pitchers. If you only knew how he handles those pitchers.
.86, dude.
Yeah.
What do you do?
You should not be in the lineup if you batting that at all.
Yeah, that's right.
.86.
Oh, my gosh. Oh. Can you imagine if he was still here? Which was a discussion.
I don't think Espada would play him. Nah, I do think that was because I think the front office would have rather had Diaz in. I do think Maldonado was a Dusty thing. I think it was the worst Dusty thing.
But the pitchers liked him too, man.
Give a damn who they like. You see how they threw?
Yeah.
They were breaking down last year.
Yeah.
He only got the credit when they did good, and when they did bad, it was just kind of dismissed.
Well, the White Sox have the worst record in the American League.
Yeah. He's not I mean, these were some good pitchers that were throwing to Maldonado, but anytime he did anything, he was getting credit. But if it went bad, it was just like, oh, well, you know.
Yeah, it happens.
Maldi, you know.
Yeah.
I thought he made
could have been worse.
Thought he made just 2 bad pitches. Both of them ended up in the upper deck, but you know, it happens. And Maldonado would run over there.
Yeah. God, I'm glad we're over that.
Thank God for no Maldi. Astros officially 1/3 through the season. They got Seattle tonight, the second of 4. Last night, tough L. They fall 3-2. They allow all 3 of the runs in the first inning. Framber Valdez settles down. He gets through 6. Abreu, 1 of 3 with a single in the 5th. Now, that's what's happening on the field. Off the field, a couple of MRIs.
Mm-hmm.
Christian Javier, man, what happened to that sore neck?
Yeah.
They said he slept on it wrong.
Slept wrong.
How do you say he slept on it wrong?
It's like me saying, yeah, I slept funny last night. You know, I got a torn ACL.
So Javier and Jose Urquidy, they're both getting imaging on their forearms tomorrow. This according to Joe Espada.
0 to 10, the prospect of them coming back and pitching this year.
Javier's done. He's got to be done, right?
I think Javier
This has been the weirdest month that I can remember, and we've had some weird-ass injury months. The Javier thing was – you don't think that was weird?
That was weird.
To quote Tony Busby, you don't think that's a little bit weird?
That was weird. I think Javier and Urquidy, it's a 1 in my book. They're not coming back.
Javier missed a start because they said he slept on his neck wrong. I'm repeating
You don't think
this.
that's a little bit strange?
And trying to make sense of this. So he slept on his neck wrong.
Yeah.
They scratched him from his next start. They put him on the injured list. Then he came back. He couldn't last an inning.
Mm-hmm.
Then he went back out there, and now all of a sudden it's like a forearm.
Yeah.
Dude,
he needs a Tempur-Pedic.
Maybe he slept wrong and he was like laying on his forearm or something.
Man, I've been sleeping on my...
trying to figure it out.
I know. Sometimes I do that. I sleep weird.
I've been sleeping on my hand where it goes numb
My
now.
hand goes numb
at
too.
night.
Yeah, because I sleep on my bicep with my hand up, and my hand goes numb. So, but I can throw a baseball.
Do you ever escape a bad dream and just get like really relieved?
Oh, all the time.
Like you wake up and you're like, all right, let's regather.
All the time.
Let's regather here.
And I always try to figure out why I had that dream.
Have y'all ever had those dreams where y'all get stuck and can't move?
I mean,
sleep.
yeah.
What is it? Sleep? Something?
My ongoing dream is I always I'm getting ready for a big sporting event, but I forget something important. It's usually my shoes. So like I'm about to play a big football game. I don't have cleats.
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to play baseball. I don't have.
Oh, you're playing?
Glove. Yeah, it's just
wow.
weird. It's just a weird situation.
Yeah.
Yesterday, people were just running up on me because someone tried to rob the house or something, and I had to lay the smack down.
Yeah.
And then I had to hide the person. And then
kill them?
Well, yeah. He tried to rob me, man.
What kind of dreams do you have?
He tried to rob me, bro.
I always had dreams of getting robbed.
I know. He tried to rob me.
I have a dream that I killed someone.
He tried to rob me, self-defense, and then I got rid of it. But then everybody in the neighborhood
Where'd
was
you bury the
checking on
body?
me. I somehow got it down the sink.
Okay, that's an interesting dream.
It was really weird. So it went down the sink, so it was gone. Like, it was gone. But
put the disposal on?
Every 30 seconds, someone will be knocking on the door and checking.
And you're
on
freaking out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting there, and after about like 15 people, I finally woke up. I'm like, dude, what is going on with my head?
Well, we'll have to figure that one out. Speaking of which, I had a really the most nervous night of my recent history. I don't know how long. So the 18-month-old granddaughter, first sleepover ever at our house. Dude.
How's that nerve-wracking?
I was, because I kept saying, not on my watch. It's going to go perfectly well. I don't want her to fall. I don't want her to cry asking for mom and all that stuff. Dude, I was waking up every probably 30, 45 minutes. You all right? She all right? She all right? It's weird how that just hangs in your head.
What is she grubbing on?
She did great. I made her some bananas for breakfast with a waffle, some scrambled eggs.
Mine's eating salmon and stuff.
Oh, yeah, she likes salmon. She likes fish sticks.
Yeah, fish
sticks are the go-to, man.
Grubbing like crazy. She likes lemons.
Mine
which
likes
is weird.
She likes spinach. Like, she'll eat spinach by the handful.
It's amazing when they start eating, man.
Yeah.
Really amazing. R.I.P. to a legend. He's not dead, but he's not going to be calling any more baseball games. Angel Hernandez, the worst umpire perhaps in the history of baseball. Not sure how he was able to linger around. He's gone, which is a good opportunity to remember when Steve Mongo McMichael was singing Take Me Out to the Ball Game in Chicago, and he called out Angel Hernandez.
Goes home, Chicago! And don't worry, I'll have some speaks with that home plate umpire after the game.
Wasn't Angel Hernandez like staring him down from the field?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Good luck with that.
Okay, Steve McMichael's a madman.
Yeah, he's a nut job.
And you're staring him down. Let me ask, what does this compare to?
Well, I think it's garbage because unless they asked him to retire, I think it's BS that a guy who's gotten undeserved opportunities time and time again retires in the middle of a season. So
yeah, it's effective immediately, by the way.
I'm hoping that they finally came to their senses and said, we got to get rid of this, but I think it's pretty garbage for you to get all this opportunity and then
But what I'm talking about
retire.
is for a guy to clearly be pushed out and, quote, retire, so whatever. Maybe it.
You think he got pushed out?
Come on.
After all this time?
Yes, enough.
I think so,
enough was enough. Because why do it?
What, 29 years wasn't enough?
Why make it? Yes, exactly. But why make it effective immediately? If he's been in the league this long and he's going to retire, let him have his last season. No, they said, okay, you can retire, but you got to get out of here now. And so, and then not only that,
was he trying to sue him too?
Yeah, and that
did I make that up? Wasn't he
no,
trying to
that's
sue
true.
him?
Yeah, I think 2017 or something like that.
Yeah,
the lawsuit got thrown out.
Yeah, and so you retire, air quotes, and everyone is glad about it and talking about how happy they are about it. Like no one says, "Oh, you know that Angel Hernandez, he had some good." No, like you're pushed out, and everyone celebrates. Everyone. I haven't seen one say, it's bizarre.
NBA, Mavs looking to advance to the finals. The winner of the Western Conference Finals, Mavs up 3-0, will take on the Boston Celtics, who sweep the Pacers yesterday with a 105-102 win. 7:30 tip on TNT. The highlight of the weekend, Luka just completely baptizing Rudy Gobert. This was Tim McMahon of ESPN. He asked Luka after the game, because it was clear as day. You could read the lips. He said, "You can't effing guard me."
Yeah.
To Rudy Gobert, to which McMahon asked Luka about it, and Luka kind of denied it.
He can't effing guard you, huh? Sorry? He can't effing guard you? Who said that? You said that.
I didn't say that. I was speaking Slovenian.
That was what Udoka said. Did you hear Gobert's response to it?
What was Gobert's response?
Gobert's response, they asked him, of course, McMahon went and asked Gobert, hey, did you hear Luka yell, you can't effing guard him on the shot? And Gobert goes, no, I didn't hear him there, but he says it every game, so it's like it's nothing new.
What a great excuse, though. No, I wasn't speaking English. No,
you were speaking English.
That's a great excuse.
And then this was the roast after. You knew Draymond was going to go at it. This was Luka talking about Rudy Gobert switching out on him before they really took control of the series there with that Game 2 dub.
So I have a question for you because we were just debating this. When you ended up with Rudy Gobert, was that the matchup that you were looking for when you saw him come out on that defense possession?
Yeah, I told you live set a screen because they're going to switch, and then we wanted that, yeah.
As a guard, when the big guy switches, do you say to myself, I'm going to wiggle him, jiggle him, shoot a jumper, or I'm going to try to get to the lane or, have the defense draw and then kick it to somebody else?
I think that depends who's guarding me, There's a lot.
You had the defensive player of the year on you.
Yeah. I mean, he's long, he can't move. I can move fast, but I can move faster than him.
That was awesome. And Gobert, let's be honest here.
They're talking about benching him. Kendrick Perkins is saying he's disgusted with himself for voting for him for Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah. What did he say? Well, we'll hear it. But,
it's a disgrace.
It's a disgrace. I kind of feel bad for Gobert because he didn't get Defensive Player of the Year for guards.
But he did get Defensive Player of the Year for, contributing some amount of help defense.
Well, sure. I mean, that's natural in every game. But, look, I'm not defending him too much, but I kind of feel a little bad for him. Like, come on.
The dude's got one knee and one ankle.
Well, there is that.
You're the Defensive Player of the Year. You got to get out there and do something.
Run at the shot or something.
A little something.
Yeah. No, I think it's a little unfair, but not a lot unfair. On Gobert, because come on, that's not what you got the award for. The help defense, sure. Protecting the rim, sure. We saw the trouble that he gave the Joker.
We are not going to hear louder boos than the ones that Kyrie will get if the Mavs advance and face the Celtics.
Yes, that's right.
They were already chanting F Kyrie after their win yesterday in the streets.
It's going to be wild.
Didn't go well for
him.
It's
going to be fun. Be a hell of a...
You think it's going to be a good series?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
You don't think Boston's too deep?
No, I think Boston's going to win, but it's kind of hard to say anything bad about the Mavericks right now. And trust me, I always try.
Yeah, but they're too deep, though.
Yes, absolutely. And Porzingis comes back?
Yeah.
That could be even more problematic.
It's another storyline. He's a former Mav there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Luka had beef or not, but who knows? Mavs looking to advance tonight. Those are the hits here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Coming up, 50 and 33. Those are the numbers, and they involve the two most popular teams in town next.
The Drive with FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so we got 1/3 through the season, and we got 50 days since the Texans made one of the most exciting trades that I can remember them making in a long, long time. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. We saw Jose Abreu yesterday, 1 for 3 at the plate. I'm worried about Sean Pendergast's health.
Sean Pendergast?
I am. I know that he's put in a lot of effort to attack his health. I know he's lost a lot of weight. I know that he's eating better. He exercises as much as you could ask. Because this Abreu thing's driving him crazy.
Oh, that. Stress levels.
Yeah, he's getting he's getting borderline obsessed with Jose Abreu. Whether on Twitter or whatever. I'm worried that Sean is going to get way too stressed out by this Jose Abreu situation.
Yeah, I think he probably is going to be able to handle it, but he just can't help himself obsess over it. You know what's weird about it, and I really just kind of came to this conclusion when he joined the squad yesterday. That's not even the biggest issue. Like, it's frustrating. It's silly. It's dumb the way it came about, and that how dug in, at the Astros management is with, because of their ego, because they don't want to be wrong on this, especially Jeff Bagwell. It's not even the worst. That's not even, like, if you rank top 3 things worse with that are going wrong with the Houston Astros, is Abreu even top 3? Injuries, pitching.
If you're talking,
Bregman.
If you're talking bottom line, like if you're talking about like the overall impact of the team, perhaps not. But if you're talking about just a representation of an organization that doesn't know what the hell they're doing they have no direction, then I would say it's the most important. Yes. But as far as like right now, no, I mean it's not like Singleton is Jeff Bagwell. So yeah, I get what you're saying, like as far as top, like the most significant things, like Javier and Urquidy not pitching, and McCullers and Garcia, whatever, and Bregman. I agree with that, but I do think that there's more to the Jose Abreu thing because it's kind of symbolic of an organization that's kind of chasing its tail, doesn't have an identity, doesn't know what the hell it's doing.
Yes.
Not knowing when to count their losses.
Like, I could go through at least those 3 that we mentioned before Abreu, but I think what you're saying is absolutely right. And you've heard me say this before because I think this is the way I like to characterize things. Jose Abreu is not the issue. He's a symptom of the issue. He's a symptom of Bagwell and Crane and Reggie and Dana Brown. He's a symptom of Joe Espada being something of a puppet for the people telling him, oh, yeah, you got to play him. Because Joe Espada, to me, just my opinion, doesn't want to play him. He'd rather have Singleton. He'd rather have other things. He's not the issue. He's a symptom of why this club needed a general manager, and at the worst time, at the most important time, and didn't have one. Like Jose Abreu, he's a frustration. It's frustrating watching him. It's also kind of daunting that he's still going to be around next year. But he's not the issue. Jose Abreu is not the problem with the Astros. He's not. The problem is you got 2 pitchers that are going to have MRIs today or whatever the hell they're going to have that you were counting on, and now you I think they're done for the year. The problem is you got an aging Verlander. We'll see how he turns out. You got Fromber, who's not an ace. How long have we been asking if Fromber's an ace? If you ask for more than years, if you ask for more than 2 years, he's not an ace. You got the answer. The problem is Hunter Brown. Yeah, good start.
Pretty good outing yesterday, though.
Yeah, he was, but is he an ace?
No.
There are so many problems that I'd put ahead of Jose Abreu. He's just the most frustrating one to watch. That for me anyway. Maybe some people, maybe Sean has him number 1 as the biggest problem. I don't see that.
No, I think Sean's just frustrated.
Yeah,
with Abreu, and I think most people should be. And I don't care that he's a nice guy. That means nothing to me. I don't care. I don't care if he's an a-hole. I don't care if he's a nice guy. I really don't care.
Yeah,
he's just not good at baseball. That's all I care about. And he's not good at baseball, and he's still getting to play.
That's the symptom.
That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem, and that's why it's a symptom of bigger issues.
I just think it's bad mojo, too, because you have a guy who is one of the biggest stories of, like a feel-good type of story where it's like, okay, underdog, the Singleton story, And then you have Abreu, and it's like, okay, well, good job, Singleton. Nice little run. Let's put you at DH and let's put Abreu at first base.
How bad does it suck for John Singleton? Like, you've made amazing strides. Good
job. You never gave up.
You've come from the very bottom back. You're the starting first baseman. Now take a seat because we got to pay this dude a bleep ton of money. And there's no other reason for you to take a seat.
Yeah, it's not fun to watch.
Yeah.
Jose Abreu. He is the top story. Meanwhile, Houston Texans are going to be on the field getting some work in pretty soon. Could Stephon Diggs be on the field? Could we actually hear from Stephon Diggs tomorrow? It's been 50 days. We haven't heard anything. You know, Nick Caserio says it's not what we do, okay, except you have before.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just ready to see Diggs. I'm ready to hear Diggs. I want to hear Tank. I want to hear from these guys. We've heard from Nico. We've heard from CJ. We've heard from Will Anderson. I just want to hear about this. I want to ask you this, though, and I want to connect these two things. What would it take for the Stephon Diggs trade to be a bad trade? You basically traded back 19 spots for Stephon Diggs. That's essentially what the trade was. You traded back 19 spots. What would it take for this to be a bad trade? Maybe not as bad as signing Abreu, but what would it take for this to be a bad trade?
I'm writing down a couple of things here, none of which I think are going to be the case. But you're asking what would it take? The first one is obvious, just a complete, utter fall off. You know, we're talking like an absolute negative on the field, kind of like an Abreu thing, where you got to play him. You know, he's going to be out there, but it's just a complete fall off. That's not going to happen, in my view. That's not going to happen. The other one, I don't think is going to happen because of the people in that building. He is a cancer. Like there's been these rumors, and I don't think it's necessarily true. I think
he is a cancer?
No, I'm saying, what would it take? You're saying,
okay.
I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think that's a possibility because of C.J. Stroud, of D'Amico, of the culture and all that. But if you're asking what would it take for it to be a complete failure, that all those things that were kind of whispered about in his previous stops were true. Again, let me reiterate, I don't think that's going to happen. Even if he has something of a problem, it's going to be handled because of who they are, starting with CJ and D'Amico.
Could it be connected to Indianapolis? Like, is there, and I know Ocho Obsesses over it on the text line, and I'm not thrilled about it either, but could it be could you connect Stephon Diggs to Adonai Mitchell, where you didn't necessarily, you didn't draft a wide receiver? Mm-hmm. I'm assuming that you would have entertained the possibility a little bit more if you didn't have Diggs.
Yeah.
Like, what if Adonai Mitchell goes and he's just completely relentless with the Indianapolis Colts? You have to look at him 2 times a year, well past the time that Diggs will be here. If we're being honest with ourselves, I think this is kind of a 1-year thing. Like, could you connect it to that? I mean, can you start looking at receivers that maybe you would have taken at 22?
But he would have to stink also. It's not just like Adonai Mitchell becomes a stud.
Well, I mean, what if you just get 1 decent year from Diggs and then Mitchell's just...
Yeah, but how far do you go?
Whooping you for
I'll
8
take
years.
that if you go a long way.
What if you don't? What if
that might be an issue. That might be something of an issue. But if he's productive and you make a little bit of a run, you win the division, yeah, kind of stinks that Mitchell or any other receivers end up being good, but you got Nico and Tank, and you got maybe another draft pick next year. You can replenish, so to speak. But I think he would have to fall off and that to happen for people to say, see there, should have done this.
I mean, it's all obviously hindsight. That's just kind of the connection that I would make it when it comes to, is this a bad trade? But as far as coming in here and blowing up a locker room, that didn't happen in Buffalo. Like, as bad as they say it was in Buffalo, this wasn't a situation where, all hell broke loose. Like, if you can make a case that the most costly thing that Diggs did for Buffalo last year was the drop against Kansas City, because if he doesn't drop that pass, they probably beat the Chiefs. And if they make that field goal, then maybe they go to overtime. So, like, as bad as, like, when Terrell Owens left Philadelphia, I mean, the dude was doing sit-ups in his front yard, and they ended up getting rid of him. Like, that was a bad exit. Like, Randy Moss with the Raiders, you basically gave him away for a 4th-round pick, and then he went to New England. Hell, when he left New England, it didn't go well.
Yeah.
And it didn't go well after that at his stops after that. But the Stephon Diggs, like, even as bad as people talk about in Buffalo, the worst thing he did was drop that pass against the Chiefs. Outside of that, they were right there. the same place they were the years before, despite his production going off, they were are falling off. They were right there going toe-to-toe with the Chiefs in the playoffs and losing in heartbreaking fashion. So they really didn't, unless there's like some sort of like deeper meaning, they didn't really experience like some sort of overwhelming impact of what Diggs may or may not have been doing in the locker room.
And I mean, look at his production, look at their production, look how close they've been and consistently have been. They changed the offense, went more running game. He was still productive. People talk about the end of the year. Well, his production went down. It did. It was still productive.
Well, they were still winning.
Like they were still winning, and he was still productive.
Yeah.
It would have to be a complete fall off.
Yeah, they were still getting dubs.
Yeah.
And they were close.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but you gotta
have
him out there. You gotta see him. You gotta hear from him. Here.
Oh, do you?
Well,
I mean everywhere else except here, but yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, 7 weeks. 49
and
days.
the other thing that's
50 days.
The only thing that's a little bit bothersome to me about this, because we'll hear from him, we won't even be talking about this or remembering this, by September, October. But the one thing is, like, from a Diggs perspective, you hear all these people saying all these things about you. Don't you want to, like, get out there and prove them wrong? And I'm talking about, like, publicly, like, having a press conference. Yes, I want to be in front. I want to talk to these people. I want to let them know that's not going to be an issue. That's the only thing. Like, from his perspective, he's not.
Do you need that assurance?
I think he would.
But do you?
I would.
Do you?
If people are talking about me, like,
I have no concerns about Diggs.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if I'm Diggs and they're saying, that John Lopez boy, he might have been an issue here, might have been an issue there. Doesn't really, get out in front of the people. Doesn't want to be, part of this this culture. I'd say the hell I don't. Let's schedule a press conference. I'll prove to you. I'll answer all your questions. And that's the issue. Like, he's not kind of wanting to do that.
They still do some weird things though over there, which you get the benefit of the doubt. But remember the CJ presser and all that type of stuff. There's still a little bit of weirdness.
They do let players kind of do their own thing when it comes to being in the public. CJ not part of the uniform thing. He was in Asia and all that. Understandable. Stephon Diggs letting him.
Yeah, we still haven't even seen CJ in the uni, huh?
No, and Stephon
That's
Diggs
hilarious.
Doing this. They kind of let their stars do their own thing, which I don't know if that's good or bad.
Yeah, and in fairness, Diggs wasn't the only guy that wasn't there, but we heard from Danielle Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like, we heard from Danielle Hunter the second they traded for him. And I don't think Nico Autry demands a press conference. I saw someone say Autry wasn't there. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't need that press conference. Diggs, love to hear from you, man. Always pretty amused, pretty entertained when Diggs does speak.
Somebody on the text board said that would be low self-esteem, Lopez, like him not wanting to prove people wrong. I don't agree with that at all. Like, if you think if you say something wrong about me, something that's not true about me, or you, or Stephon Diggs, or anybody in the NFL, you're that's not low self-esteem. It's kind of like, let me tell you that that's wrong, and let me show you that that's wrong. It's not low self-esteem. No, if you're putting something out there that's not right, I want to make sure you know that it's not right. It has nothing to do with self-esteem. It's like, why is this? Why are these? Like, we're going to talk about something in Confessions that I think is one of the reasons you need to get out there and set the record straight. It's not about self-esteem.
Yeah, I don't think he lacks self-esteem, and I don't think that he lacks charisma when it comes to speaking to people. They're just I think they lean towards being weird sometimes, and I don't think you can escape that.
Mm-hmm.
So there we go. We'll wait as long as we can, and we'll figure it out. And they're good to us. I mean, we get the weekly interviews and stuff like that. I'm not saying that, and I'm not even saying, but it's a joke that he hasn't spoken 50 days in.
Yeah,
it's a joke.
Yeah, and it might be another couple of weeks.
Yeah,
depending on what he does tomorrow through Friday.
There's rumors on the Twitter sphere that he could be in town, so we'll keep an eye on that. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Texans going to be on the field tomorrow. Thank God for the staple Texans as the Astros continue to showcase old Jose Abreu out there on the field.
They all going to be back. Not Tunsil. Tunsil's his own guy. Is Titus
They got
Howard
mandatory in a week and a half, so maybe.
Yeah, but maybe is Titus Howard going to be back tomorrow?
He's rehabbing, man. Got to get right.
All right. Diggs? He may not talk, but is he going to be back?
I don't know. Some organizations they like to go up there and put guys out there and hold up jerseys and stuff.
That's not us.
That's not what we do.
Except you did.
It's not our thing. Some like to do that.
Mm-hmm.
We don't do that.
Okay. We'll see. We'll see.
Oh, it's a process. Oh my goodness. I just I'm watching the other squads getting ready. There seems to be, of all the teams right now, 3 out of the 4 teams seem to be extremely confident in what they're going to do this upcoming season in the division.
Mm-hmm.
Texans, Titans,
yes,
for some reason, and Colts.
I think the Jags are, too.
They're just kind of there.
No, I think they're confident.
I feel like they're just there.
I feel like...
Which might not be the worst thing.
They had a pretty good offseason in terms of acquisitions. I think it's all 4. I think they all feel good about it, which is going to make the division interesting for sure.
The Hunter versus Hunted thing, I think, is interesting. But we'll see. I just got a text from someone said that we're in May football mode. Now they're doing something that everybody else in the league hasn't done, which is not present one of their top acquisitions to the people.
Yeah, and I said it just a moment ago. We're not even going to be remembering this discussion or talking about it come September, October. It's just a little weird now, that he doesn't have, that he's not out there, and that he hasn't wanted to be out there. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, you're talking more so on the field?
No. His getting him out in front of the public.
Oh yeah.
Like we're not going to be remembering this. Hey, remember that time that?
No, what he's going to do is he's going to go up there and steal the damn show, just like CJ did.
Ball out.
He's going to go up there and he's going to steal the damn show.
Yeah, we're not going to be remembering.
Be even more popular than he is right now.
But right now it's
That's
little
what
weird.
I'm saying, yeah.
Right now it's a little bit weird that he's not out there.
He's going to go up there. He's going to provide sound clips. People are going to get excited. Probably some viral moments. I'm sure the social media team will get a lot from it. It'll be fun. It'll be exciting. Yes, could use some excitement in May. That is true. Astros, you haven't noticed, not the most exciting baseball team right now.
That Astros social media team is still not getting better.
I haven't paid attention.
It hadn't gotten better.
Coming up next, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. First of all, I want to talk about Orchard. Orchard is
We've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
First time I can remember anyway, and I thought of you. I didn't see a second of the Indy 500.
Well, good.
I didn't. I almost tried to check.
I still don't know who won.
Well, it was Joseph Newgarden.
Oh, okay. That was my pick.
Yeah, was that your pick?
Yeah.
Apparently, it was a good race. I said it last week. I always at least check in on the start, the finish. I mean, it's a tradition. It's the Indy 500. My sister came into town. We were out doing stuff. Came back. I was getting stuff ready to cook and all that. I'm like, damn. I didn't see any of the Indy 500. First time I can remember. Figure, did you watch any of it?
Nah. I totally forgot about it until you brought it up.
Yeah, I didn't even know what happened. Forgot.
Crazy.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
There was talk about, and there was like one of those weird social media movements to take away Diddy's star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Mm-hmm. Apparently they can't do it. They're not going to do it. And you know what? I don't think they should. Like, his star isn't up there for him being a good dude. His star's up there for his contribution, for better or worse, to pop culture and whatnot. Like, all this, like, let's take away his star. Let's take away his key to the city. I don't think Diddy should lose his star. Should he lose his freedom? Should he be in jail? Should they throw away the key? Sure, but we're going to take away his star on the Walk of Fame. What's going on?
This is like that Hall of Fame discussion, right?
So whack.
Like, well, do you know what so-and-so did and all this other stuff? Yeah, can't believe I'm saying this, but I do agree that, there's a lot of things that could go on and a lot of things that have gone on with other people that have that star.
It'd be a lot of stars that have to go to.
A lot of stars that they'd be having to take those away too.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I hate what's happened to Hayden Hopkins. Who's Hayden Hopkins, you're asking? She's the woman that was photographed next to Mark Davis,
the owner of the Raiders.
The owner of the Raiders. And where did this even come from that she was carrying his baby?
I think it was Dove Klingman.
Was it?
I think so. Who I heard sold his account or something. It's kind of body. I don't know.
That would, but anyway.
I think that's where it circulated. But she's had rumors of being his girlfriend and stuff. And she put out a statement saying that she just sat in the suite one time with a bunch of friends and she's having a baby, but it's not with him. It's with someone else.
Yeah, her boyfriend, I guess.
Yeah.
I just hate that this has happened because even though she set out this statement and it's out there now, he is not the father of her baby. People are still going to be believing this stuff.
Didn't you comment on it, Figgy?
Yeah, I say salute. Salute.
She's 26.
You knew it wasn't her. 70. You knew it wasn't his, though.
I didn't know or not know.
He might have been in the room, but it wasn't his.
I just hate that this is happening because as much as it's not his, people, there's still going to be some numbskulls out there like, isn't that Mark Davis's back? I just hate it.
Well, good for her though, because I was going to be. I'm sorry. There's a line in the sand there.
Yeah. 26 and 70.
I mean, come on, lady.
Well, she didn't do anything.
No, I'm saying.
Look at this haircut alone, man.
Yeah, good. I mean, like you got it. You got to be able to hide it a little bit.
Yeah.
Like that. Let's. But I will say, some people, 9 to 5. Some people 0.5.
Yeah.
And then set for life.
Yeah.
But she didn't.
She
just
did
to make it clear.
Yes.
I feel sorry for Rudy Gobert, man. I feel really bad for Rudy Gobert. I know that he's an easy target. I know that he's kind of in no man's land every time he gets switched out on Kyrie or Luka, but it's almost become to where enough is enough. Like lay off the guy.
That's kind of what I was saying earlier.
Lay off the guy a little bit.
That's not why he got Defensive Player of the Year. Locking up Luka or Kyrie. No, but I mean he's getting torched. He's been smoked, and there's no denying it. But I do feel a little bit. I'm with you a little bit. I was like, this is not. I mean, he
is the joke of the league right now.
Yes.
He's a laughingstock.
Listen to the post game show. I mean, he's absolutely the laughingstock.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Are we sure Rick Carlisle is as good a coach as we thought he was? Are we sure?
What did you do wrong?
They've had the lead or were tied in 3 of the last 4 games of the postseason. Lost all 4.
Just think they ran into a better squad. Switch
but
squads.
You have the lead or
Switch
you're tied in
and
the
tell me how
last...
that goes.
I don't know. I'm asking.
Switch
Are we
squads.
sure he's as good a coach?
He had no Halliburton, and they were right there at the end.
And by the way, I'm not just saying they've been tied or had the lead. They've been tied or had the lead in the last minute.
Yeah.
And lost all 4.
I thought it was a solid effort.
But a losing effort.
Lost to a better squad.
Isn't that where the coaches make their money?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
And look, I'm with you. I think he's a fantastic coach, but 3 times in the final minute and you lose all 3? That ain't a great look.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I feel like there's a couple of things with the Astros that might lead to them being even more delusional than I think that they've been. And by they, I'm talking about the very top of the organization. Injuries and being in a bad division.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this could be preventing them from looking at the big picture, where you say, okay, well, next year we're going to get Urquidy and we're going to get Garcia and maybe we get McCullers. We don't know what those guys are going to be when they're out there.
Yeah.
If they had this record in the AL East, the season would be over. It would be done. They would be cooked. But because they're in the division that they're in, they're actually fewer games out of first place than a 500 ball club is right now in the Boston Red Sox. I got to confess, I think these 2 things could lead to things getting even worse next year because I don't know that this organization has the capability with how it's currently structured to be able to look at the big picture and to be accountable and accept reality for where they currently are and why they're where they are.
Yeah, I agree, and accept mistakes. Admit that you made mistakes. I agree. This might be a bigger issue than we're even realizing.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So the NFL Players Association might change everything we know about the offseason as soon as next year. And that is they're working to finalize a proposal that they're going to overhaul the offseason schedule, which we love because it's just boom, boom, boom. It just kind of goes from, whatever, draft to free agency to draft to a rookie camp to OTAs to minicamp and all that. But they're talking about moving it from, and we'll get into this more in a little bit when we go around the NFL at 1 o'clock, but they're talking about getting rid of everything in the summer and starting training camp like in late June, starting on-field work like in mid-June or all the way to July. My confession is I like this. I think when you let them have a longer off season, they're still going to be working out, but they're not going to be on the field doing all the stuff. They'll be in shape. Shorten the amount of time that you're in these camps because right now it's like nonstop. I don't know how you feel about it and ask you. I kind of like it. Let's have an actual off season and get in there in mid-June.
And then once you get in mid-June,
then you're good to go. Yeah, then you go.
Yeah.
Right?
I do wonder, like the mini camps, I think they're good for fans. You get
good for us.
Get excited for the highlight videos, and you get a few quotes here and there. And
you get some Twitter videos. Like, hey, look at that.
Hey, man, best thing going.
But with all the injuries and everything and all the concerns on the longer season, just start it in mid-June, pace yourself, and go from there. That's what I think. I like it.
Good for all parties involved, man.
Yeah.
All parties involved.
Mm-hmm.
Sign me up for that.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think there's a show you need to watch tonight.
Expound on that.
Tires on Netflix. Shane Gillis, executive producer, got a little Andrew Schultz cameo in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's 20-minute episodes, 20-minute-ish, 6 of them. I think this is going to be, and I know this is gonna sound like I'm being dramatic. I think this is going to be up there with like The Office and all these other shows. I think this has a lot of potential. Pretty raunchy, but I watched it yesterday. I binged it when I got home from the lake. I got to confess, you got to watch this.
I've been very intrigued by it because they've been promoting the hell out of it.
Yeah, it's not 1 hour episodes, not anything like that. It's like 21-minute episodes, which I think you would appreciate.
They were promoting it very much, and I've been very intrigued. So I'm with you. I think I will. I think I absolutely will do that.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Let's go to the phone lines real quick. Go to Big E. What's up?
Say, lad, man, you tripping right now, bro. The Astros are in a good position. Y'all doing the henny penny. The sky is not falling. This division that you're talking bad about produced the last 2 World Series winners. This horrible division that you're trying to play down.
Come on,
this
man.
Is an awesome division.
You're really doing that? Every team in the division has a negative run differential this year. You're saying the AL West isn't a bad division?
This division is notorious for turning it on at the end. They win when it matters most. The Astros been doing it the last 4 years. The Rangers have been doing it the last 2, not to mention Seattle. I mean, come on. You had 3 teams from this division in the playoffs last year.
What the Rangers have been doing it the last 2, you said? You sure about that?
No, I said and the Rangers did it last year.
Oh, you said they've been doing it the last 2. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So you think it's a good division. Okay. All right, you got it.
And so the division
it's a good one.
Is awesome. And then not to mention, you saying what the pitchers are not Urquidy and McCullers, but last time they pitched, they were pretty outstanding. McCullers went out on a World Series run when he hurt his arm.
When was that?
It was 2022.
Yeah, that's 2. Y'all make it see that's 2 years ago, bro.
That's not a long time for a pitcher to not pitch.
That's not a long time ago. That's 2 years ago.
And this is a football town. I'm sorry, Big E. I appreciate you, man. That was rough.
Well,
I mean, my goodness, we need to get back to OTA talk real quick. Good Lord. This is a good division? Come on, man.
Well,
let's be serious about that.
Even if you set that aside, they haven't pitched in a while.
Appreciate the call, my friend.
They haven't pitched in a while. Why? Elbow injuries.
Look, they're in a good spot because of the division they're in, but the AL
Tommy
West,
John
the AL West
surgery.
is awful.
Elbow injuries. Rehab from Tommy John. That tends to be relatively important.
Appreciate you for calling in, though, my friend. Coming up next, Are the Texans going to have to deal with their biggest obstacle of the C.J. Stroud era sooner rather than later? We'll discuss next.
All right, yeah, you guys know that the price of new and
get it done. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Gerard Johnson, Bobby Slowick, two important assets for C.J. Stroud. It's two inevitable departures, it feels, because D'Amico damn sure ain't going anywhere, and naturally those guys, their opportunity to be a head coach is going to be elsewhere. How much does that concern you? Because this goes back to the discussion when D'Amico was hired as to why some people wanted an offensive-minded head coach. I heard B. Scott talking about it yesterday, and I don't know that maybe there's too much concern and there's not enough, but he seems to not be concerned about it, and I think you kind of
I'm on his side a little
feel
bit.
the same way.
Yeah.
Lay out the reason why this does not concern you.
I would have been really concerned if it happened this past season. Slowick was up for a job, a head coaching job. Gerard was up for several offensive coordinator jobs. Neither worked out, or they decided they didn't want it to work out, and they're back. I would have been much more concerned if it happened after year one because, rookie year, what a year. Now he's got to get another system in or another whatever, new offensive coordinator. Not even the quarterback's coach is here. Had that happened, I'd be very concerned. We would be having very different conversations this entire offseason. Didn't happen. So now we're like, cool, continuity, as they like to say. And Slowick is going to be able to kind of spread his wings even more maybe and dig deeper into some of the things he does. And Gerard is maybe on his way to becoming the offensive coordinator if he doesn't get a head coaching job as well, because he's been mentioned. So I would have been very concerned after year one. After year two, if it happens, even if they both go, I don't think I'm going to be as concerned.
Do you think there's a 2-year plan like here with Caserio? Because he talks about players, and I think he looks at the roster, and some of the moves he makes are like 2-year plan-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Drafting a tackle in the second round.
Yeah.
Is there like a proactive, maybe there's someone under them that can figure some stuff out and be in the building and stuff? Like, do they proactively prepare for this? I mean, I don't think they're going to be caught off guard. I don't think Nick Caserio gets caught off guard for anything.
Nothing.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. But do you think this is something that they look at and say, all right, well, maybe this guy can be the guy sooner rather than later? They're like some guys they're molding. Is that where we go?
I can guarantee you they are. I can guarantee you. And it may not even be necessarily someone on the staff right now. I mean, certainly people on the staff right now are going to be around if Gerard and Slowick don't take them with them. But I think they're certainly on the – but people that think like Slowick, think like Gerard. Because keep in mind, I mean, D'Amico interviewed a lot of people, and he knows a lot of people in that Shanahan tree. So, yeah, I mean, I can almost guarantee you that they've got, they're thinking about what happens next. Guaranteed.
I mean, Case Keenum, maybe? You want to coach?
Maybe Case Keenum, maybe one of the assistants that are, right there right now.
But the C.J. Stroud, they just got to think in line with C.J. Is that asking too much?
No, absolutely not. Like, look at how C.J. Stroud thrived in this offense.
Yeah, but that was with Slowick and that was with Gerard.
Yeah, so why change it? Whether it's someone else, keep the same offense.
But some guys need the coaching. Like, they need certain guidance and stuff. And then as soon as they try to take over and they want more power, sometimes it just doesn't work out. You've seen some quarterbacks that want to have a say in personnel. And then you end up with Randall Cobb and Alan Lazard with the Jets. I'm just saying,
no, you're right.
What CJ does right now, wouldn't you want to find someone who's more Slowick instead of basically, well, this offensive coordinator answers to CJ?
No, I think you're going to find a Slowick type that CJ has more say in it. Like, they're going to trust CJ a lot more after this year to kind of just keep things going, keep on keeping on with whatever the new coordinator is, presuming there's going to be one. But there's also this, and this kind of speaks on your side. There is some nuance with how they communicate. Like, Gerard Johnson and C.J. Stroud have been like this since C.J. was in high school.
Yeah.
So there is that little nuance of, is he going to be able to have that relationship? Same thing with Slowick. I mean, whatever that relationship is, it worked. So even if they bring in another kind of Slowick guy, even if C.J. Stroud has, hey, I got this, I know what I'm doing, just let's help me, the communication's better, there's still going to be some, adjustment with that.
But this does kind of put the pressure on D'Amico Ryans because that was the biggest knock. I don't think there were too many people that were pissed that they hired D'Amico Ryans. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of people were excited about it for a number of reasons.
Yeah.
But this is where that debate, it's not gone. It's just on standby right now.
Offensive-minded head coach.
Yeah, because you've obviously found one in Bobby Slowick that we think has a very bright future, and you got Gerard, who the the league seems to think what they think about him, but D'Amico's going to have to figure out how to keep this thing going.
Yeah. It's just a D'Amico we trust thing, isn't it?
I guess.
Right?
Or CJ.
I mean, he knows
on how you look at it.
Both, but I'm talking about like as a coordinator. I don't even know. I can't even pluck a name out of thin air. But I know he knows them.
Yeah, I have no idea who the hell they would go with if and when Bobby Slowick becomes a head coach.
Perfect scenario. Slowick becomes a head coach. Gerard probably is going to have some interviews, but maybe becomes coordinator. Then you're going into year, 3 with the same continuity, and that makes it a lot.
We don't know if Gerard's a good play caller.
That too.
And that's the other thing. Like, is he a good play caller?
We don't.
That's going to be the other element of it. And then hopefully Slowick goes 0-17, and then maybe he's one and done, and Gerard goes and gets a job, and Slowick's right back here with the big ball.
But you feel better about Gerard as a play caller if it's year 3.
For sure.
If it's year 3 with CJ.
Yeah, for sure.
They'll have seen what has worked for 2 years or whatever, and what he does well. That's the one thing about Gerard, like, just that relationship. Boy, he knows everything that C does well. And I would seriously doubt any play call would go against that.
You also have, I don't think D'Amico Ryans, like, I think a lot of times when we talk about defensive head coaches, I think there's kind of an old school blowhard element to it where, this guy, it's basically like the old school Buddy Ryan.
Yeah,
like,
you stay in that room, I'll stay in this room.
Hey, you just worry about your defense.
No.
Like, remember the Titans or something like that?
Yeah.
But I don't think D'Amico's that. I think D'Amico's he knows what system he wants to run, and he's open-minded to the system. So I think there's kind of a stereotype that comes with a
he's a defensive coach.
Yeah, he wants to run the ball like Lovie Smith.
Yeah,
because I think Lovie Smith was that.
Yeah. No, D'Amico knows exactly what's going on. I mean, he's listening to the play calls. He knows what he likes to call. I'm sure he influences some of those. We think he might have a big influence on Damian Pierce and how much he's getting on. So he's very well aware of what's going on. So, and he also knows. I mean, he knows everybody. He knows everybody that's been remotely associated with the Shanahan system.
It's a big pipeline, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's going to be wild. The off season, usually about 6 to 8 jobs open up. There could be up to 9. We'll touch on those when we go around the NFL. But it'll be interesting to see what happens. But I'm with you. Slowick and Gerard, although I could actually see Gerard getting a gig sooner than Slowick almost.
Yes.
Because the other good thing that played into the Texans' favor is Ben Johnson in Detroit didn't take a job, so you got to think he's going to be the top name.
For sure.
Like when
Ben Johnson, more so than Slowick.
Yeah.
Unless Texans win the Super Bowl or something.
Well, the other thing is you have Vrabel out there. You got to think he's going to try to get back in the game next year. You have Belichick. Perhaps Dallas is where he ends up. So that's 3 right there that you think are going to get a gig.
Yeah,
so
you were going through the teams, and we're going to do that again, but some of those teams are already kind of earmarked for some of these guys.
And you're rooting against these guys.
Yeah.
Getting gigs.
I swear, I gotta get another confession off my chest.
Okay.
Even though it was last segment, Figgy.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I swear, if we lose power again. So apparently, everybody stay safe out there. 75-mile-an-hour winds on the way. Golf to tennis ball hail possible.
Where?
It's already hitting in Livingston and Navasota and Conroe and heading this way. I swear to God.
It was just up in Dallas, too, man.
And it was in Dallas. That's why all these flights were delayed. Dude, what? Tyler Milner just tweeted about.
Where's it supposed to go?
Here. To us.
Yeah, it was up in Dallas last night.
Dude, you talk about PTSD. And you should be more so than anybody.
6 days.
Yeah, you had 6 days without that.
Yeah.
Man, if we lose power again, y'all. First of all, the main thing is y'all be safe out there. Stay inside. It's supposed to hit here in our area around 2:00. Oh, great. What time we get off the air? Oh, that's right, around 2:00. I swear to God, I know you're supposed to say that, but I do. I'll lose my bleep if we lose power again. Come on, man. Come on. Weather here. Yeah.
I don't even want to think about it, to be honest with you.
It's on the way. I'm looking at the right. It's on the way. This isn't like the last one.
It's going to go on how long?
Kind of came out of nowhere. I don't know. I don't know where how long it's going to
Well, maybe this is back to normal where they got a Jose Abreu batting average when it comes to the weather, man.
The weather, that is true.
I feel like they got the RBI single last week, and now it's back to striking out.
They didn't get that right. That was supposed to go north of us.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
They already missed on that one.
Well, then maybe they continue to miss. Maybe the streak continues with the weather folks.
Magnolia checking in on the text board, coming down like crazy. Real nasty and Tombo. Thank you, listeners. God. As long as we don't lose power. We're going to lose power again, too.
Nah, because I think they had to improve the situation.
Yeah, but 75-mile-an-hour winds?
Yeah, but
at least it's not 120
now.
or 30.
It's improved now.
Yeah.
Some of those improve. Some of those lines are being held together by toothpicks, man. They had to reassess their situation, get them in there, man. They had to upgrade the facility.
Yeah.
We'll see. Losing power sucks.
Yes, it does.
We'll say that. Good God. Okay. Don't know why you brought this up.
Because it was irritating me. Sorry.
We'll see how.
Yeah. I was very irritated.
We'll see how it goes. We'll keep an eye on that. Texans back on the field tomorrow. Astros back on the field tonight. NBA Finals. Those Weasels up in Dallas trying to get to the NBA Finals. By the way, I think Luke is everything that people thought Harden was. Shots fired. It is what it is.
No,
he's gritty. He's
not
gutsy.
Even a hot take, yeah.
Carry a squad.
He's a stud, man.
Yeah, this playoff run by him is more gutsy than every playoff run James Harden had combined.
Because he's not disappearing. Even some of those with Harden, they were winning, but he was disappearing in the fourth quarter. He's not. That's the difference.
He's not disappearing, and kind of a Chris Paul type of situation.
Tell me I'm wrong.
With Kyrie, but James Harden is
Luke
is
rolling
the dog.
His eyes behind your back.
Luke is the dog, though.
Yeah.
He's the dog of the whole thing. Coming up, let's go around the NFL. Patrick Mahomes has some good things to say about your quarterback, some fake news, and the NFL may never be the same again. Let's go around the league next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Ninth in the pantheon of head coaches, D'Amico Ryans.
I expect by the end of this season that I would have him ranked higher than 9th.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm much like D'Amico himself. It's all about competition. And in the coaching world where careers last 10, 20, 30 years, it takes a while to build up that competition. So
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Patrick Mahomes, what quarterbacks do you like to watch, my friend?
I like watching Josh a lot. We play a lot of similar opponents. He plays a similar style of football that I do. I like watching CJ Stroud a lot now, man. He's been out there and he's making plays happen. And then I would say probably Joe. Just guys, I watch we play the same teams, and so watching him play definitely gives me some ideas of what we can do as an offense. And I'm kind of the old guy now, and I have to kind of hold that title as the old guy. But I try to continue to do whatever I can to be the best that I can be.
Old guy, 28. Okay.
I mean, kind of.
I got another decade left in you.
Yeah,
sir.
that's the bad news.
Yeah, it's not old.
Isn't that comforting to hear, though? Like, maybe not just him, but Tom Brady last week, we talked about that. And maybe two guys are going to go down as the greatest quarterbacks of all time saying, yeah, I like that C.J. Stroud, man.
Mahomes cheered heavily at the Mavs game the other day. Travis Kelce booed
Not so
heavily.
much.
Yeah.
Not so much.
Booed a little bit. So a little bit of a mix there, a little bit of a divide.
And the same people. You know, it's weird.
Mahomes is a Mavs fan, so
yeah,
there is that. But yeah, he was cheered while Kelce was booed. Potential head coach openings next year. We've talked about this Slowick and Gerard Johnson possibility. I would say Dallas is a possibility, if not a certainty, depending on what happens with Mike McCarthy. Also, they're kind of taking it. They're just going to ride it out with Dak Prescott and then figure it out next year. So it's kind of like a rebuild-ish type of vibe for them.
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo, if they don't get over the hump, they got to move on, right?
That you would think. They've already gone through the gamut of things you do before you fire a head coach.
Jets, if it doesn't work out with Aaron Rodgers, you heard him say it last week, you got to think they're looking for a new coach.
Mm-hmm.
Philly, Nick Sirianni, you fire both coordinators. You don't make the playoffs this year, you disappoint. He might be on the way out, although it's crazy when you actually look at his win-loss record.
Mm-hmm.
Jags, I think this is a year where Doug Peterson could either be on the hottest seat in the NFL or if it's extremely disappointing, he could be kind of one of those surprise fires.
Mm-hmm. I think
although Trevor Lawrence might ride for him.
Well, you know, you're right, but will he for sure? I mean, he's going to get paid, but they have some big expectations when that happens.
Jacksonville, we mentioned. New Orleans Saints, new coach next year, right?
I would guess so.
That's got to happen.
Yeah.
Then you have Tampa Bay, and I throw the Rams in there.
Mm-hmm.
I like Todd Bowles. I wouldn't want to fire Todd Bowles. I thought he had a good year last year. Who knows though? And then the Rams, Sean McVay.
Both those guys, I would think, would be more of the longer shots, right? Although McVay, you brought up a good point. He might be looking to get out. You know?
I wouldn't sleep on Chicago either, man. I feel like if Chicago have a rough year, that dude gone.
Eberflus?
Yeah. I'm surprised he's still there.
They seem to like it, man. They reply. Yeah. They finished decently strong last year.
Mm-hmm.
Decently strong. The NFL could put an end to OTAs, kind of. The Players Association is working to finalize a proposal to overhaul the offseason starting as soon as next season. This would eliminate voluntary on-field work in the spring in favor of a longer training camp / ramp up, with players reporting in mid-June to early July. So no more of this voluntary stuff. Kind of puts players in a weird spot because, you know, as much as we talk about, man, it'd be nice to see Diggs there, Titus Howard, it'd be nice to see you there, all that. I mean, it is voluntary. But
it's not really.
Yeah, not really in some ways. So, hey, I have no issue with this.
I like this. Not only do I not have I like it. It's like when they get on the field, even during OTAs, you've seen it. A lot of people have seen it, even if it's just through video. Like, it is pretty fast-paced and intense. And it is, you know, there's some more contact than you think, and you're competing at a real high level. Whereas when this happens, and I think it will, all you can do is maybe some video stuff, you know, but until you get to camp in mid-June. If you're talking about injuries and the length of the season, I like it.
Yeah, what's the pushback on this? Do they just want a longer offseason? What is the argument for this.
Yeah, I think it's injuries and maybe limiting them a little bit and not having to go. Like, keep in mind, like they're in April and May, they're out there already. Rookies anyway, but veterans starting in May, they're out there competing, going hard on the field in the facility, which they're going to be in shape, so don't worry about that. But to compete like that starting in May, give me another month. Give me another month off.
The Raiders redid the contract of Max Crosby. Apparently, he's going to get like a $6 million raise this year. So they're kind of rewarding the face of their franchise, Max Crosby. Good for him.
I mean, good for him. I don't know. I don't know what else it might mean for the Raiders.
Sean Payton says Bo Nix looking good in the Broncos quarterback race.
He's been all about it. He has been all about Bo Nix. He better be good because he's hitching his wagon to it. That's for dang sure.
You think he's the day one starter?
I mean, it sounds like he is, right?
Come on, really?
I mean, you've heard.
So who they picking number 3 overall next year?
I don't know. Who are they?
I mean, are we serious here?
He seems he's protecting himself. That's for dang sure.
Cade Stover, he's gotten a lot of run here lately. I know Seth did the video on YouTube about Cade Stover. I heard John and B. Scott talking about it yesterday. What are we expecting from Texans rookie tight end Cade Stover?
I might have a little bit irrational high hopes. I like
how high?
Like he'll be when they start 2 tights, he'll be starting. He'll be the first tight end off the bench. And it's just based on what I've seen. Like in very limited time. I just like the way he moved, his size, the complementary way he should be able to help Schultz. I've got like probably higher expectations on him than I should.
So a couple touchdowns next year?
I'll take that. I mean, that's not unreasonable.
Where are you going, 30 catches?
That's not unreasonable either.
So you're going 30-2?
Is that bad?
No, I'm asking.
I don't think it is.
30-2.
30-2 is not. That's not outrageous. If he's playing and he's like the second tight end and he's on the field with the 2 tight end sets, yeah, I'll give me 30-2 with some blocking in there, a little lead blocking action. Yeah.
What about Brevin Jordan? Where does he fit into this whole thing?
That's going to be interesting to watch how that plays out. I don't know. He showed some signs, but not a lot.
He had the play against the Browns.
Had a great play against the Browns. But how would you describe his season? Brevin Jordan had a blank season.
He had his best season.
But what is his best? Is okay not enough?
It was all right.
Because I was thinking he had an okay season.
It was all right.
So same thing.
Yeah, but my thing is this, like when you talk about all the impact and stuff, like obviously Dalton Schultz has been a really, really, really good receiving tight end. And quite frankly, he blocks a lot better than Brevin Jordan.
Yes.
Right?
And he's not known for that.
Yeah, so he's there. If you're getting more production out of guys who can catch the rock, whether it's the wide receivers, the top 3, you add Diggs, whether it's Mixon perhaps in the pass game, what does a one-dimensional tight end do for you that can't block? Like, how important is having Brevin Jordan if there's more guys on the team
that can do more?
That can do more, yes. And it's not like he's going out. Like, you don't see Brevin Jordan going out and, like, jumping over guys and catching balls. Usually it's like they throw it to him in the flats, and because he's athletic, because he has the running back background, he makes plays.
That's an interesting point.
Like, what if Quitoriano comes back? And I know y'all poke fun at me because I mentioned. What if he comes back and he just looks like a complete tight end, and you have Schultz, Quitoriano, and you have Stover? What do you need Brevin Jordan for?
Yeah, well, this is how I was going to describe it. Like, let's say all these receivers and backs meet their expectations, and you're looking at 3rd and 9, 3rd and 11, and you got Tank out there, you got Nico out there, you got Stephon Diggs, and you got Mixon in the backfield. Do you really need an extra Brevin Jordan out there? No, you probably could use a Stover to block a little bit,
And
right?
you also have Andrew Beck.
And you have Andrew Beck. We think. I think he'll be back. Yeah.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, because Stover can play some of that H-back and fullback, too.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't know if they would be willing to completely part, but it is something to keep an eye on. So yesterday, a story went viral from one of the aggregators on X that 26-year-old Hayden Hopkins, the, quote, girlfriend, allegedly, of Raiders owner Mark Davis, was pregnant. Well, she's come out and put out a statement that not only is Mark Davis not the father, that they aren't even dating. She was in the suite one time with a bunch of friends and was photographed by people, and this did not happen. So here's what Hayden Hopkins said, quote, "Reports of Mark Davis being the father of my child are wildly untrue. I was pictured sitting next to him in a game in 2022 and have endured false rumors of a romantic relationship since. I was just a guest sitting in the owner's box with other friends. These continued media stories are negatively affecting what should be my happiest days. Joey and I are excited to welcome our baby in the fall."
This is the worst. It's absolutely and really, she said media, which I guess Dov Kleeman, you can categorize him there. He's more of an aggregator or whatever. But this is an internet phenomenon. Like I've never seen very stories, this is gonna some report or something. That's why I hate this, because no matter what she says, which is 100% true, it seems, she has nothing to do with it. She just happened to be in his suite or whatever and happened to be sitting near him. Some people are still going to believe this. It's just this is the worst, absolute worst for people. It wasn't a report. It wasn't written.
Well, Dov Kleeman put it out there, and then,
like I said, he's just
he has the popular aggregation.
Yeah.
So then it went down. I think he might have actually deleted it, but I mean, what's the consequence though for Dov Kleeman?
I guess nothing right now.
I mean, because this isn't the first time this has happened with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And there's talk that apparently the original sold his account. So now it's someone else doing their thing. It's just a lot going on. What is the consequence here? 291,000 people now see that.
Yeah. I mean, I guess she could do some sort of legal action or something. It's not going to necessarily help too much in terms of what some people believe. By the way, you see what Albert Breer just tweeted about the new end of OTAs and the new schedule?
This is right up his alley.
This is right up his alley.
He might have 5,000-word column on the OTAs.
He may well, but this is what he tweeted just now. Let's say it's a new proposal to scrap off-season programs, start training camp with a ramp-up period in June, and eliminate the annual summer break in the NFL calendar is going over like the Hindenburg with coaches and front office people.
Which means what?
They don't like it. Very vehemently do not
what
like
the players do?
Yeah, what the players do.
You
Coaches like control.
The Hindenburg.
Yeah, that's the Zeppelin that exploded in the air. What year was that? 1912, something like that?
Yeah, no idea.
Yeah.
Did you know the Hindenburg?
Yeah, don't look over here, man. I don't know. I ain't pay attention in school.
Just trying to check, man.
I could be off on the year, but that's what happened. Yeah. So apparently, I mean, look, coaches, 1937.
Okay.
Coaches want control. Of course they're going to hate this. They want to know where you are, that you're there, that you're first one in, last one out, all that jazz.
But they can still go work out.
They're going to be in shape. This is their career.
But, I mean, they can still go to the facility and work out, right? They're not stopped from
but they're just not going to be on the field, in cleats and, competing at that level and all that stuff.
Bills GM Brandon Beane, they did an article in The Athletic, and they were asked about the main reason why they traded Stephon Diggs and his contract, which only had no more guaranteed money after this year. It was actually pretty favorable.
Yeah.
Although the Texans wiped that away. Here was the quote from Brandon Beane, quote, "Ultimately, we just talked about the cap. I don't need to go through all the reasons why we decided to go ahead and do that. It's just like an albatross hanging on your neck all year. What's 2025 look like? What's 2026 look like?" What does that mean? You could have got rid of it.
Yeah.
We haven't heard from Diggs, right?
I think, what did you say, 50 days?
It's been 50, yeah.
Maybe not hear from him this week, Wednesday through Friday. So that'll be minicamp, June 6th, I believe.
Meanwhile, they got poor Keon Coleman setting himself up. I feel for that young man because I know he's like the face of internet humor right now when it comes to the NFL. Man, if he doesn't play well, are people just going to turn on him?
Oh, yes. Yes.
He's just a nice young man right now.
He's having a time of his life.
And I just feel if he has bad start or he's too slow or it's not going well for him, people are going to turn on him.
Of course they are.
But he's not. I don't think he's like seeking this attention. I think he's just being himself.
Exactly.
Like none of these. You notice the craziest thing about him is that none of these videos have actually been him loading them.
Yeah, it's other people.
It's the Buffalo Bills
He's answering
site.
questions honestly.
It's the Buffalo Bills side, or it's like media availability. Like it's not like he's trying to be like some sort of TikTok star or something like that.
No, he's not searching it out. It's just his personality is like that, and he's got an interesting, fun accent, and it's like he's kind of he's watchable, and so, but it's not his fault. But you're right; they're going to turn on him if he doesn't get it done, especially in Buffalo.
You think Buffalo's mean?
No, but they're frustrated.
Really?
Yeah. Wouldn't you be? How many Super Bowls they not won, and then they got close again, lose to the Chiefs, and then you lose Stephon Diggs and all that stuff? Yeah, I'd be a little frustrated too.
Apparently, Caleb Williams had a rough practice. Okay. And the Bears veterans had to lift him up. This is according to Courtney Cron, an ESPN staff writer.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Byard, former Tennessee Titan, said the following, quote, "I said something to him after practice like, keep going. We're going to keep making you better. And not necessarily saying he had a terrible day, but days like this are going to make you better." Apparently he threw a couple of interceptions. This is the worst. Remember when Mahomes, his first practice, threw like 4 or 5 interceptions? Yeah. I mean, come on. Like, you're probably trying to force it. We're talking about this. Although
you're trying to impress.
CJ had some days better than others, but he never really had a bad day.
Mm-hmm.
Davis Mills did.
CJ had like a bad moment in the New England game, right? Preseason?
Oh, preseason, yeah, the interception.
Yeah, and that's it.
He forced the pick. And
that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there was like some days were better than others, but there was never like oh my God, like the day when Davis Mills threw 6 INTs.
We were there.
And one-on-ones.
We were there.
One-on-ones.
We were there. Good Lord. God, he looked lost on that. What did I say? That was the worst since Dan Orlovsky. 2 worst quarterback performances I've ever seen at a practice or a training camp.
What do you think Davis is up to right now?
He's doing fine, man. He's
contract year, man.
Yeah, but who's there? He's going to get paid. He's backup.
Is he the backup?
Or Keenum, but I think Davis Mills probably. Well, it was open for debate last year. They changed it on us a couple of times
until the last minute when they decided they were going to start.
Yeah.
Case Keenum against the Titans.
Yeah.
Or Davis, man.
Mm-hmm.
I think he could be a good backup.
Yeah, he's in a great situation.
Shout out to him.
Yeah.
Coming up, the internet goes nuts. Let's pour one out for a legend, and then let's pour one out for a slime ball. Next.
All right. You guys want to get your home sold, and you want to move on your
610.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 120 every day. We talk about stuff that broke the internet, and we start with a legend, Bill Walton. Gone at the age of 71, called a game a few months ago. This was the final setup in the final game that Bill Walton ended up calling.
Ted, as we're rolling along the rivers here and we're bouncing from star to star, from the Berkeley Hills to the Willamette Valley and Skinner Butte, from Strawberry Creek to the Willamette River, it's all happening right now. And with Arizona at the top playing at Colorado at the end of the day today, the winner of this game could very well be tied for first place in the all-important battle for the best seeding. As we tip this game off today, there are so many storylines, Ted, that can just tantalize the mind and the soul, imagination and curiosity. It's all right here.
Like we've all heard, and we're going to hear, and you're going to hear here in a second more sort of Bill Walton at his best and tributes and stuff. The thing about it with him is it's not just, what he says and it's how he says it, and it's just authenticity. Like we always talk about.
Dude, that's the real guy.
That's him.
Yeah, like it's
that's him.
The real guy. I met him a handful of times, and it's not a character. It's kind of him.
Yeah, I've he's come into the media. He always goes through the media dining or media work area or whatever, and just chatting it up with friends and stuff. And so same thing. I've seen him a handful of times, talked to him a handful of times. That is him, and it is. You always hear it, and it's never more true. It's truly going to be missed in broadcasting, much less basketball.
This was Rick Carlisle before his team ended up getting swept from the Eastern Conference Finals. Former teammate of Bill Walton, and he owes him a lot, including perhaps one of the most important things in his life. Here's Rick Carlisle.
I have him to thank probably also for me being married to my wife, Donna. Our first date was to a Dead show in Washington, D.C., and I called Bill, and I said, look, this is 1987. I got a date with a girl that I think is pretty cool. Would love to go to the Dead show at Capitol Center. I don't have any tickets. Can you help? And he said, just go to the back door, ask for Dennis McAnally, tell him you're Rick Carlisle from the Boston Celtics, and everything will be just fine.
And it was. He ended up, I guess, talking with Jerry Garcia and all the guys and getting that. It's really, certain ones just kind of go, man, that is so bad. He and Dave Pasch, that also is important to have that kind of a perfect blend and relationship. I sent you guys earlier. Pasch put him on the spot in one broadcast and was asking him if he ever auditioned for the Chewbacca role in Star Wars. Made up everything on the fly. And I said, not only did I audition, they patterned the role after me, and it was just perfect. I mean, it was just perfect. So, and that's not even to talk about like how freaking good he was. Everybody, the injuries hurt him, his feet, bad feet. But go back to the Portland Trailblazers days, which I remember when he was just an unstoppable force. One of the greatest, maybe the greatest big man to pass as a passer in history. And then reinvents himself as a role player on the 86 Celtics, and I think he was sixth man of the year. Like, just an absolute stud in every way.
I got the internet going nuts.
Angel Hernandez.
Okay.
We are all familiar with Angel Hernandez.
Not dead, but gone.
And, well, he's gone. I saw this, and I thought it was a fake account at first because, somebody said, hey, Angel Hernandez I was like, sure. Like, that's ever going to happen. No, seriously, like, because he's been...
You didn't think he was ever going to go away?
He's had 1 million lives, much less 9 lives, and he's been torched over and over and over again. I thought it was a fake account. And then I realized it wasn't, and the reaction that people are having of him getting pushed out, whatever you want to call it, he's absolutely getting pushed out, but he's retiring mid-season, which is in itself a sign of where he is in terms of who got pushed out, who didn't. The reaction is all like, yay. Good, we're glad. Finally, it happened. I've never seen anything like, not even one little, okay, but like when somebody mentioned earlier, when Joey Crawford, left, retired or whatever. A lot of people hated Joey Crawford.
Yeah, some liked him.
A lot of people gave him a lot of credit for being a fantastic referee.
Yeah.
None of that for Angel Hernandez.
Did you think he was fantastic?
No, I'm saying it's like bizarre. I can't compare it to anything. He was awful for how many years? 29? 20?
3 decades.
Yeah. And everybody thinks he was awful.
This was CC Sabathia back in the day. This was after a playoff game. This was CC Sabathia, not just speaking for himself, but both teams.
I do need to say this, though. I don't think Angel Hernandez should be umping playoff games. He's absolutely terrible. Terrible behind the plate today. He's terrible at first base. It's amazing that how he's getting a job to pitch and to play to umpire in these playoff games.
What did you say to him?
It's just a conversation for us, but he shouldn't be anywhere near a playoff game.
Is that sentiment shared by many of your teammates?
Everybody, I think.
Everybody.
I think if you go ask them on the other side, too.
CC, was his strike zone tonight?
It's always. He's bad. I don't understand why he's doing these games.
He's awful. Always. Everybody hated it. I think that was 2018, something like that. And did you see what CC tweeted this morning?
No.
He retweeted that video with the Looney Tunes, "That's all, folks."
Oh, okay, so he's not backing off. No respect after the career.
Not backing off in the least bit.
No respect. Okay, I see you.
Yeah.
You brought this clip up. Hawk Harrelson.
Oh yeah.
Who is he was a
baseball player and announcer.
What a badass name. Here was him. I think he almost lost his mind when Angel Hernandez missed one of his many calls.
Can't get him. No!
He was safe at first.
No!
Well, Angel Hernandez blew the call, and the infield being back should have cost him the game. It didn't. Right there, he's safe.
He is
does
safe.
not have the ball.
And another blown call by Hernandez.
Where the hell is that guy from?
Hawk Harrelson. He played. He's been a great announcer was a great announcer for a long time. He practically had an aneurysm there making that call.
He's from South Carolina. Not surprising.
Yeah, there you go.
Not surprising.
I got the internet going nuts.
Wolves down 3-0 in the Western Conference Finals. Rudy Gobert getting roasted, but Karl Anthony Towns not far behind. This is Shaquille O'Neal talking about Karl Anthony Towns and his mental makeup.
The fact that he's not upset concerns me.
You don't think he's upset?
No, he's not upset at all.
Okay.
The thing that's about to happen to them, I'm probably the biggest named superstar that's been swept 5 times. The fact that he's not upset that he played terrible shows me he's not ready yet. I play with guys like Kobe missed the last shot, you better not say nothing to him on the plane. Penny Hardaway missed the last pass, you better not say nothing to him on the plane. I missed 2 to 3 free throws, don't say nothing.
Oh, dang, he went right back into that.
You saw that, right?
Right back in that zone.
And then Charles Barkley weighed in. How about Karl Anthony? And this is what really hurt him. You know, you're talking about the struggles and all that. He said he takes 1,500 shots a day.
Okay, buddy.
1,500 shots a day?
Okay, buddy.
After, shoot around or practice and all this other stuff?
1,500 shots a day.
What he said.
Okay.
That's 2-3 hours, right? 2 hours at least.
All right, dude.
1,500 shots a day, he says he did.
You know what you should do? You should drive to the bucket 1,500 times a game.
Yes.
Maybe figure that out.
Yes.
Because he was doing that at a decent level in Game 3 and then just completely stopped.
Yeah.
1,500, all right. I want to see this.
Kenny Smith was talking about, he goes, I used to take 300.
Yeah.
And it would be...
That's what I would hear. I hear like 200, 300. I think Kobe said 300.
Yeah. And those are the shooters. Well, everybody's a shooter now, but...
Well, Karl Anthony Towns is a shooter.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everybody is now, but like Kenny Smith said, I would do 300 and take me 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Come on.
1,500.
1,500.
Come on, bro.
I got the internet going nuts.
Draymond Green, man, he was on a podcast with Shaq. This is kind of wild. I think he's earned $141 million in his career.
Mm-hmm.
This was Draymond Green. This went viral. This had the internet going real nuts. This was Draymond Green talking about the system that the NBA has set up for its players.
As hard as we work to accumulate wealth, coming from situations that most people never make it out, and then you get fined the way we get fined, it's actually not set up for us to be wealthy after we're done playing. This job is not set up the way we're taxed.
Oh, California?
The way we're taxed, the way we're fined, this program is to teach this guy this. But if I do something wrong, I lose $100,000.
I mean,
Well, stop doing something
Yeah,
wrong.
well, there is that too. I was thinking the whole time, like, okay, $100,000 is a lot of money for anyone.
Yeah, but were you sorry or not? Didn't they didn't they have you like go work on some things and stuff?
Yes.
Like, is it now after the fact? Like, not a.
That's where I was going. Like, didn't you learn a lesson the first $100,000? You know, it's like you're acting like, oh, this is a lot of money I'm having to get fined. Yeah, learn a lesson. You know, get scared straight, whatever. So I don't have a lot of sympathy for him when it comes to that.
I got the internet going nuts.
He's back, baby. He is back. Tony Busby. Tony Busby, you may have heard some
you don't think that's a little bit strange?
Allegations against Brandon McManus, apparently with some flight attendants or something. Allegations. I'm not necessarily going to get into that too much, but you know who's representing the two women?
My God.
He's back. Tony Busby. For those who have inquired, the Busby Law Firm is lead counsel for the two women who brought this case. We filed the case on Friday. Before that filing, we attempted without success to resolve the matter without the need for further litigation. That sounds familiar too, doesn't it?
Luckily, there's enough time to where it's not completely remembered, but
you don't think that's a little bit strange?
It was. No, actually, I don't. Not a little bit strange.
I got the internet going nuts.
So, I am excited for this Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight. But when I hear that Mike Tyson had a health scare on a plane and he needed like a wheelchair to take him off, I need a little bit more information into what exactly happened here.
Yeah, they're not saying.
And I'm kind of wondering, like, are they still going to let this man fight? He's pushing 60.
Where are the doctors?
Yeah, he's pushing 60. So are we sure this is a good idea? And Ryan Garcia has actually offered to fight Jake Paul as a replacement if
no, that would be something.
If Mike can't go.
Is he going to be roided up?
Come on. Allegedly.
That's a very fair question.
Allegedly.
Twice tested positive.
See, here's what I would do to equalize it. This would be my equalizer since this is kind of a freak show fight.
Mm-hmm.
I would if Mike can't go, since Ryan Garcia is an elite professional fighter and Jake Paul's kind of, for lack of a better term, like freak fights, I think Ryan Garcia has to have at least a 0.14 blood alcohol level before he fights.
Oh, he does every time.
Well, but before he fights him, he has to have at least, well, let's go 0.16. He has to have at least twice the legal limit before he goes in the ring with Jake Paul.
I would be down with that.
Yeah, I'll watch it.
I'd watch that.
Why not? No shame in my game.
Mm-hmm.
That's Internet Going Nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, it was a monumental day yesterday. What did we learn and what could we learn tomorrow? In the Loop continues next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Ninth in the
stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Astros going to be on the field tonight against the Mariners. They dropped the first yesterday, 3-2. Good outing by Framber Valdez. Not a good start, but he overcame it. 5 scoreless after the 3-run first. Jose Abreu returns 1 for 3. He gets the average above 100 RBI singles, so good for him. What do we know about this Astros team at the moment?
That's a great question, because here we are. Yesterday was Memorial Day. That's one of the markers that I always talk about. Here's what we know. All right, we can project all we want, and fingers crossed, and maybe we're seeing something real, maybe we're not. But they are on pace to win 70, to go 72-90, to win 72 games. We know that. We know Jose Abreu, at least by first indications, is going to be your everyday first baseman. What a magical month it was of finding himself down in Florida. Finding his swing, finding himself, redoing his body, I'm presuming, based on the weights that and the weightlifting they were talking about. We know we know that their pitching is okay, at best inconsistent, uneven. Verlander, yeah, he can do it, and then maybe not. Hunter Brown had a great outing last time, but he says 7.08 ERA. You mentioned Framber Valdez. Quality start. He remember, you had that streak of quality start. He had a quality start yesterday, but he's not an ace. If you have to wonder if a guy's an ace for more than 2 years, he's not an ace. And then you got the injuries. Like the injuries right now are for Urquidy and for Javier.
McCullers. Does he even count?
No, that's what I'm saying. Just for those two that we were kind of thinking could come back, they're not coming back. Urquidy and Javier. Maybe Javier, but I doubt it. He slept wrong, and then all of a sudden the pain went from his neck to his elbow, or I guess forearm discomfort, which we know what that means. But no.
Just slept on his arm.
Slept on his arm and ends up with Tommy John surgery. No, I'm just kidding. Wouldn't want to wish that upon anybody. But he's got an elbow issue. Is
there something going on with these guys? Like, do they do something? I know arm injuries happen all over the place, but good Lord.
It's a lot of them.
I mean, my goodness.
People always bring that up.
With that training staff, man.
Yeah, I feel bad that's where it goes.
Let me talk to y'all for a little bit.
Lopez's favorite thing to do is criticize the hitting coach.
I feel bad.
Fire the hitting coach.
Yeah, that's a metric that they use. But no, I mean, it could be, but I hate that they get blamed so easily when there's a rash of injuries. Oh, it must be the way they ramp up these pitchers or whatever. No, I think they just got a lot of injuries. We'll see. Oh, then there's Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman against the A's at home batted .500 with 3 home runs and 6 RBI. And remember, he was talking about the cream rises to the top? Since then, in 10 games, he's batting .122 with a .346 OPS. So that's what we know. We can speculate and project and, it's early, or this is the Astros.
No, we're past the rough start, the traditional rough start for Alex Bregman.
But you asked me, what do we know? We know that. Those are undeniable things.
Yeah.
The injuries, the Bregman, the pitching, the inconsistencies, the record, the pace that they're on. Like, you can project all you want. Abreu, is back. Those are all things like we know. So what are the prospects then if you know those things? What are the prospects for this squad?
I mean, win the division and then get in the playoffs
but
and see what happens. And then you have an elite back into the bullpen, but I mean they can because they're in the West.
Mm-hmm.
It's a terrible division.
Yeah,
I mean it's the worst division by far. They have the best run differential. They're -5.
Yeah, the Astros do.
Yeah, they have the best run differential. So I mean that's what they do. They tread water. They hope that the improvement comes within, and they win a division, which they could very easily do.
Well, have the Astros ever been in a situation where they stay in a race because other teams keep them in the race? No, they stay in a race because they get on a roll and they make and they get back on top, or they get back in the hunt or whatever. Right now, they're hoping that they stay in the race because the division stinks. That's not sound, you know?
Well, I mean, I think you just got over the soft spot. The soft spot is gone. This month's going to be a little bit more difficult.
What do you have, Mariners then Twins?
Yeah, you're going to have to face the Twins.
And then the Cardinals, I believe.
Yeah, and then you're going to get the
aren't
Angels.
bad.
Then you'll get the Angels.
Yeah.
And then I think you'll have to go like a month before you see the division again when you face the Rangers.
Yeah, you go to some National League teams like the Giants and stuff, but it's not. No, they made. I mean, you could say they had a successful 13-game stretch. Maybe you could have gotten a little greedy, but 9-4.
That was fine.
It was successful.
I mean, it wasn't great.
Yeah, it was successful, but it wasn't like, okay, now they're back.
Yeah, it was good enough.
The only reason they're in it, like I said, is because the division is so bad. So that's about the best you can hope for.
That's a good sales pitch.
Yeah.
Texans are going to be on the field tomorrow. Stephon Diggs, they traded for him 50 days ago. CJ and company, we think, will be on the field. And we're creeping towards the start of training camp. We're about a month and a half away from the start of training camp. Texans going to be on the field, getting a lot of love. There does seem to be, and this is the time to have optimism, but there does seem to be a lot of optimism just AFC South-wide. Like every team in the division, I don't know if Jacksonville feels as great, but there seems to be a lot of excitement. There seems to be a level of excitement in this division that we haven't seen in a while where I think every team might, and if you're doing this in Tennessee, shame on you, but might kind of convince themselves that they have a chance to compete for the division and make the playoffs.
I think all four think so. I don't think so, but I think all four can lay claim to thinking they have a chance. And the Titans with Callahan and offensive-minded and all that are included in that. But it's going to be an interesting thing to watch how the quarterback play plays out. That's going to be the story of the division. We know C.J. Stroud, and we don't know about any of the others. I mean, that's how the division is going to be decided, how the other quarterbacks play. I mean, if Trevor
Which
Lawrence,
makes you feel good.
Yeah, because you got yours.
Yeah, like that's the whole thing. Like we can talk about these teams, but if that is the key and we all agree that that's the most important thing, then you feel good about it.
Yeah, because like Tennessee can talk about offensive-minded Callahan and all these weapons and all that. Who was talking the other day about this might be the best receiving core I've ever played? I don't think it was Hop. You can talk about that all you want, but if Levis isn't it's not going to happen. Same thing with Trevor Lawrence not elevating his game to another level, and same thing with Anthony Richardson. Depending on what happens there.
Then you go to the coach. You feel pretty good. I think Indy should feel good, but there's two coaches that you think are going to be here long term. Peterson, kind of an interesting year, and then Callahan, unknown. So
yeah,
there you are.
Yeah, I think Peterson's going to be one interesting one. Callahan's not going anywhere. I don't think Steichen's going anywhere. It's all going to be on Peterson to see. Like, do they think that they're not the favorite to win the division, but they have to think that they can get this done. Like they were close already. And with Lawrence getting paid and maybe elevating his game, they have to believe if they don't do it, he's going to be in trouble. If they don't take some,
they're
going
to pay him no matter what.
No, I'm talking about Peterson.
Oh yeah,
yeah. No matter what they do with Lawrence, no matter what they do with Lawrence, if they don't get it done, he could be in big trouble.
Big trouble.
Yeah.
Are you rooting for Jose Abreu? This was the question that Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne asked. It's the title of the YouTube. Shout out to all the people on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Are you rooting for Jose Abreu?
I'm not rooting against him.
But are you like sitting there like, oh, man, I really hope he turns it around?
No.
Come on, Jose, fight through it.
We don't really have a relationship with him as a fan, as someone in our business. Like, I get Bregman. Like anybody out there saying, I'm going to defend Alex Bregman till the day I die, my last breath, I get it. I understand. He's earned that. I don't think Abreu has, and I think that's the issue.
I mean, there's always like an argument about is it okay to root against your squad. The Indianapolis game comes up. Well, how could you root against them? And then they ended up winning. It worked out because they ended up getting CJ number 2, regardless of how it happened. But there's always like, is there ever an okay time to root against your team? Can you root against? You can't be a true fan and root against your squad. I mean, I disagree with that.
Yeah,
I disagree with that. I don't think blind loyalty is deserved. Hell, we went to Boston. Go talk to them about the Patriots.
Kidding. Yeah, no kidding.
Go talk to them about the Patriots
quickly.
right now. Yeah, walk around Boston and talk to anyone about the Patriots, and they those bombs suck.
Yeah.
Is what they're saying.
But you know why? Because the same reason I think that you would
Which is actually pretty wild.
Especially there. But, like, if you're cheering against your team because of the big picture, then that's fine. Cheer against Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby. You know why? Because the big picture was like, we're going to get rid of them, we'll be better. Cheer against, what's another example? Like just any coach that your college coach or whatever, big picture, you get it. Cheer against the Texans when they're playing the Colts because of the big picture. You thought you would benefit, but Abreu, I'm not cheering against him. I'm not cheering for him. I just think there's just not a whole lot there.
I have no attachment to that guy.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't care about him at all. I do think he's symbolic, though, of an organization that was once the standard and is now just chasing its tail and has no identity.
Yes.
So that frustrates people a little bit. But, yeah, I have no shame in it. Like the Texans fans who didn't show up, no shame in that.
Let me ask you this. Would you, right now, where they are you cheering for them to be sellers at the deadline?
The Astros?
I think that's a good, strong case to be made for that because it's better for the big picture, like I was talking about earlier.
Well, doesn't it kind of bother you that you feel that it has to be laid out on a tee for them to understand what's better for the big picture?
Well, yeah, but that's because they
like wouldn't you feel better that they would be able to?
They should be doing it anyway.
Look at it themselves.
They should be doing it anyway, right? But they're not because they want to be right on Abreu, right on the fact that they're still going to be in the hunt.
Just Crane and Bagwell
and Reggie and
oh my God.
And Dana Brown.
Oh, my God.
And everybody in that
Reggie.
room. Yeah. Yeah. Like, if you want what's best for the Astros, you're probably hoping that they end up getting something at the trade deadline. If you want big picture Astros, that's what you should be cheering for. Little picture, you want them to get in the hunt and make another run.
I mean, they're in the hunt. I mean, they're right there in their division.
Yeah.
I know that's not the standard, but they're in the hunt of trying to get in the playoffs, which however you feel about it, that's where they are.
Yeah.
They're right there.
No, they are, but it's just a different feel because they're in the hunt because the division stinks.
Yep. Sometimes it'd be like that.
And as opposed to going and attacking it and making it happen, they're hoping that it happens because the division will continue to stink.
Just get in, man.
Yeah.
1/3 through. See how it goes. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley. They are in the building. Clint Stoerner, fresh from the river, man.
Fresh off the river, baby.
How about that?
Hey, that was a time now.
And that cold water.
That was a time, man.
Got some cold water.
Yeah. Well, actually, the surprisingly, first time ever in my life, the Guadalupe River was not as cold as the pool we ended up getting in later on.
Oh, wow.
Surprisingly. I don't know if that's
put
because
a chill
I
on
don't
you,
know
man.
if that's because Canyon Lake is so down right now.
Is it still real low?
Yeah, oh yeah. It's so low. It's going to, from what I understand, it's going to take years to get it back.
Man, that stinks.
But the river was nice. The river had plenty of water in it.
Yeah.
Where we were, it had plenty of water in it.
Good.
Heck, there was a few of the folks that we met up with. Hell, they were kayaking earlier that morning, so there was plenty of water in that river. I'm sure they opened that dam up a little bit. They know there's some money flooding into town. They opened that dam up a little bit.
Okay.
What'd you guys get into, man?
I went to the lake, man. Went to the lake. Lake Fork.
Did you do a little fishing?
Yeah, that's what I said. Lake Fork is renowned for bass fishing.
Nah, a lot of my cousins did, but I stayed. I didn't want to.
Clint, I had a sleepover with my granddaughter staying at our house for the first time, 18 months old. I was nervous.
How about that?
It was like, yeah, I don't want anything bad to go on. Nothing wrong is going to happen on my watch. And it worked out great.
It went smooth, huh?
Smooth as silk. She slept like a baby, didn't wake up, made her breakfast. It was awesome. Yeah.
Come on, when's she coming back, man?
I'm ready.
Hey, you can't brag about how good it was too loud now because
yeah, then they come all the time.
They're gonna be leaving them over there. Next time it's gonna be 2 nights. It's gonna be a week. Yeah,
he could do a week.
I could do a week.
Do a week.
Yeah, I could do a week. What's the matter, Ron? It's out there, isn't it? It's out there.
I'm trying to figure out what we're doing here, man. I'm just looking out here, man.
Did you hear me earlier?
I'm adding up these floors.
I've lived here my whole life, and I'm going to lose my bleep if we lose power again.
Courtney done just checked on me for the 3rd time in the last 30 minutes. She said, "How y'all all right? It's getting pretty dark over here."
Yeah.
You're in line, boy.
You ever seen tennis size ball hail?
I got stuck in a hailstorm once.
This shifting.
Yeah.
The last 2 days, this shift of weather here in this beautiful city.
Yeah.
I mean, yesterday was one of the hottest days I can ever remember.
Humid.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel bad for Bear. I said, man, you got to come on in here, man. You can bark. You can bark all day long. Man. You can chew this. You can chew this this couch up. I mean, his tongue
I don't want
was
you
out.
to
So
die out there.
I said, his tongue ain't supposed to be out that much.
It was my favorite day, Ryan, on the Google Google weather or whatever on your phone. What's on your phone?
Yeah.
It said 92 cloudy or whatever, 103, unhealthy for sensitive groups. I started to tweet that out and said, bunch of y'all better stay y'all's ass in the house.
Stay inside.
I'm telling you.
I ain't talking about the heat.
I'm telling you, I'm looking out there, boy. I'm telling you.
And now look at it.
I'm just saying, Clinton Tyler, we need to come up with some sort of a game plan here. This building sways. I mean, what are we going to do? Because I'm telling you.
I didn't think about being on the 19th floor. I was more
I'm out, Judge. Oh, no, I'm going to run them stairs. I've done it. Not John McClain but I've done it. Every time you tell that story, that kills me. Every time. I thought he died.
Rough look.
Because we got a chance to see him ourselves.
And that wasn't nothing but one floor.
John McClain, shout out.
I ain't kidding. Like
It was-
I
it was-
thought we were going to lose him right there in that chair.
It's probably the equivalent of 3.
And it was no, it wasn't. It was one. We were literally on the second. There's only 2 stories in that building.
It was like if we talk about the steps that you would run down here, it was probably the equivalent of 2.5.
Man, the problem is too.
Without
You're
the
like
turn.
you're like, man, John, they're gonna pay you no matter what. We can fill the time, brother. Like 19, you're not saving anyone's life. You might be losing yours walking up those 19.
My man was
floors.
hot at Armin because he parked in that parking garage on the other side of Minute Maid.
You're listening to KILTAM, KILTHD2. The Drive is live.
Hey, man, you ever see somebody where it's raining and pouring so bad, but you can still see his sweat?
Oh, ain't no doubt.
You can see the difference of sweat and rain. That's how bad that man got up there. Boy, he got to the top. That man, John, had to grab them knees. Woo!
John McClain doesn't mince words here.
I had no idea. The best part is we had no idea what the hell was going on. We were sitting in a conference room at the top of that staircase, and he rounded that corner and stepped into that room, and we both looked at each other like, what in the call 911.
I was about to tell Tyler, man, Tyler, you're going to have to put 30 seconds to a minute of some extra spots in that bad boy so he can get his.
I remember he looked at me, he's like, Tyler, you go move my car for me.
Oh, my God, man. That
Yes,
man,
sir.
That was,
That's right. I forgot he was there.
yeah, he was. Yeah, listen, we got to, but for real, man, we got to do the game plan. Like, I mean, if we going to leave, we got to all leave together.
Wifey just told me that her building just said, everybody please stay away from the windows. They're about 19 floors up, too.
That light just flickered in there as we was doing the show. So, hey, be safe. Hey, I guess we're going to give you entertainment regardless, but be safe out there. Get home. As you said that, my wife just kind of texted me the same thing, said my oldest is at a friend's house, told him just stay over there and be safe. So be safe out there as this thing is getting crazy. I know I got some family in Dallas that they're without power, said it was pretty bad up there, and it is moving quickly this way. Be safe out there. Enjoy yourself. This is a little different than what you were experiencing at the lake and in Hawaii, Tyler. I know this.
The weather was a bit different over in Oahu.
We couldn't have got any better where I was at, man. The heat don't bother me. I mean, I'm not going to the river or any other beach or pool or lake and concerning myself with the heat. Hell, the heat don't bother me.
But the water wasn't real super hot?
It was no. It's usually cold because it's fed by the bottom of one of the deepest, if not the deepest, man-made lake in Texas. And so typically it's when it don't matter what. I don't care if it's 110 out there. When you dip that toe in that damn Guadalupe River, it's usually cold. I don't know why, but it was not near as cold as it has been in the past. Literally, the pool that we ended up jumping in was colder than the river, which I was okay with. I'm not into that when you get in water so cold it makes your nipples hurt.
I could have looked for that this weekend. I could have. Well, we went to Lake Conroe. We went to
go to Margaritaville.
We went to Margaritaville.
Okay.
No, we didn't do that this time. You remember we went?
Yeah.
It was hot as hell. And we stepped into that water. It was like taking a shower.
There you go. Warm
like
shower.
That was a hot-ass shower. I was like, damn, boy, I need something else. I need somebody to throw some ice in this thing. I need something, but no, stay safe out there as I see someone here on the text line rolling through saying, first, welcome back, Clinton Tyler in the H, and with all this rain, the Astros don't really care about winning from their actions. We'll get into that here in a second. But our guy here stuck on 45 at downtown, you guys are helping calm my nerves. Well, good. We'll hopefully help to calm your nerves and entertain you.
I think you were saying that tongue-in-cheek, right?
Yeah, maybe. Well, hopefully.
I don't know that he was being serious. Stuck on the side of the road, you telling him how scared you are right now is going to calm his nerves.
Man, he's calm, baby. Calm, man.
Phil, hey, look here. You could be 19 stories in the sky with windows everywhere.
Man. Feels like 20th. It feels like 20th.
Oh, man.
All right, let's get some news and notes out with the Astros. This was reported yesterday, fellas, that both Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy, who had his start in Sugar Land the same day that Jose Abreu killed it enough to be sent up to play in the game yesterday for the Mariners. We'll get to him.
Hold on, son.
But they were both getting imaging on their forearms. Still haven't heard the latest with Urquidy. We know he's going to be shut down, but still haven't heard the latest on the diagnosis. We do know, Clint, with that, Christian Javier has been placed on the 15-day IL. He just came off of it with the mysterious neck injury, and now he goes on it due to forearm discomfort, retroactive from May 24th. To take his spot, Alex Spees will join from AAA Sugarland. So there's two pitchers that you were hoping to go into this, what they were going to do, this six-man rotation. We know Javier at least will be on the 15-day IL, and Clint, you hear forearm discomfort. That's the scary one. That's the Tommy John one. And then the hope was that Urquidy would be back really, really soon. And now it looks like he is going to be out some time. And you know he gets injured, he gets hurt. It makes you wonder if we'll ever see him this year. So this is getting really, really rough right now.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because I think on the Christian Javier front, it makes you wonder how much of the mysterious he must have slept wrong on the plane type of neck injury that resulted in the 15-day IL. The first time makes you wonder how much of that, because it sounds like it was smoke and mirrors at this point in time, because he came back, wasn't very good, if we're being honest.
The first start, yeah.
The first start was bad, right? And now all of a sudden there's forearm discomfort. Maybe it's just coincidence, maybe not. And then when you look at Jose Urquidy, I mean, this is the one thing that you concern yourself with him is that for whatever reason it was the shoulder two different times. Now it's the forearm. It's just you come out an injury-prone dude, of late at least. That's what worries you about him. So we'll see how they weather this storm, man. You look at it. You got Verlander, you got Framber Valdez, you got Hunter
Blanco.
Brown, obviously, Ronel Blanco, Spencer Arrighetti. I think you can ride with those and make hay for right now. But at some point in time, you're gonna need more than them five.
Well, and then you rolled off on Brandon Bielak. You remember we talked about that?
Bielak was with the A's.
That was odd. He's with the A's now. I'm intrigued to see who's going to come up and take the spot in the rotation there.
Well, look, I got to believe that they have lost the luxury of being a six-man rotation at this point.
No, yeah. So, yeah, we'll see how things move there with those two guys being out right now. But boy, that's tough back-to-back days to see those guys go down. By the way, we talked about Jose Abreu potentially coming up, and that did happen. He joined the team yesterday, and Joey was the casualty. He goes down, which he needed at bats anyway. They said he was going to come up here, and they didn't bring him up here to sit. Well, he came up here and sat, and he has been optioned back down to Sugar Land to make room for Jose Abreu. So Jose Abreu is up now. He goes 1 for 3 yesterday with an RBI single. Hey, he hit the ball over 100 miles per hour. I don't know how many times he did that his first go around this year, but I would imagine from the last time I talked to you, Clint, you're still not happy about this Jose Abreu situation.
Well, I just think the Astros look silly. I think the whole thing, and the more I think about it, the more you dissect it, the more you look at the ripple effect and how it's been handled. It's just it's silly, man. it's silly as hell. It's one of them deals where if you just look at how the Astros handled this dude, they sent this dude to a complex league and said, hey, get away from the game for a few and get some swings in. And then he comes back, and when he does come back, while he was gone, your manager, Joe Espada, is man, we watched some film of the swing. There's improvement. He's getting better. He's doing this. He's doing that. And then he gets back, and the way in which you roll that lineup out there in the first game of what I think is really, there ain't no doubt about it at this point in time, the most important series of the season to date. And we're a third through the season, I think, is where we're at. I don't know how. I don't know how anybody takes this serious.
It's
like it just is. The whole thing is. I can't think of a better way to phrase it than just plumb ass silly.
Every part of it, like even small things like yesterday. Like I would ask you two both, who would you say has been the best defensive first baseman for this team?
Yeah, I would say Big John.
Absolutely,
John.
Yeah.
So yesterday, and by the way, the other part of this is to go to your point, Clint. This is the most important series of the season. To your point, like it's the most important series of the season. You both just said John Singleton. It's not hard. Both of them played yesterday. Who played first base?
Abreu.
The worst of the two. Like
my God.
Like it's crazy to begin with. As you said, they sent my man to a complex league, which have we gotten an understanding? Is there only two complex leagues? Is it just the Florida and the Arizona complex league?
That's where multiple teams have complexes.
So I'm assuming to know if there was a Louisiana complex league. I'm not sure, but they said, but he came not just from the fact they brought him up here to do this in the most important series of the year. Even small things like we're gonna put him and Big John in the game together, but we're gonna put the weakest fielder in. And what do you know? That ball found him in the first inning in a tough play, but you don't put your best defensive outfield or defensive first baseman out there to give yourself the best chance to try to make a tough play. So, I mean, just so many things to go along with it, even when you get down to the very small. First, he shouldn't be up here to begin with. All right, five games in the complex league shouldn't have been enough. Shouldn't have been enough for him to come up.
Guys batting sub 100 in 5 games in the complex league and 2 in Sugarland. And the minute he gets back with the organization, he's not only in the lineup, he's starting at first base. That is the most interesting. There's two sides to this thing. I'm sorry, I'm not one of these eat, sleep, and crap baseball, Major League Baseball, and all the rules and the insides and out. I know I've watched the Astros and I've followed them very closely from a work standpoint for about 5 years roughly. I've never heard of a guy struggling and getting sent to a complex league. And I've never seen an organization try to sell.
We've just heard of a complex league in the last week.
Exactly. And I've never seen an organization think that 5 games is going to change something, right, in that league. And then you look at when he gets here, you said small things, Ron. Let's take it a little further with those small things. Because you decide to play him at first, you can't convince me that moving John Singleton to the DH and not going with, I don't know, maybe Diaz, a guy that's second on the team in RBIs, and is not catching on that day, maybe he should be your DH. I don't know. How about Dubon, 7th in RBIs and 1st in average, batting .330 something, I believe.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
I mean, how about one of those guys being plugged into the lineup?
They did leave those two off.
To your point, now you got, which I don't have a problem with, but clearly they do because they keep putting other guys in left field. Now you got to play Jordan in left field. So think about because you want to put Abreu in the lineup.
So bad.
The way in which it's handled is just, I don't know, man. It's silly. It's borderline embarrassing if you're the Astros organization.
Won't watch another game if Abreu is around this team, as someone just texted in.
Well, right, you can't. And here's the other deal with all these little things is you never know how the game's going to unfold, right? But in a 3-2 ball game, if the guy that's second on your team in RBIs doesn't play, and the guy that's got the best average that again is top 7 in RBIs, and he'd probably be top 2 or 3 in RBIs if he played more. He's got about half as many at bats as everybody else. I mean, those two guys don't play. It makes you wonder, if those two bats were in the lineup, how different would this thing have been? Right? I mean, it just, the decision-making within this organization right now. Did you mention? Did we mention that it was the most important series of the season?
Most important.
It just like the
Seattle's on the ropes.
It's mind-boggling to me.
It's not ideal.
That I don't know. Man, it's wild.
I bet it was disgusting to see how excited some of the people in the organization were
when he got
off that RBI single.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
where are the Abreu haters now?
I bet it was little big league, like the manager in there when Jerry got a hit. Yeah. And then the bench coach leaned to him and said, "Hey man," he said, "Hey man, do you find it odd how excited you are about a CNI single?" And then they cut Jerry. The next day, somebody got to him. Can I just say this? Because I like to do some test things just to see how people respond to this. I did a test thing with Tyler, I would say about a week and a half ago with this. And for me, like, this is the biggest – this is, for me personally, the biggest reason why I want this Jose Abreu thing to stop. Is Clint. I think Jeff Bagwell is taking such an enormous hit by this thing.
Without a doubt.
That it is, and I said it to Tyler, I said, what's the first thing you think of when you think about Jeff Bagwell? And he said, Jose Abreu and the things that he's doing to this team.
100%.
He should be thought of as the Astro legend first, as he is. The Astro legend great. Arguably the best Astro of all time. I don't think he is. I think Altuve is, but arguably in that conversation, thought of to be greatness. Like if he came out where they said, hey, we're going to talk to the Astros, great. Here comes Craig Bijani, everybody clap it up. Here comes Lance Berkman. Here comes Mike Scott. Here comes whoever. And then Jeff Bagwell. I just feel like right now people just going to be looking at him like sideways. Like, I want this to be over so the feel and the hit that Jeff Bagwell, well-deserved. He's had his hands in a lot of this. Well-deserved. But I don't want Jeff Bagwell to be looked at the way I think he's being looked at right now.
I look at him as a member of the Red Sox right now.
Okay, see? Like that,
I'm just kidding.
That's the biggest casualty. The hell with that trade, huh? He's a Red Sox. And I feel like the Q rating for Jeff Bagwell is going into the tank. And I just by every single day, at every moment, at every strikeout, at every time we see him up there, I feel like Astros fans are looking at Jeff Bagwell completely differently, and I just don't want that to happen. And I feel like right now it's simply we're seeing the way this season is going, that he may be the one that is blamed for the end of the dynasty.
He needs Montero to come on, man.
Oh, I forgot about him. He did have his hands in that. That's just my thing is, like, I bet you, I wonder what, if Tyler put, and I don't even want you to put it up, Tyler, because I don't want to see it. But if Tyler put up a poll about what do you think about when you think about Jeff Bagwell? Astros legend or Jose Abreu? Like, I just, Astros legend or dynasty ender? Like, I wonder, I am afraid that right now it would be far more dynasty ender. And they don't need that for Jeff. They don't need that. They should have let Reggie Jackson have all of that. He's a former Yankee.
Hey,
they'd have hated his ass.
Look here, Jeff's too involved because, as you're talking, I'm thinking, I wonder how many just casual fans know that Jeff's, his hands are all over this Abreu thing. But if you're a casual fan and you watch the Astros, hell, I'm listening to Blummer last night. He didn't say much when he struck out in that first at bat, but after that base hit and he drove in a run, Blum went to talking about how Bagwell, this is what Bagwell's been talking about. Stay behind the ball, get that barrel out there. That's what Bagwell's been talking about he needs to do. So, and not that Blum's wrong. I'm just highlighting the fact that during the TV broadcast, if you're just casual and you watch the games at night, and you're going to hear Bagwell's name is going to be tagged and linked to Abreu along the way.
Yeah.
Damn sure now.
I did. I mean, right now, yes. I mean, I see it every time I look at Astros Twitter. Jeff's name is getting drug, just drug, and you understand it. It's getting drugged through the mud. All right, hey, stay safe out there again. I know some people are losing power. My wife just told me we lost power, so that means I get to say whatever I want right now. But coming up, something in sports that needed to happen finally happened. We'll discuss that next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about sports.
Save my back for me.
Do you have any experience on how walruses purr?
And whatever that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the gang is back. As I've seen some people on YouTube and Twitch and on the text line say welcome back. We appreciate you. We're glad to be back. I do want to get to something that has finally happened in sports that is long overdue. But as we were talking, for me, the number one thing that I've gotten to, and I've polled some people around the office in my walk to get water. With this whole Abreu thing, and Clint, he said it earlier, the Astros right now, just point blank, at this moment, look silly. Even with him going 1 for 3 with an RBI single, look silly with the entire way that it has been handled with Abreu. And for me, the big thing is, like, Jeff Bagwell is a legend and one of the greatest players in the history of the game and this organization. And I feel like that is starting to take a back seat to him being one of the faces of this. As I see people on the text line, somebody, again, we've seen this for, almost a year now, comparing him to Jack Easterby. Like, I don't agree with that, but just to give an understanding of where people are in this thing. Some people here coming in like it's tough to watch Jeff do this. I love Jeff. This person here, Tyler, buckle up because you've been outdone here. Ron, I think Jeff is still a great player. The move has tainted my opinion of that. Hasn't tainted my opinion of that. I just wish he would stay in his lane for now. And then someone else texted in about the situation with Jeff Bagwell. Real Astros fans, and you know when you started off like that, well, you got somebody who now believes there's only one way to be an Astros fan. Real Astros fans will always love Bagwell. God, I hate getting in my truck after work and hearing this clown show. It's Ron talk. I have to stop listening. You don't have to stop listening.
You got a case of severe weak-ass fandom, friend.
You don't. And that's what I said. Like, Tyler said it before. Tyler said he's a Red Sox in a joking form. But no, I think there are real Astros fans that are doing. I just talked to Tyler 2.0, Aaron Rayburn in the back, and he said the first thing he thinks of is somebody who oversteps. I said, when you think of Jeff Bagwell, it's the first thing you think of. Somebody who oversteps. He's the blame. Like, he is starting to be the blame. I'm just saying, I hope that doesn't overtake it.
Well, it's one thing that Bagwell brought Abreu in, but this guy's doubled and tripled down on it at this point. Like, we've heard him on a microphone, on broadcast, just everybody needs to relax. I mean, this guy's a veteran. He's going to hit. Like, you're an idiot. Like, he's going to hit at some point. Like, he didn't say idiot, but his tone says it all. Like, he needs this to work.
Look,
it does. I know what I'm doing.
The truth of the matter is, there with Bagwell, there's a tone. There is a, and I don't know if it's because he's an introverted dude or not, but there's a I want to say an arrogance to Bagwell that comes across as it's going to be really tough for him to just say, hey, I screwed that one up. I mean, look, the safest place for a great player is to never venture into coaching, to never venture into the front office and making any decisions. Especially when you're of the ilk of Jeff Bagwell. You should really just, hey, man, appear time to time. If you want to go to training camp and help him swing the stick a little bit, cool.
Talk to him a little bit.
Be a part of it. Get recognized consistently. Be a part of the city and the organization, cool. But the minute you jump in there and you start riding with the owner, and in the absence of a general manager, you start taking command of what the hell's going on and making decisions. And then the bad thing is like my only problem with the Bagwell involvement is that I think that has a lot to do with the way they're handling it. If you just said, hey, It was a bad. He wouldn't be the first guy, the first former player, the first interim general manager, however the hell you want to couch it, to make a bad decision on a veteran. And you just move on from it. But the problem with what, for me, the reason that Bagwell is going to be frowned upon, and this is going to some degree with a lot of the fans tarnish their idea and their perception of Bagwell, is because, to me, is because of the way this thing's being handled.
Yeah, because right now you're not even mad at Abreu anymore. I'm not.
No, I hope
he's not running himself out there.
Look, I hope Abreu. Our guy Will Kunkel, he said, he tweeted this last night, is Astros fans should hope that Abreu comes back and just rakes. Oh, you were damn right, Will. Yeah, we all do. I do for damn sure. That ain't gonna change how this thing. He's not gonna come rake because he spent 5 games in a complex league, right? I mean that's not gonna happen. I mean he's not gonna rake it because they put John Singleton as the DH when he came back and started him at first base to not hurt feelings, and didn't play 2 of their better hitters all year long in Diaz and Abreu. I mean Diaz and Dubon. I mean, it's just the way in which it's all being handled. We got to keep coming back to how heavy is the hand that Bagwell has in this. Is this all an attempt to appease and give every opportunity for a Bagwell decision to be made right, or are these guys legitimately trying to win games? That's the scary part.
This is killing me.
Which one? Another text.
Ron, I can't stand Bagwell's arrogant ass. 2 Z's. He's hard to listen to. Man. This is Jeff. This is 5. This is catcher's batting stance. Jeff Bagwell. This is. I'll just get away from it. Fire him. So just move his spot. I just hate this for him. All right. By the way, something that is needed to have happen for a long time in Major League Baseball. Clint. The only time I think I have ever seen, really in my life, but maybe a couple of times, this happened with Joe West, is we see ESPN on the ticker has MLB umpire Angel Hernandez retired. You don't really get that running across the ticker that a guy retired. And Clint, it appears that they have struck some sort of a deal where they have said, Angel, you're not going to umpire another damn game for the rest of your life. It ends now. We're not going to end it at the season. We're not going to end it at the All-Star break. It is over. He has been so bad and so widely recognized as such a terrible umpire. They've just said we've got to stop. And I mean, damn, it's that bad. Just May 27th, you done. Get the hell up out of here.
Yeah, look, man, I thought that umpire last night was paying a little tribute to Angel Hernandez by how bad his ass was calling balls and strikes. Again,
Which was he looking from?
By the way, I can't believe Joe Espada didn't come out of that dugout at one point, at any point in time, and have a discussion with that guy as bad as he was.
You can't?
I can't.
I'm trying to do the best
I can if we're looking at, but it's just every opportunity I want this first-year head coach or manager to go, okay, now's the time, let me come into my own, and he just doesn't do it. But nonetheless, yeah, look, I mean, I don't know how this guy was allowed to.
They got a great union. They got a great union, and they finally. How much money do you think they paid Angel to agree to stop? With that union.
For his statement to be? It's time for me to spend more time with my family.
Yes. How much did they pay him? I like that, Clint. I think everybody the rest of the day, all the umpires should pay homage to him today by extending their strike zone.
Widen your strike zone.
And then there'd be a signal or something that says, that one's for Angel.
They all have patches on their sleeve for him.
That one's for Angel.
That would be great.
That's for Angel. That one 6 inches off the plate.
We lost a great.
That's for Angel. Hit him. No, it didn't. Strike. That's for Angel. All right. Something that even after a 3-day weekend has still bothered.
I had a 4-day.
Oh, that's right. You did have a 4-day.
For your accuracy's sake.
A 4-day weekend is still bothering Clint with the Texans. We'll discuss that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Ninth in the pantheon of
AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey guys, welcome back into The Drive. Stay safe out there, seriously. We're hearing and seeing different things from different parts of the city where the weather is getting bad. That storm coming in, it hit Dallas last night, and now it is down here on us. So stay safe out there. I know many people who have talked about they were out of power already, and that it's looking rough. It was looking rough when I was outside right before the show started. So please stay safe out there today as you move around, and hopefully we can entertain you while you're there. So however you're taking us in, if you're on YouTube and Twitch, hello, as I see some of you all out there, those of you on the Odyssey app or listening to us on your radio, you're at work or in your car, be safe wherever you are. We appreciate you taking us in however you are. All right, Clint, OTAs was last week, getting closer and closer to the season starting. And you're excited about this season. And I think you love probably the vast majority of what the Texans are doing right now. I think you love a lot of what they're doing. There is one particular thing that is annoying you. I don't know what level of annoyance it is, but it does seem like it is annoying you.
Yeah, well, look, it's not as much annoying as just one of those that it's just not that difficult. It's just not that difficult, man. I'm driving in today, and I'm listening. I'm a loophole. I'm listening to the fellas in midday, fellas, Lopez and Locker, and I hear Lock Dog bring up we got an open practice coming up here. I think Thursday, maybe. Is that right? And he was wondering, is Diggs in town? Diggs going to be a part of it? Is Stephon Diggs going to talk to the media? Is anybody going to get, and it just, as I'm driving, I'm listening to the conversation. The fellas are right. The fellas are spot on. Diggs is you can argue outside of C.J. Stroud, Diggs is the biggest name you got on this football team.
Certainly the most accomplished player you have.
Yeah, right. Well, that was well put. That's where I'm at, right? When you start to think about it, how silly is it that is when you acquire that guy, when you trade for that guy, how does that guy not have a press conference? How has nobody in the city, the fan base, the media, how has nobody heard from Stephon Diggs since that, right? And it's just one of those. It's an interesting question. So that's kind of what the fellas were discussing is will we hear? And it just takes me back to a couple of things. Last year we have a rookie minicamp, and I think it was right. It was a rookie minicamp, and C.J. Stroud doesn't speak. And the uproar was about how in the hell do you have a quarterback drafted number 2 overall, and he is the face of this franchise, and the first time there's a practice open to the media, the first time he's on the football field, he doesn't speak to so it was the
annoying part with that is he was so good at it too.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, he was. Yeah, that's right. We had talked about it multiple times after seeing him at the draft. This guy's going to be the face. There's no reason to put it off. Just push him out there in front of him. Let him run with this. This is going to be awesome. But nonetheless, regardless whether they think the guy's great or not, to even in anybody's mind create a scenario where C.J. Stroud isn't the first one talking to the media after a rookie minicamp is one of those I just stop and pause and go, why? Why not just let the kid get his feet wet? You're pushing other rookies out there. Why not just let the kid get his feet wet and talk, right? I think that was a rookie minicamp, right, when that happened? And now it's Stephon Diggs, and you get Nick Caserio coming out there and talking about, well, it's just not the way we do things. And in reality, you just did it that way with 2 guys that you signed in free agency. So, yes, you do it that way. And again, it's one of those. It's not why. It's not that hard. Like, why are we in May?
I think he is the only new person a
Have we
part
heard
of
from
the team
Danico
that we
Autry?
heard.
I don't think we've heard from Danico.
Maybe
Autry.
Danico Autry. Maybe him and Danico Autry. Tyler is hunting it down. I mean, all of the rookies, all of that we've heard from, like especially the top picks we heard from them that night right here on Sports Radio 610 during the draft coverage. But maybe Danico Autry. I think Tyler's searching that down. But yeah, I know we have not heard from him yet, and he would probably be the number one person that you would think would be heard from.
It's just interesting to me that
it definitely appears to be on purpose.
Well, for an organization that tries to consistently quiet the noise and not not make waves and stay kind of ahead of the curve, if you will, and ahead of things, it seems like you'd go ahead and get him out there before football starts, before everything else starts going on, and just move along with it. But instead, it just seems like these things are made way more difficult than they need to be made, and I just don't understand why. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, what did they accomplish by not making C.J. Stroud available? Other than just an uproar about C.J. Stroud not being available.
They accomplished doing it their way.
Right. Well, what do you accomplish by not having a press conference with Stephon Diggs the way you did with everybody else? And then the general manager saying, well, that's not the way we do things, knowing damn good and well that you just did it. You've done it. You've recently done it in the week before that. Like, what do you accomplish doing those things?
Yeah, I mean, they clearly have a plan. Because like I said, like this person just texted him, man, the man probably had prior commitment. He's good. No, he didn't have that many.
Prior commitments for 2 months?
He didn't have that many
He was playing in charity softball games.
Yeah, he didn't have that many. So I don't think it's just hey, they just haven't been able to fit the schedule around him. I think it's clearly done deliberately, and they obviously have some sort of a plan for why they're doing this. Like, what it does, though, it brings up all right, so why haven't we heard from him? As quickly as we heard from Danielle Hunter and Joe Mixon, why haven't we heard from him? And it just leads you to believe that with everything that comes with Stephon Diggs, all of the baggage that is fair or not unfair, it would lead one to believe that has something to do with why he hasn't spoken yet. You know what? This is one though, and I know you have thoughts because Tyler, myself, Clint, we heard it, Landry, and Lopez, Figgy were speaking about it. Like, I know this is one that kind of rubs us a little bit because it's like, why? Like, I wonder how many people that are Texans fans are like, I really wish we have heard from him. Like, I wonder how many people, I don't even think I want to say bother them because, fans, for the most part, are going to be, hey, man, the Texans are good. Let's roll with them. Hey, whatever they do, they do. Yeah. But I wonder how many people have wanted to hear from Stephon Diggs. I wonder how many fans aren't looking at us like, you guys are way over the top with this. This is a media thing. I wonder how many people are like, I would like to hear Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, no, look, you cannot really care about whether you hear from guys or not on one hand, and that's fine. To be honest with you, I don't necessarily care if I weren't in the business, but I'm in the media business, and so yeah, I'd like to hear from the guy. But I mean, to that texture, like, there are people out there, like, are there really fans out there that are like, in response to no introductory press conference, to the biggest star, most productive player you've signed since? I mean, who is another player that came in with the cachet that he has? I mean, this guy's been the most targeted receiver in the NFL. You've got a young quarterback that is going to have to throw the leather off the football to win games. Like, there are people out there that really believe the Texans said, hey, Steph, you're a Texan, man. We're going to have an introductory press conference in the next 10 days. Are you open for a day? And Steph said, nah, man, I'm busy. I'm good. I don't need an introductory press conference in Texas.
It's
not. I mean, it's a plan. Like, it's I don't know. It's always interests me of like how we always talk about round table. Like, how do decision makers sit around a table and go, nah, we ain't gonna put CJ Stroud, give CJ Stroud the media the first day of minicamp? Who did? Like, where does that come from?
Like, my thing is, like, now, people text in and do these mental gymnastics reasons why. No, the reasons why, because they don't want him to talk.
Correct.
It's not because maybe he's like Barry Sanders and he doesn't want to have a presser. What has Stephon Diggs shied away from?
Right.
From the, like,
I firmly believe the Texans gauged the temperature of the media ultimately leading up to the trade, and when the trade was made, and said right now is not a good time because these are the questions that are going to get asked.
If I were like why would you care if you were a Texans fan? If I were a Texans fan, I would be about loving to hear Stephon Diggs. Now, whether it happens or not, but loving to hear Stephon Diggs come right out himself with words and squash any of the what are you going to do to CJ?
Agreed.
Like, I'm just like, I know he doesn't have to do, but if I were a fan, if I were a fighting Tyler that didn't have this job, and I was just a fan, like, I think Tyler is probably kind of brushed up against him too because he's got the media side now. But if I were, like, I would love for Stephon Diggs, like, to come out and say, hey, listen, I know what all you've heard in the past, but I'm here to work with CJ. I want to win a championship, and I'm here to make life easier. And I would, like, as a fan, I would love to hear, because even the most optimistic fans, whoever that is, whoever you text in who act like, even the most optimistic fans do have the thought process, well, I hope the Josh Allen stuff doesn't happen. Like, I would love for him to come in and immediately squash it. That would be great. Now, they clearly have a game plan of what they're doing and why they don't want him to speak, and eventually he is going to have to at some point. But, like, if I were a fan, those of you texting in and saying things like, why do you, we don't care that much. For me, if I were a fan, and I think there are fans out there who would love to hear him just squash that. Kill that noise.
I'll tell you, as a fan, I know I just said I really didn't care to hear from Stephon Diggs. Now, as a fan of the Texans, I would love to hear one of the most accomplished receivers in the last 4 years in the NFL come out and talk about what he's going to bring to the table and how excited he is to play with the quarterbacks and the wide receivers in this room. You know what I mean? I would get down to that.
Let's say, y'all wait on J.J. Watt's every waking word.
Right.
Y'all don't want to hear about the guy who's actually going to be on the team. You're just saying that because he has. I don't want to put that. No, I'm going to that.
Hold on,
You're just saying. No, it's wrong. You're just saying that because you got to ride with he hasn't spoken yet. That the stuff, and you should, that you get so amped about what CJ says every single week, and every time you hear from him, get you lifted, get you excited, get you up. You would only be saying, oh, I don't care what CJ has to say if CJ didn't speak.
And they say no.
Maybe I'm wrong. Coming up, we'll give you the latest as there are updates here with the Astros, and their pitching is taking another hit. We'll give you everyone that's up, everyone that is down. We'll discuss last night's tough loss. NBA playoffs, we have one participant in the finals, and the sports world lost a legend. We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Thank you guys for bringing us a first-class sports show to the city.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Somebody texted me, you got to be kidding me. If you're going to try to make the case that Kyle Tucker is one of the best players
Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, number 1. Before we get to what happened in Seattle last night with your Astros, let's talk about some of the news and notes here. Yesterday, before the game, it was reported, Chandler Rome and others, that both Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy were getting imaging on their forearms. And what we have learned since with Urquidy, he is going to be held out for some time. We still don't have a more detailed update for that. On Urquidy, we'll figure out that when we hear that. But it doesn't seem like he is going to be coming to the big leagues as soon as maybe they were hoping or expected. But the Astros are placing Christian Javier on the 15-day IL due to right forearm discomfort. This goes back to May 24th. And to take his place, Alex Spees, the right-handed pitcher, he's coming up from AAA. Sugarland, by the way, he's wearing 64, so he's going right guard. But he comes up to play. And obviously yesterday, Jose Abreu was added to the roster and played in Seattle, and that means Joey Loperfido, he goes back down to AAA Sugarland following the game. So he is back in Sugarland. We'll get every day at bats. Clint, let's first look at the Christian Javier and Urquidy situation, in particular. Christian Javier, he goes to the 15-day IL, and Clint, it is scary when you hear form. When you hear form with pitchers, that is usually the sign. When we heard it with Verlander, forearm discomfort or tightness, that then moved to Tommy John. Same thing with Lance, and
makes us all nervous.
Same thing with Luis Garcia. This is one that is really, really concerning when you see those two. We hear those two things in particular.
Yeah, look, I mean, obviously you laid it out there. I mean, Christian Javier is a guy that came into the season with huge expectations, and just whether it's injury or early season struggles is just not played up to snuff at this point in time. And now, really to me, that this makes me wonder, was the neck injury that he potentially could have slept wrong that landed him on the IL a couple of weeks ago, was that really a neck, or did that have something to do with what he's dealing with right now with this forearm tightness and arm issues? And then Jose Urquidy, I mean, he clearly of late has just the inability to stay healthy is a major problem, and he is officially one of those guys that's injury prone and unreliable.
I wonder if he's going to pitch at all this year.
Yeah,
Urquidy at this point.
Well, I think it's fair to wonder on both of these guys if they're going to throw again this year. So we'll see what happens. I think they have, well, I don't think, I know the Astros clearly have plenty of experience of late to navigate and not having their full
complement of guys,
complement of arms in the starting rotation. So I think they'll be fine. Now they have clearly they have lost the ability to go to a 6-man rotation. I think you still have Verlander, Framber Valdez, Ronel Blanco, Hunter Brown, and Spencer Arrighetti. You still have those 5 guys that I think you were going to have. They were going to be in your rotation any way you slice it, because you were going to try to go to a 6-man rotation, or hell, you were in the middle of a 6-man rotation.
You're probably going to lose one of them.
The only reason the only reason you weren't in a 6-man rotation is because Ronel Blanco got popped for 2 weeks, or for 10 days, 10 days, 2 games, whatever the hell it was. Now he's back. You're fortunate to have 5 guys that you can roll out there and feel like you can get a dub on any game day. But this is definitely a blow in terms of 6-man rotation, in terms of what I expected Christian Javier to be a top 3 starter in this league, not a guy that was on and off in and out of the rotation because of arm issues and neck issues and whatever else is coming along.
Yeah, man. You're starting to get to, man, how many more hits can they take? The division has become very, very helpful for them to even have a shot at it right now, and to be in 6 or 7 games under 500 and still be within striking distance. If they take the next 2 games, the next 2 days, I mean, they're sitting there, 2.5 out of first place, if they can pull that off. But, boy, you're just like, man, you got hit here, you got to hit there. And, yes, Hunter Brown and Spencer Getty had been pitching better. But, boy, you were hoping to avoid to having those guys having to depend on them to pitch, 2 times, a week. And now, now you're forced to. Now you're just hoping that nobody else, has any issues because of what that would mean that you would have to turn to there. So, it's just a lot of hits to be taken. And
they're going to have to start swinging the bats better.
More consistent.
I mean, they're going to start swinging the bats better in big moments like this. The series, they got 3 left with the Mariners. If they're going to have a shot, and if they're going to have a shot down the stretch, they got to swing the bat better against better pitching. I know Seattle, according to Jeff Blum last night, has one of the better rotations, is particularly strong with the right-handers. Well, hell, man, you got to find a way to swing the bat better.
And then Joey Luperfido, he goes down to AAA. This is probably the best. This is probably the best move for him because what they initially said when they brought him up did not come to fruition. They said that Dana Espada, when he came in and said, we didn't bring him here to sit.
Joey Superfido.
The thing is, like, as well as he did swing the bat, it is really quite surprising that he didn't get more time and more opportunity to play. But this is best for him. He needs to go. He needs to go and take some and get every day at bats before he sits up here and now he's hitting every other day. I hate that they brought up their top guy like this and then didn't really use him that way. Yeah. But this is the best move for him.
Well, look, it's a loaded outfield right now when you talk about that rotation between center and left with Jake Myers, playing really, really well offensively and defensively. Then he becomes just an option in left field.
Did he ever get any run at first? I don't think he ever. No,
I don't think so. Maybe he did late in a couple of games, but I don't think so. But you got no run at first, as you mentioned. And then you've got that log jam that was left and center field has now been shifted into left field, where you'd like to get Dubon, who is your best hitter on the team right now. And if you White Boy Chaz is back healthy again, so that log jam and if you're going to DH John Singleton because Abreu's back, then that means Alvarez is going to have to play left field. Trying to keep everybody happy in this clubhouse right now, and in this lineup with the Astros, has ultimately is going to end up resulting in, or has ended up resulting in Luperfido being the guy that gets sent back down. So we'll see.
All right, Astros, they lose last night 3-2 in the first game of this series. It was really just the first inning where all the runs came, and then Framber was able to settle down after giving up three runs. But as you said, it's the 2. They've got to swing the bat. They've got to hit better. And listen, Seattle's not playing well. They have struggled, and the reason why the Astros still have a fighting chance is because teams like Seattle and Texas have struggled, so they can certainly be gotten. This is not like a situation where there has been a great distance between these two teams. They got to clean this up and win these 2 games.
They're 1 back the Rangers right now. They're 4.5 back the Seattle Mariners, and you got 3 more against the Mariners. You got head to head. You can make up a lot of ground. We've said it multiple times. We've talked a lot about it with the Abreu situation, but this is the biggest series of the year right now for the Astros, given where they're sitting and the opportunity that they've created for themselves in terms of digging out of that hole a little bit here. So, again, the two RBIs you had last night came from Jose Abreu and Vic Caratini. Those 2 guys had the 2 RBIs at the bottom of the lineup. The top of this lineup has to produce. It's more important now than it's ever been. When you look at the scenario again, your pitching is getting beat to hell, not literally by the bats. I'm talking about to injuries. And the Mariners have one of the best rotations in the big leagues, and you're chasing them 4.5 games back. The top of this lineup has to carry this team and give them a better chance to win ball games by scoring runs.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, Clint, one half of the NBA Finals are set. The Eastern Conference Finals concluded last night as the Celtics got one of those close-ass sweeps. Every one of the games were tight, even when Tyrese Halliburton was injured and was unable to play the last 2 games. I'm telling you, I promise you, me and Courtney were sitting there watching the game late, and it's about 3.5 minutes left, and the Pacers got a 4-point lead. It's like 102-98. That's it. All right, Courtney, let's strap in and see how the Pacers are going to blow this one tonight. Let's see. And then clockwork. Here they go. They just started. It looked like a young team that at the end of games, it happened in game 3, it happened in game 1 as well. Like a young team that wasn't ready at the end of the games against a team that had been to the Eastern Conference Finals 6 out of the last 8 years in the Celtics. And that experience, and I understand the injury with Halliburton, their best player, all-NBA third-team player, that absolutely hurt. But the Pacers had late leads in 3 of the 4 games and just would do dumb things themselves to shoot themselves in the foot.
Well, I mean, I thought with that series right there that the Pacers were going to be able to keep it interesting, just their ability to score. Obviously, the injury's a problem. And look, at the end of the day, again, being the casual basketball fan that I am, I'm glad the Celtics are in the finals.
You hate the Celtics.
Well, no, I hope the Celtics lost. I can't buy into the Celtics, but I do. It's hard to argue right now they're the best. They've been the best team in basketball. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to argue right now that regardless
they were the best
of how
team all year, and
right.
they have just
absolutely and they've ran through. And look, yeah, the path has been less than desirable in terms of us fans watching because of injuries to their opponents. But
it's not like it's been difficult.
Right, yeah. Look, I still don't want to see the Celtics win the championship. Hell, I want the Mavs to win the championship. But at the end of the day, as just a casual fan, when the best team in that sport gets into the big dance and the final game that we all get to watch, it's got the most eyeballs on it, is legitimately the best teams in the league. Then I'm here for it. And look, I know the Mavs go tonight, Ron, but boy,
that would create a hell of a matchup.
Boston, Dallas.
You got 2 guys, Tatum and Brown, who can go with Kyrie and Luka.
Yes.
With that, we'll see.
And you said it multiple times. The Mavs are a much better defensive team than folks thought they were during the season. I think that obviously makes for a better matchup. Yeah, man. I'm here for a Celtics Mavs
Porzingis, that now he may be the difference maker in that, although the Mavs bigs have really, really played well as well. Gafford, who has come on and understands his role, and PJ Washington as well. But that'll be a fun one. But the Celtics, 12-2 thus far, 12-2 thus far in this run, in which it feels like they're coasting, and they haven't played a great game yet.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, we lost a legend. Now I think this is somebody that a lot of people have different feelings about. I don't know. I feel like, despite Ocho, I feel like most people have positive feelings about Bill Walton. Right? We had Bill on once, and Bill took off. Right? I mean, I think we had Bill on for 10 minutes. We got 2 questions in. I believe.
I think that's fair.
Bill had a sheet, and he was ready to go.
That was genuinely one of my favorite interviews we've ever done.
Well, do you have the? I know there was one thing you kept playing over the years. Do you have that?
The dismount.
When he was with us, when he bounced on left, I think he did this 42 times that day with all of the different stops he made. But he finished that thing right here.
Turn that music up. Yeah, we will get by. We will survive. Going down the road, feeling bad. Going where the weather suits my clothes. Going where the water tastes like wine.
Just spitting bars, ain't you, Bill?
Damn, how do you not love that guy? He was awesome.
Bill Walton, 71 years old, Hall of Famer, and a champion with the Trailblazers when he was at his peak, and then with the Celtics when he was coming off the bench and was one of the best college players we've ever seen. The one thing about Bill, and honest to God, I think Bill Walton is a big reason why guys like Charles Barkley, guys that aren't afraid or don't have a fear of just saying how they feel and being completely themselves. Like, we know it in the industry. You've been around. You've done the TV thing. You've done this. I've done a little bit of everything. Like, there's something to steer you. A lot of you trying to steer you to be in a certain box and bubble.
Yep.
And guys like Bill Walton in this industry allowed allowed that to be appealing, and people were able to see, oh, okay, this your personality will get you potentially, get people in the building, get people to watch.
It's interesting you say that because you're spot on. I just never thought of it from the Bill Walton perspective of like today's media, like even in the booth calling games and stuff. It used to be, here's how you're going to do it, boom, 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 boom. And reality now, they're hiring guys and going, hey, be you and entertain these folks and don't worry about the mechanics of this thing as much. And so you're right.
He sure as hell did.
I mean, I think Bill was the only one that was able to do it for a long time, but boy, did he ever do it. And now all of a sudden you see it coming to fruition. Yeah.
Yeah, so R.I.P. to Bill Walton, 71 years old. He just called games. I had no idea Bill was sick. He just called
in February, right?
Yeah, he finished. I know he called the game in February, but he did the whole Pac-12 championships, called those late nights. Didn't even know. You never know what somebody's dealing with. All right, the Astros play tonight. There is some news already out about tonight's game. Some news you need to hear. We'll give you that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, it's perfect timing, y'all. This weather is scary, and you don't ever know when the next storm is going to hit. And when it hits, it's too late, by the way. But you just don't know. You got to be proactive, man. And what I'm talking about is you got to be proactive because you don't know when the next major power outage is going to hit the city. What you can do.
Odyssey app. No matter how you're getting your exercise in, make sure you're tuned in to your favorite workout mix thanks to Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler, Clint almost did what happened to me at that airport. That chair that chair slid from under him, and he almost went down. He caught it.
We don't need either of y'all falling right now.
You get on the edge of one of these seats with these wheels on them now. You find your ass on your back.
That's the thing is, now, there's one way to look at it, and that is damn, how the hell that happened without wheels on the seat?
Yeah.
But the wheels helped.
Two key components here. My chair has wheels. Yours didn't.
Yeah, but the wheels did help. Once you lost it,
you ended up with your ankles in the air.
Once you lost it, the wheels just catch. Me, it went on down.
It was going.
It was going. It was going on down. Yeah. So we appreciate you jumping back in with us as we are live here, and stay safe out there. Here's calming down a little bit out there. Stay safe out there, and hell, let us know. Let us know what you're seeing out there, so we can make sure everybody is safe around here as they move through their day. All right, fellas, don't have the full lineup yet, but Joe Espada has spoken today, fellas, and Alex Bregman is getting dropped in the lineup. Now, first, Tyler, I'm especially talking to you. Don't just let your anger get into your mind space here. Where for you, if I'm telling you, you can text in 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Joe Espada has said Alex Bregman is dropping in the order. Where should Alex drop?
Is Breggy being ridiculous?
What I'm saying is, Tyler, I know some of you that are like Tyler may say like 10th. Like, let's calm down. Let's be realistic. Where would you have Alex Bregman drop in the lineup? He's already said it's happening. Where would you have him drop in the lineup?
Is Abreu and John Singleton both in the game?
I don't know. I guess that does matter.
Man.
Because you're running in your head right now, right? If you pull him out of the 4 spot, right, Pena should go back into that spot like he was.
You got Pena, you got Diaz. If you want to couch Dubon in that 9 spot to make him that second leadoff, however you want to couch that.
Yeah, Jake.
Jake swinging. Yeah, he would be 7th for me.
You would have Alex drop into 7 spot.
Yeah, would you just give me what would Pena would be 5, Diaz would be 6,
and then you'd have him 7.
I would have no. You said Pena would be 4.
4.
Diaz 5. Myers. I would bet Myers ahead of him,
and then
he would be 7, and then either John or Abreu, whoever's in there, and then Dubon would be.
If Singleton's in there, you would have him ahead of John.
Yeah, I'd probably bet.
You thought about it, didn't you?
I thought about it. I'm gonna be honest with you. Big John. I don't want to get too carried away here. I mean, there is a real just come out of my cleats.
Come on and bat flip that single, baby. Come on and bat flip that single.
I like it, but I'm gonna be honest. I like him in the lineup.
I loved it, Johnny.
I pipped an out last night.
And somebody came back to me and said, "Well, it hit the wall." I said, "No, it didn't." That's unbuck. I mean, Tyler could have cut that thing off in the gap. It had no juice on it.
These days mix up. I can't remember if you were here, Tyler. But as I said, the one thing I was disappointed in, he hit that home run straight away center, and he did not give a bat flip that he can give. It was in between. Like, if you're going to be the bat flip dude, do it. Pip them singles. I love it. Anytime you think that thing is going, I wouldn't mind if he bat flipped an out like he may have done.
He did last night. He hit an out to the warning track, and he bat flipped that thing.
That's all right. Go and get it. So you don't get carried. So you'd have him 7.
Well, I just don't want to get. I love Big Singleton at first base. I don't even want this Abreu thing to be a real thing right now. But I mean, he's got to be a guy that floats between 7 and 8. He can't be a guy that we're going to bump him up to 5 or 6 because we want to play this. All of a sudden, this left right thing is important.
Oh, they want to get
like that can't be it. Like he shouldn't be hitting above Diaz. He shouldn't be hitting right now above Myers. So I mean, I would have a hard time dropping Bregman below Big John. But I could damn sure drop him below Myers and Diaz. That's for damn sure.
He is
Pena, those three.
Joe Espada said he is dropping him in the order. Before I tell you where do you think he should drop? You said 7. Where you at, Tyler?
I feel like 6 is a good spot for Breggy.
You put him in the 6th spot. That's where he.
Who you batting behind him?
That's probably
Myers?
where he. By the way, 6th spot is
because you got to go Pena, Diaz, or Myers. One of those three got to hit behind him.
He 6th spot was probably the best we saw him. I think he had like 19 at bats in the 6th spot. Maybe one of that last day was in the 5 hole.
Yeah, I got a multi-hit game, and then he started getting bumped up.
You know,
this
is so on brand.
Dana and Spada got real. They got itchy,
this
so they
is
couldn't.
So on brand.
He's back.
He's gonna go down there. And he's gonna have he may be just more of the same for 2. And then like this last game against the Mariners, he's gonna go 3 for 4, and Joe's gonna put his ass back in the 4.
3 spot. No, he is dropping to the 5 spot. So both of you are wrong. He is dropping to the 5 spot. I'm guessing he'll just
move.
He'll drop him under Pena. Since
what are you accomplishing there?
Just real quick, I'm not a stat person, but sometimes it just gets so bad. I got to piss the guy off. I got to sit down and count. Since May 17th, that's a 10-game sample. He has been hitting in the cleanup spot, the 4 spot. He is 5 for 41.
It's not ideal.
With 1 extra base hit, a double. Like, he don't even have walks. I don't think he has like 3 or 4 walks.
He's swinging it like ass.
He is 5 for 41, 4 singles and a double. Since May 17th, 10 games. That when that Brewer series started, that's where he has been. It is hard.
I mean, he just shredded the A's.
I'd be open to trade him.
He wants to trade him.
No, I was open for him before this.
Yeah, he had just shredded the A's, and now he just. 5 for 41 in 10 games in the 4 spot. God, listen, and I'm not going to give it a pass. And this ain't the time because we're gonna have to sit down now. If I'm gonna talk about Yordan Alvarez, like I talk about Yordan Alvarez, he got to be doing better than 265 and 9 home runs. Especially when I see what the hell Kyle Tucker is doing. By the way, thanks for that promo, fella. You still got Kyle Tucker is not one of the top 2 players on the team as he goes deep again over the weekend. But 5 for 41, man. Listen, I'll be honest with you. He should not hit above 6 the rest of the season. Now, Joe and no, I'm just real talk. Like, and not moving, not just unless there's a rash of injuries in which you have to. He should not hit above 6. That's where he is. There's nothing that to me, unless there's a rash of injuries, that has him above 6.
What was that?
And this 5, this is silly. What are you doing?
Yeah, look, dropping a guy from 4 to 5.
They've been having Diaz batting 8th.
What are you accomplishing? What message are you sending? I just don't get it. Like, I mean, it bored as an Astros fan, and I know we hadn't been here in a while.
What does he have to do to get a day off?
It's foreign territory to be in. Yeah, right? It's foreign territory to be in, but like you got at some point as fans, we've got to look at this and say, are these guys really making decisions that are
best for winning,
that are the most conducive for winning ball games? Forget the hole you're in, and I know we're all frustrated with that, but like, are you really? Is this guy really making decisions that are in the best interest of winning ball games?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, the Abreu thing's a mess. The Bregman thing is so on brand with the mess that it is.
Abreu's at first tonight. I can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see the lineup. See if he is.
Oh, that's right. You said we don't have the whole lineup.
We don't have it. Yeah, they're in.
Abreu better get out early and get some work in the field.
It'll be later. It don't matter how much work. He was at the complex league. All right, coming up, I want to get a little clarification from Clint Stoerner on something. He has talked about something with the Texans that I think most people are excited about, including him. I thought he was super excited about it. I need him to clarify something because I need to get that right with the Texans. We'll discuss that coming up.
Well, if you got chronic joint pain, hell, there's definitely
Varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. 5% offer subject to credit approval. Exclusions and terms apply. See store at Lowe's.com/credit for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Clint, I need you to help me. I'm trying to get an understanding.
I always do my best.
I know you do.
It's a tad bit exhausting, but I always do my best for you.
A little bit of clarification from you.
Okay.
Because I can remember we were sitting here for a lot of the moves that happened in the offseason. We were sitting right here, and we broke before anybody in the universe. We broke the Danielle Hunter news. We knew before, I believe, Callan Hanna knew. We broke it before anybody. Discussed it. There's video footage. There's everything of it.
We're that good.
That damn good, right? The Nico Autry. Before Nick, we broke it. All right?
Possibly before Schefter.
Absolutely. Before Joe Mixon. We broke that one. I distinctly remember coming in with Joe Mixon because that was off of like losing out on guys like Derrick Henry and other backs that we thought the Texans may be able to try to get. And they got Joe Mixon. And I remember you were excited about Joe Mixon. I know you wanted Saquon Barkley, but you thought, all right, they got Joe Mixon. I like what he can bring to the table. I remember then you kept saying, like, this is a significant upgrade over Motor with this run game. This should give this team a run game that they haven't had. This is a game changer. I think you've even heard of recent said that you feel like Joe Mixon is somebody. I remember when I suggested maybe a bold prediction that Dameon Pierce would be the guy getting the bulk of the carries later in the season. You said, no, I think Joe Mixon is going to be a real deal for this team. But I've listened to you talk about it, and you've talked a lot about this is definitely got to be a pass-first team. Pass-first team. You can't depend on the run, blah, 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 say this. You're so high on Joe Mixon. But I'm trying to get an understanding. Do you believe that the run game is going to take such a major step that I think a lot of people believe with the Texans? I think a lot of people think with the addition of Joe Mixon that this run game is going to be a real viable run game that CJ never had last year and will take a major step. I'm just trying to get clarification because I can't tell from some of the conversations we had. Do you think they're going to take a major step in the run game?
No, I don't.
I thought what I was hearing was right. We hadn't really dove into it.
No, I don't. I think they've upgraded the position, so it will be better. Obviously, I think Dameon Pierce, as I've said multiple times, I think it's silly to think that he just can't play in a zone scheme offense and doesn't fit what they do. So I think he's better. I think they're deeper in terms of having two guys that can actually help you. I think the offensive line is probably a little bit better because it's year 2 in the system, but I don't believe that we as Texans fans are going to be watching the Texans and we're going to be real confident and comfortable with this run game. You get a 10-point lead midway through the fourth quarter. Can you put a couple of drives together, mostly on the ground with some ball control passes, but really running the football downhill between the tackles, chew up some clock, get a couple of first downs, put a knee in it? I don't see it. As I said, when they acquired Mixon, as I said when the season.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, let's hear it. Houston Texans breaking news. What's the breaking news?
Big breaking Texans news. This is coming from Diana Rossini. Breaking. The Texans have agreed to a contract extension with wide receiver Nico Collins, per league sources. It's a new 3-year deal that will pay him around $24 million per year. Nico got paid!
According to Adam Schefter, Clint, calm down. Lift up your chin. According to Adam Schefter, Texans and wide receiver Nico Collins agreed to a 3-year, $72.75 million extension with a max to get to $75 million. That includes $52 million guaranteed. Shout out to Drew Rosenhaus, who negotiated this deal. 52 guaranteed. All right.
Big breaking on a Tuesday, baby.
Wow. So they've seen enough from Nico Collins. Tyler, if you could do some research there, see what that puts him. Would you say 24?
24 a year, roughly.
See where that puts him in terms of where wide receivers are paid per year. At $24 million.
I'll give you, while you're doing that, I'll give you a quick rundown of the top. A.J. Brown, 3 years, 96. That's 32 a year. Amon-Ra St. Brown, just over 30 a year. Tyreek Hill, 4-year, $20 million, or 120. That's right at 30 a year. Devontae Adams and Cooper Kupp round out the top 5 at $28 million a year and $26.7 million a year. So those are your top 5. Hell yeah, he ain't far out of the top 5. Yeah, I mean,
yeah. Wow. Ooh. Go ahead. How about that? Turning that thing into a big payday. Again, if you are just jumping in, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, your feelings on this right now. All right, Nico Collins, who had a huge breakout season last year, 80 catches, nearly 1,300 yards, 1,280 in I'd say 14, 15 games. He missed several and 8 touchdown passes. One season, he turns that into a 3-year extension, $72.75 million over 24 a year. It includes 52 guaranteed. Your thoughts? Your thoughts here, 713-572-4610. Go ahead, Clint.
Let me click. What I'm looking at right now, that makes Nico Collins the 7th highest paid wide receiver, just above DK Metcalf and Deebo Samuel.
So he's above DK Metcalf and Deebo Samuel.
Deebo's at $23.8 a year.
And who's he right behind?
Right, well, Devontae Smith in Philly.
Philly.
He's right behind who's at $25 a year. Let me run down. A.J. Brown's 1 at 32. Amon-Ra St. Brown is 2 at just over 30. Tyreek Hill is right at 30, number 3. Devontae Adams is 28 at 4. Cooper Kupp is $26.7 million at 5. Devontae Smith is $25 million at 6. And then just over $24 million would be Nico Collins at 7, which would bump DK Metcalf right at $24 million per down. Deebo Samuel, 23.8. Michael Pittman Jr., 23.3. And that would be your top 10.
He's making more than Diggs this year. Yep. Right.
Yes, Diggs is at 20, I think, on this list. Whoa. I think Diggs, that would be a commercial, muscle milk commercial. I'm glad that wasn't something else.
Good for protein.
Diggs is 12th, 13th right now if you throw Nico in there, 22.5.
Russell Thompson, I'm good with it. Price of – I don't want you to give your opinion yet, Clint. You got Dirty's Daily coming up in a little bit. All right, we'll get to that soon. I want you to gather your thoughts during this break, and come out hot and heavy. I need to gather mine as well on your thoughts on this. Russell Thompson, I'm good with it. The price of doing business with a number 1 wideout. Casario keeps cooking from YouTube and Twitch. Perfect, even better than I thought. I love it. Pay him now before the price goes up. Somebody is over there licking their chops in Dallas by the name of CeeDee Lamb, who is going to get it.
CeeDee's going to be the top.
Good for Nico. Let him get all the money he can. Damn, I would have loved to have seen another year before they dropped him in a top 10 paid receiver. How about that? All right. Wow. I before giving our thoughts, I will say this. I'm surprised that they went ahead and got it done. I thought in the time they were waiting, they may want to see him perform again to see what it would be. But if he does perform again, as a texter said, it would go way up. If last year is what Nico is moving forward, clearly the Texans, D'Amico, Nick Caserio and company, they feel like they are confident that the guy we saw last year is Nico Collins. The guy we saw last year is a guy that is that good and ascending, a guy that is going to improve upon that. So, again, if you are just joining us, Nico Collins signs a new deal. I'm reading this one according to Adam Schefter. As he said, Nico Collins, a 3-year deal, a 3-year extension, $72.75 million, max value to $75 million, $52 million guaranteed for Nico Collins, 24 a year, puts him seven in the league, according to what we're seeing the latest contract. 7th in the league in terms of highest paid receivers at this moment. Glenn, I can't wait to hear your thoughts coming up here in just a little bit. I know what you got coming up at the 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Nico Collins extension. I'll be doing some digging, no doubt about it. We'll discuss that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Payne and Pendergast.
9th in the pantheon of head coaches, D'Amico Ryans.
I expect by the end of this season that I would have him ranked higher than 9th.
With 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
As Stroud, little play action to start. Good protection. Airs it out for Collins. He's got it. One play. Touchdown, Texans. 75 yards to start the night for number 7.
If you're just tuning in, you're probably asking, why in the hell is Tyler Milner playing a Nico Collins highlight? Well, because it's perfect timing, y'all. The Texans and wide receiver Nico Collins have reached an agreement on a 3-year contract extension per Diana Rossini. Here's a compensation update from Adam Schefter. The Texans and wide receiver Nico Collins agreed to a 3-year, $72.75 million extension with a max value of $75 million. That includes $52 million guaranteed. The deal was negotiated by and confirmed by Drew Rosenhaus Jason Rosenhaus, and Ryan Mathis. Jason Rosenhaus, is that Drew's son? Is he getting in the business? Is that what we're doing?
I guess so, yeah.
Look, and this deal, a couple of things of note here. This deal makes Nico Collins currently the 7th highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. Number 1 in the NFL right now is A.J. Brown with the Philadelphia Eagles. Number 2 is Amon-Ra St. Brown with the Detroit Lions at $30 million, just over $30 million per. Number 3 is Tyreek Hill, the Miami Dolphins at $30 million on the dot per. Number 4 is Devontae Adams, the Las Vegas Raiders at $28 million per. Number 5 is Cooper Kupp with the Los Angeles Rams at $26.7 million per. Number 6 is Devontae Smith with the Philadelphia Eagles at $25 million per. And then that would put Nico Collins at number 7 at over $24 million per. That'll rank him just ahead of DK Metcalf, Deebo Samuel, and Michael Pittman Jr.
Well, you come on.
What's that?
This is like when the girl is kissing my neck and
you want some juice. You want some juice.
Kiss my inner thigh, and I'm thinking, all right, come on now, quit teasing me.
You want some juice.
Get to it. Come on, where are you?
Look, I don't
where
like
are
it.
your thoughts?
I
Give me the damn
like
news.
it.
Where do you
don't like it.
I didn't think. Oh, you don't like it? Too quick?
No, I mean, look, there are some positives here. You avoid him hitting the open market. You sign the extension, and I'm going to guess that they're going to pay him a bunch of money up front, a bunch of that guaranteed money up front, which is probably some of what they may have in cap space this year. So actually, the 4th year of his rookie deal, he's due to make a little over $3 million. So they're going to pay him. I would imagine some of that they do it now. Some of it can hit the cap now, and not hurt you down the road once that extension hits. We'll see exactly how the money falls, but I don't like it. There's nothing about Nico Collins for me personally that screams he's a top 10 receiver in the NFL. I
just tweeted that poll out where I congratulated him for getting the bag, but I said in the poll, when you say it out loud and you say, is Nico Collins not just top 7, but is Nico Collins a top 10 wide receiver in the league? Is it a hell yes or is it a hell no? At least no right now.
Yeah, it's no for me. Look, the guy Nico Collins has been absolutely tremendous. He is a solid dude. He's clearly a dude that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans. He's the kind of guy that they want leading their program. He's clearly got great chemistry with the quarterback C.J. Stroud. So there's a lot of positives here, and I'm glad. I like to see dudes like Nico Collins get that bag. I like to see those dudes grind and figure this thing out and get compensated for it. But ultimately, we ain't here. We're here. I'm here to talk about the contract as it pertains to the player and where that puts him in the NFL, and does he bring that kind of value to a team. Look, you're talking about Nico Collins has been in the league for 3 years. He was under 500 yards with 1 touchdown, under 500 yards with 2 touchdowns, and then over 1,200, almost 1,300 yards with 8 touchdowns. Those are his three. Those are his three seasons in the NFL. I just don't believe that the sample size of success, which ultimately was 1 year, I can't believe that has warranted this level of a deal.
Yeah,
I thought doing it this early would benefit the Texans. Like, you know what I mean? Like I figured, like, the gamble is he's not the guy that you saw this year moving forward. So that would be the gamble. But if you sign him early and you get him at 24, 25 per, then you avoid having to pay him mid-30s per in a year when he hits the open market.
Yeah, but I guess my thinking was, if they got to him early, based off everything you just said, what he has shown, and I think as someone texted in, not hating, but they paid Nico $24 million per year, and he's only really been healthy 1 year. And in that year, he had some injury stuff too. And to that point, I didn't think that if they went and got it early and he agreed, like I don't know that I thought it would make him a top 7 paid receiver. Like I could see them going.
Chance.
Like I could see them going to get it early, but I've looked at Stephon Diggs' number, what they decided to pay him 1 year. I would not have guessed that it would have been in the top, that he would have made more than Deebo Samuel. I would not have guessed that he would have made more than DK Metcalf. I would not have guessed if they got him early. Right. Now, like if they got him early, but they did. Interesting. Before I give my thought, you said, is he a top 10 receiver now? No. And I would agree. My thing is, do you get the sense that's a 3-year extension off of his rookie year? Do you get the sense in 2 years from what you've seen that you feel good that he'd be a top 10 receiver in 2 years?
No.
It wasn't even a future thing, right? It wasn't even a future. Like I was just saying him in his ear. Like last year, you could sign Kyle Tucker long-term thinking, yep, Kyle Tucker is going to be one of the top 10 players in baseball, I think, next year.
Yeah.
One of the top 10 hitters, and I can feel good about that in the next 2 or 3 years. So you're even at a point now, not only is he not a top 3 or top 10 receiver right now, for you even down in 2 years when the contract really kicks in, you still don't have a ton of confidence that he'd be a top 10 guy then.
No, yeah, no. Look, I mean, and I don't know that there's a couple of guys up there that I don't know that they're necessarily top 10 receivers in the league. I mean, I think Nico's going to have a difficult time matching his numbers from this year next year. Like it's going to be, I think it's going to be tough to match those numbers, much less exceed them. And if he was a top 10 receiver, I think you'd have to live in that range. So yeah, no, I don't think he's a top 10 receiver right now, and I don't think he is a top 10 receiver moving forward. I mean, you got Jamar Chase, you got Justin Jefferson. You could not forget all the old heads. I mean, he's making more money than those guys
right now.
Right now,
those
guys are fixing to get 30. They're going to get 30 plus. But yeah, no, I mean, you've got your old heads that have been up there. You've got them young ones that I just rolled out there. They're coming. I don't think he's in the same league with those guys.
Which I think is fair. Here's what I like about it. Let me tell you what I like about it. From the organization perspective, I love how decisive they are. And to me, if this is a sign of what's going to be coming down the pike, then I think they have a potential to save on money potentially on certain players, because it's like of course this could go the other way. But what I do like is they've identified the player. They've said, we're in our program. We've seen him. We feel this good about him, and we are going to pay him now. Because if he does replicate his season again and you hadn't paid him, then you are looking to the $30 million range in the top 3. So
you save some huge money.
So
yeah,
I do like the decisiveness, and they're saying that, so that may show us how they feel about other guys down the line with. Well, we already know they're going to pay CJ and Will, but guys like potentially Derek Stingley or whatever. I do appreciate and like that, because sometimes I do think teams kind of fool around a little bit too much, and then they end up getting hit hard because they're not decisive. So at least they feel confident in themselves and what they see of him, and they said, all right, we know what he is, and this is what he's going to be, and we want to get him. So I do appreciate that part of the organization.
Yeah, the conviction in his decision. Look, it doesn't surprise me. This was Nick's, first, I think, home run, if you will, a guy that he drafted in the 3rd round, moved up to get him, and he helped you win a bunch of ball games last year. He was the most reliable target last year, week in, week out, without a doubt. Had a monster season. But now, like, the conversation around Nico Collins changes, to your point. Like this with $25 million, 24 plus, possibly $25 million a year, 50 plus guaranteed. Now the expectations are you're in the conversation with some really, really established, like feared wide receivers in this league.
My expectations have changed for Nico Collins.
Absolutely. They should.
10 minutes ago.
Like literally
10 minutes ago. Oh no, when I saw this before 11 minutes ago, check that. 17 minutes ago. To me, I looked at, all right, Stephon Diggs is the guy that I look at right now to say, all right, hey man, in the passing game, big plays, big moments, that's who needs to get the ball. He's your highest paid guy, he's your most accomplished guy. No. They said we're gonna bring in Steph Diggs. Pay Steph Diggs $20 million this year, and now we're going to give Nico the bag. We're going to give this cat the bag. Cool. Now I'm going to view you and have expectations. You got a top 10 quarterback at the very least. You got a play caller out of this world that has shown in year one. And they got you making more than Debo and DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
Proven dudes in this league. Like, I'm not talking about the dudes that haven't gotten their deals yet. Yeah, I know you make more than Jamar and CD, but they ain't gotten their deals yet. No, Debo got his deal. Just got his deal. DK got his deal. They threw you ahead of him. Now I have expectations. I got expectations of 1,200 yards. I got expectations that, no, they're looking at you. I got expectations, you big boy people. Like, you know, it can't be games where he's catching 3 or 4 balls. Like, I have expectations. They have looked at you and paid you. I think he's the second highest paid player on the team now.
Yeah, he would be behind Laramie.
Behind Laramie?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, it's changed.
What's Daniil making?
Oh, yeah, you're right. His was 2 years, almost $50 million. So, well, yeah, Daniil's got him by a little bit. They're in the same range. But overall money, he's got the second the guaranteed money. He's probably second behind him.
Yeah,
because Daniil was like 49.5, $48 million.
Well, I mean, here's the deal with the Nico Collins. I mean, it's just such a small sample size of success that they've got to be leaning heavily into what they see behind closed doors, the chemistry with C.J. Stroud, the leader in that particular room for the foreseeable future. They've got to be leaning heavily into that. I mean, again. He had 400 and some odd yards per season the first 2 seasons, and then had one monster year of 1,297, I think, almost 1,300 yards, and 8 touchdowns. I mean, there's still not been a double-digit touchdown year. There's still not a ton of just catches where he's big ball, like you said, big boy and folks going up and getting the 50-50 catches, running straight by folks kind of deal. There's not a lot of that out there. So the risk is that he doesn't perform up to snuff moving forward. The reward is if he does perform moving forward at the 1,000-yard, 8-touchdown range a year moving forward, then you probably saved yourself $4 or $5 million a year once that 3 years kicks in a year from now. You know what I mean? So I mean it's and if you're asking me what I think happened, I don't think, like I said, I think Nico Collins is going to have a very difficult time duplicating this season moving forward consistently.
By the way, a lot of things coming our head. We're going to from text line. Ron, you're setting up expectations, hoping he doesn't meet them, so you can say "I told you so." I've not said an "I told you so" anything. I'm telling you, he is the 7th highest paid receiver in football. They've jumped him over Deebo Samuels, who's been a number 1 for a championship-level team. They've jumped him over DK Metcalf, who's been a number 1 for a team that has been in the postseason. And I'm saying I have expectations that he has that kind of impact. You went out and paid him as you didn't have to do it. Nico wasn't sitting out. You didn't have to do it. You just brought over Stephon Diggs. So no, don't put that on me. I know in your mind, you and the fighting victors, that you just believe that I'm waltzing out here just to hate on the. No, I'm telling you, that's the expectations of somebody who gets the bag and gets paid like that. Congratulations to him. What we saw, and I'm not saying they're capable of it. We watched him in the postseason with no other receivers around him look like do one-ish things. Well, he needs to do that every single week. Like, it ain't going to me, I will have issues. There will be an issue if we look up for 4 or 5 weeks and Tank looks like the number one receiver.
Yeah,
it changed.
And the other thing to this too, Ron, is those expectations are going to increase, and Stephon Diggs is part of this thing now. The ball is going to get spread around significantly more than it did last year.
By the way, Stephon Diggs, 1-year deal. Wrap your mind around that. It's a 1-year deal.
It don't matter what he does
for a second-round pick. They just paid him $70-something million. It's a 1-year deal. They're not going to pay Steph too.
Unless all this works like the Texans are hoping it does, and then he really is all about the winning. Yeah, it looks like a 1-year deal.
But they're not paying him.
What he's saying is, even then, you're still. I mean, what are you going to pay him $25 million, $30 million?
No.
If he balls, if the dude that's been targeted more than anybody that's balled out the last 4 years, if he comes here and balls out, you're going to have to pay him $35.
And what I was saying is he would have to be willing to take less than what he would want. Yeah.
I mean, a real less discount. Right. So 1-year deal for a second-round pick.
Yeah.
For Steph Diggs. You got to get all that.
Look. It is. I want to be clear, man. It is. I love Nico Collins. It is a good feeling personally to see a good dude that has been. That he was a solid dude when he really probably should have and could have been a straight. I mean, just get the hell out of here with what was going on over here in Houston. I love to see that dude get the bag. I love to see the guy that figures out how to be a pro get rewarded. I love the dude that figures out how important the chemistry is between him and the quarterback and get the bag. But it's just, you're in a different stratosphere right now with the wide receivers when you jump up to the 7th highest paid guy.
No wrong answers here. You're not a hater or you're not a fanboy for your answer to this. I want to discuss this on the other side. The big story right now, breaking news right now, Nico Collins got a huge deal. 7th highest paid receiver in the NFL, $24 million plus a year is what he got extended, up to $75 million in this deal, 50 plus guaranteed. Would you have done it? Have you seen enough from Nico Collins? Have you? Text in 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Have you honestly seen enough from Nico Collins that you would have done this same deal? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, it's truck season here in Texas, y'all, and it's truck season at Ron Craft Chevrolet. Hell, it's always truck season at Ron Craft Chevrolet. But right now, they got huge savings on Silverado.
outside your man cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, good people. Hopefully you're staying safe out there as the weather is doing its thing. A lot of flooding, a lot of potential of power being out, so hopefully everybody is doing all right. We are still talking about the breaking news here, Nico Collins. The Texans, they extend Nico Collins on a 3-year extension worth up to $75 million, 72.75, but up to $75 million, $52 million of that guaranteed, which puts him over 24 a year, which has him seventh in the NFL in terms of wide receivers, highest paid wide receivers in the National Football League. And this was just my question out of the break, and I'm seeing a lot of people respond here on YouTube and Twitch, seeing a lot of people respond here on the text line. As I said, to me, there's in this question here, there is no wrong answer, right, to me. And the question is, clearly the Houston Texans, D'Amico, Nick, the decision makers there, Cal, Hannah, they clearly said they have seen enough to go ahead and do this deal with Nico Collins. They've seen enough through his year last year with D'Amico and company and his previous 2 seasons in the NFL, his 3 years, they've seen enough to make him a top 7 paid wide receiver in the National Football League. Their second highest paid in terms of total guarantees money on this team behind Laremy Tunsil. Have you seen enough from Nico Collins? Have you seen enough for him? Someone texted in, pay Nico now or $30+ million a year. So they've seen enough. Brilliant move by Nick after this season and the new wave of contracts. Nico will be about 20th. I don't know about 20th. But there are some guys like Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, who will jump in front of him. CeeDee Lamb, probably T. Higgins at some point potentially will step over him. So you understand that thought. But I'm just saying, right now, did you see the fact that he is worth it? Someone else texted in, no, he is too injured. I want to see what he does if he can stay healthy again. Hell no. Hell to the no. Someone texted in. So that's the thought. Someone else texted in, way overpaid. This will be just like the Christian Kirk deal. Pay the man. What up with y'all? I have no issue with him getting paid. Now, I will answer the question, and I'll let Tyler and Clint answer the question. For me, do I understand the thinking and the thought process of why they did it? Yeah. And as I said before, I like their conviction. For me, I wouldn't say I've seen enough to say that I would do that. I mean, I've seen a lot of injuries, and he's missed some games. And last year was a true anomaly to what he had done before. And yes, also, to be fair to Nico, this is the best coaching staff and quarterback situation that he has been under as well. I would like to see what he does, Clint, myself personally, when more of the defense is geared around trying to stop him week after week. When more of the defense is potentially geared around trying to for me personally, I would want to see that again and understanding what the issue and what the gamble could be. The gamble would be you would potentially have to pay him a lot more if he performs again like he did before. And sometimes you don't take that gamble. Like right now, I mean, C.J. Stroud, I don't care. I would pay him. I'd pay him now if I could. I've seen enough where that gamble is great enough, right? And we'll see what happens. But I've seen enough for him. Like for me, in 3 years, I would want to see him show that again. And I do, and I believe the run at the catch stuff is real. For me, I hadn't seen enough. But I understand where the Texans and why they did what they did. But for me, I hadn't seen enough to warrant, because right now you're saying he's the number one receiver in the league. That's what
Look, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how big of a fan you are or you aren't. If you just logically look at this thing, logically look at it. Here is what Nico Collins has done. He had between 400 and 500 yards and 1 touchdown the first year. He had between 400 and 500 yards and 2 touchdowns the second year. And then he went 1,290-something, almost 1,300 yards, and I believe it was 8 touchdowns. And you just broke him off. Forget the ranking. You just broke him off between $24 and $25 million a year. All right? You look at the other guys that have recently got paid, and they are Devontae Smith. He's going into his 4th year with the Philadelphia Eagles. Never mind the success this organization's had, but he's going into the 4th year with the Philadelphia Eagles. He had 918 yards, 5 touchdowns his rookie year, 1,207 the second year, 1,107 touchdowns the third year. Right? That's significantly better and a larger sample size if you're talking about paying somebody. He made $25 million. That's probably the most comparable contract to when it was given out and the amount as it can be. Clearly, Nico Collins has 1 year where that's convincing to where Devontae has done it since he got in the league. Amon-Ra St. Brown, he got paid $30 million. My man went 912 yards and 5 touchdowns, 1,181, so almost 1,206 touchdowns, and then he went 1,510 touchdowns this year. Pretty convincing, significantly more convincing than what Nico Collins has done. And then you look at Michael Pittman Jr. in the same division. He got $23.3 million per, and he went 500 his rookie year, similar to Nico his rookie year, but the next 3 years, 1,100 yards, 6 touchdowns, 925 yards, 4 touchdowns, 1,150 yards, 4 touchdowns. I mean, so you got a bigger sample size of what exactly it is that you're paying, where with Nico, the gamble is you've seen 1 year. And it was really good, but you've seen 1 year. Small sample size.
Yep. All right. As I see people rolling in, calling in with their thoughts on Nico, that's what I said. Would you have done it? Have you seen enough? You've seen enough from Nico Collins to warrant this. We'll get some of your thoughts as I see some people, 713-572-4610, and we'll get Tyler's thoughts as well, and the other situation happening here. We don't have a lineup out at this point, but the real reason that the Jose Abreu situation is really, 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 really a big issue. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Ninth in the pantheon of head coaches, D'Amico Ryans.
I expect by the end of this.
Welcome to Now.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I do want to get to Jose Abreu and what is the real, the potential real issue with that, and real reason why the Abreu situation matters. But the breaking news: Nico Collins, new deal. I wanted to hear from some of you out there. Some people texting in. Ron, why do you keep bringing up T. Higgins? He's not a number one receiver. I'm just bringing up receivers who I think potentially could get paid more than him, and I think T. Higgins is probably in that camp. Clint, you have to look at the guys who have been throwing to them. You say 1 year, 1 year with CJ. Come on, can't blame Nico. It was Davis Mills and a decimated team.
I'm not blaming anybody. I totally agree with the level of dysfunction that Nico was a very solid human being through is unacceptable. It's not fair to anybody. Nobody should be put through that. But it's not a spot where I'm going to say, oh, forget those first 2 years. I'm only going to look at this 1 year with C.J. Stroud, and I'm going to throw $25 million per his way. Like, no, I mean, just it's tough for me, regardless of what happened those first 2 years. It's tough for me to overlook that there were some injuries, that there was not a lot of production, that there were not any wow plays. There was not. I mean, it was not impressive. It was a non-factor for his first 2 years in the league. Last year, balled out. It's hard for me, as I've said multiple times, hell, when we're talking about quarterbacks, it is hard for me to understand with such a small sample size. Like, here's the deal. If I'm going to pay, and I'm not blaming anything on Nico Collins, but if I believe somebody is a top 10 paid wide receiver in this league and the Baltimore Ravens are smothering me, we got to find a way to make a play. We got to be able to throw the ball up to this guy and him go make plays. At least a play throughout the game, right? We got to be able to throw it to him in a screen game and he goes.
Not just schemed up.
Not. Well, look. I mean, it's when you make that kind of money, this kind of money, when you're a number one receiver paid on a team, you ain't got to go for 1,300 yards. You can just coast through the year and get you 1,000. But when them 1 or 2 or 3 games come along where, hey, man, we ain't going to be able to run the ball real effectively this week because this is one of the top run defenses in the league. Your ass got to show up. And Nico did some of those things. Nico showed up in big moments last year. Did some great things. We've just seen 1 year of it. And now you've committed the next 4. Right? I mean, you were already in for this season, but you've committed the next 4 based off of what you saw last year. Everybody listens knows. I didn't want to pay Lamar Jackson early. He was MVP of the damn league. I didn't want to pay Josh Allen early. You know, I mean, there's just it is, man. That the risk versus reward right there is too rich for my blood personally.
Yeah, I mean, just the example that kind of where you're going is I am really impressed with what Christian Harris did the second half of the season.
Very.
And I think you start to see him and D'Amico. I believe that, and I believe that's going to be real. I'm not ready to pay him though. I'd like to see him put together another year before I step out and pay Christian Harris right now based on
absolutely
right. And I think most of you so those of you who think that Clint or myself too are out of control just from that standpoint, right? Like, yes, he didn't have the total year, but the second half, once he got it, you saw him against Lamar Jackson. It was like, oh my God, like Lamar can't get away from this dude. You could see it, but I would like to see another year before you pay him. All right, Dave, I'll let you jump in on this. Go ahead, Dave. Your thoughts on the Nico Collins deal?
Okay, yeah. One of the things, 2 points. One, it's the last contract. The next contract's going to make this one look small. I mean, it's going to. And the second thing is, to be honest, I don't care if the Texans have no wide receivers that make 1,000 yards, as long as Stroud gets at least 4,500, and that just means the ball's being moved around. They're not being able to key on one particular person, and it just makes it easier for everybody.
All right. Appreciate the call, Dave. Yeah, I mean, listen, I've seen a lot of quarterbacks have great seasons. And when you speak of the number 4,500, generally there is somebody that is their guy. I watched Patrick Mahomes throw for 5,000 yards. Tyreek was well over 1,000, and so was Travis Kelce. Those were his two guys. Peyton Manning, Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wayne, especially Marvin Harrison, those were his guys. Here, Andre, those were his guys. Here, DeAndre Hopkins, those were his guys. I'm going to tell you what right now, sir. I don't know you or know any of the other people. But if this guy comes in here and he has 700 or 800 yards or hell 900 yards and he is the seventh highest paid receiver in football, you ain't going to be saying, oh, somebody else is going to get paid higher, especially if they ain't winning. You're going to be looking at the dude who is making all of that money at wide receiver that did not have to be making all of that money right now. I know you are. Now, you can say you don't right now. You can say you don't care what kind of numbers he puts up. You can say that. But I'm telling you that's not true. Just the same way that you didn't give a damn about Laramie Tunsil's injuries with his knee because he was the highest paid player on the team. And you didn't give a rip. Once you got his ass kicked by Josh Allen repeatedly, you were hot. When he jumped off sides in the game against the Colts or against the Ravens, your ass was hot. I'm just saying, man. Now, we can be happy right now, but you expect him to produce. Yeah. And he does. He's got to. Just like Jose Abreu needs to produce because he's getting paid.
Yeah. I mean, you're more than likely gonna have to part ways with a guy that, if things go accordingly, is your number one receiver this year, Stephon Diggs. Right? I mean, you just and if everything goes according to plan and Nico Collins balls out, then who cares, right? But if you pay a guy early, $25 million per, and make him one of the highest paid receivers in the league, and he gets injured or he doesn't perform the way that he did this year when he got that money, and Stephon Diggs does go out there and perform the way in which we've seen him year after year after year after year perform, you're handcuffed and can't pay Diggs, and Diggs got to walk, and then you're wondering what the hell's going on. Now, look, I'm playing crystal ball, look down the road kind of deal, but ultimately, when you give this kind of money to a guy that's had 1 year of really, really good success, there are risks associated with it, and those conversations are going to happen.
Yeah. All right. We'll get back to the Diggs thing. That is the big story right now is his new deal. But the other story to me right now is the Astros
Nico.
are – who did I call him?
I think you said Diggs.
Diggs? I'm sorry. Nico Collins.
Diggs did not get a new deal.
He did not. No. This is a 1-year rental for him. But Jose Abreu, he got the start his first game back, had an RBI single yesterday. And I'm going to tell you, this is the thing for me that is troubling me with the Diggs. I mean, with the Abreu situation. Is every time that I see Abreu, and now I'm hearing about it, I see Jeff Bagwell.
Yeah.
Every time I see him. Every time. Yep, go ahead and get in there, Tyler. But I don't even see the squatted guy. I don't either. I see the guy that's standing up talking to us.
You don't see the Hall of Famer.
I know
you don't see the Hall of Famer.
I don't see 5. I don't. And that's the thing that is troubling for me is I feel like his reputation and the love for him. Now, you tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't know. The Astros, Twitter, and everything I see, when you start comparing somebody to Jack Easterby in this town, and that has been happening for a year with Jeff Bagwell, that's what concerns me, Clint, is he is an Astros legend, arguably the best player in the history of this franchise. And I think he is now going to be thought of more as the dynasty killer and the guy who represents Jose Abreu, the thing that angers people the most right now in this situation the Astros find themselves in, and could be the end of the dynasty, than the guy who's a Hall of Famer, than the guy whose number is retired, and the guy who is one of the best players in history. That's why I want this thing to end, because I feel like Jeff Bagwell is starting to take a turn on how Astros fans look at him.
Yeah, look, I think it's fair. I think it's fair when you're a former player, regardless of what level it is, you create this reputation as a player, and all the memories that everybody has of you being the player. Now, if you just ride off into sunset and be done with it and kind of just celebrate and make appearances moving forward, nobody ever changes that. The minute you go into coaching, the minute you go into the front office, the minute you start helping make decisions, especially big decisions without general managers in place, for a team that's been to for the most successful team in baseball over the last 7-8 years, then yeah, that reputation, the memories, they're gonna change. To each their own. I don't know how they're going to change, but they are going to change to some degree, right? And so it's Bagwell stuck his neck out there. It as of right now, it appears to consistently be. I consistently am reminded that it was a piss poor decision to sign Abreu.
And you continue to be reminded,
and the way
they won't stop.
And the way in which they handle it, it keeps coming back to Bagwell. I mean, I'm watching last night, and Abreu finally gets a hit, and the first thing that Jeff Blum in the booth says is, "That's what Bagwell's been talking about. That's what Jeff Bagwell's been talking about." He is so.
They did do that, didn't they?
Yes, Ron. He is so deeply tied to Jose Abreu right now, and what makes it worse is how they're handling it. Because look, I don't know if the Abreu thing's going to work out or not. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. The first swing he had last night, although he ended up striking out, the first swing he had was what all I was asking for. Just when I see you next, I want to see that you're just letting it eat. And he swung. He didn't quite come out of his shoes the way Altuve does, but he swung harder than I've seen him swing in a year. And so he appears to be more flexible. He appears to be healthier. Okay, whatever. Right? I don't know if it's going to work out or not, but the way in which the Astros are conducting business as it pertains to Jose Abreu is laughable. It's embarrassing.
See, like
Joe Espada's got to walk out there and tell us that 5 games in a Florida complex league. That's not a prison league, by the way. That's some kind of complex
league. Not the California Penal League.
Right. Like that made this significant difference, and now he's back, and we got to plug him in our lineup, and when we plug him in our lineup, we got to DH John Singleton because we don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, which means Alvarez has to play left field, which means Dubon is on the bench, who has the best average on the team and has been clutch, which means Diaz is on the team, who is number 2 in RBIs, and you lose a game 3-2 to start the most important series in a the whole thing, Ron, is just it could come back to your point. All of that, fair or foul, all of that is going to come back on Bagwell.
From the text line, Bagwell once ranked top 3 of my all-time faves. Now, not even in my top 5. Come on, Jeff, man. Just somebody blame this on Reggie Jackson. Reggie, come out and take it.
Put this one on Reg, man.
I asked Tyler a couple of weeks ago, what's the first thing you think about when I say Jeff Bagwell? It was not the Hall of Famer.
It wasn't the batting stance? By the way, I mimicked his batting stance. That was mine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, man, shoot. Man, I don't know anybody can do that. All right, coming up, the big news of the day, Nico Collins signed an extension. He is a top 7 highest paid receiver in football. We'll get you more caught up on the details of that, of which we know will get you ready for the Astros in a big game too. Hunter Brown with the ball. And can the Timberwolves force a game 5 against Dallas? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here, and I got to ask you a question, man.
Wilson. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dilf.
The big Dilf.
And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags, is in the building. And remember, 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And the big news of the day, Nico Collins. He has an extension. Nico Collins is now the 7th highest paid wide receiver in the National Football League, averaging over $24 million per average year. The Texans extend him on a 3-year contract worth $72.75 million. Can be worth up to $75 million with 52 of it guaranteed. This was first reported by Diana Rossini of The Athletic. So that's the latest there, and we've talked about it, and we've heard from some of you, and we'll continue to talk about this news. I'll just jump out with this first, Clint, Tyler. For me, I'm impressed with the Texans and their conviction, which I think is going to help them down the line and has helped them thus far with things, right? They knew that they wanted Danielle Hunter, and they went and got Danielle Hunter, and they got him for pretty big money in a 2-year span, but they went and got him, right? They knew they wanted Will Anderson, and they knew they wanted C.J. Stroud, and they went up and made it happen to go get them. And now we're seeing it here where, okay, we've seen enough. We've seen enough in these 3 years, and in particular this 1 year that he was here with us. And, bam, we're not going to wait. That potentially could have us having to pay a higher tax on him because we waited. Nope, we know who he is. We know he is, at least according to them. We know who he is. We know who he is in our program, and we are going to go ahead and get him right now because we have that level of confidence. And that's coming from an organization in which I don't know if they always showed that, especially here recently with, we want to hire Josh McDaniels, McCown, but no, we're not going to do it. No, I don't know if they've shown a lot of conviction. This group now definitely does, and I do like that part a lot about the deal is that, we know who we got. Let's go get him. Well,
you like that a lot if it works out. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to make of that particular part of it. Is the Titus Howard thing. I think it's still up to debate if that worked out. There was some conviction behind that.
Yeah, you're right.
We don't know what's going to happen with the Diggs thing. There was clearly some conviction behind that, unnecessarily giving him $3 million on top of it. You're right. They see something they like and they go get it, or they pay it. There's no question about that. Now we'll see how this thing works out. When I look at the Nico Collins thing, for me, Ron, it's too rich, too early. The sample size is simply too small for me to feel comfortable. I personally would have risked the open market next year after seeing him play really well in year 2, or not, whatever he brings in year 2, whatever his second year looks like after a great year in 2023, I would have felt better. I'd have felt safer of potentially losing him, right? But seeing really who Nico is before I commit 3 more years and $75 million, 50 plus of it guaranteed. It was too rich, too early for me, strictly because of the sample size. I don't care about the injuries. I'll be honest with you. I don't care about the injuries. It's too small of a sample size to call somebody injury prone as well. I don't care about that. I simply, what I see from Nico Collins is I see a guy that played within a system that was great run after catch in terms of being physical after the catch and stayed healthy long enough, has great chemistry with his quarterback, and put up good numbers. Now you've got a 3 receiver. You got a 3-headed monster at the wide receiver position. You have to mix the ball around. I don't know what kind of numbers he's going to put up. I don't know what kind of opportunities he's going to have. For me to feel good after after watching what I saw for the first 3 seasons, this year in 2023 when Nico Collins put up big numbers, it would have had to be big boy football. It would have had to be going up and just big boy 50-50 ball catching type of physical receiver. It would have had to been, I dare you to play man or I'm going to run by you type of season. And I just didn't see enough of that kind of stuff to feel comfortable with the small sample size to commit that kind of money to Nico Collins.
Yeah, a lot of things off of this Nico Collins deal as he gets a new deal, giving him over $24 million per, putting him right above Deebo Samuel as the 7th highest paid receiver in football. I think there are a lot of things off of this that is going to be interesting to see. One, yes, there is a potential that that the Texans will potentially get Nico cheaper if this works out, kind of what you just said there. But I think one thing off of it, Clint, is I think this, I would be shocked if this is not a 1-year deal with Stephon Diggs. At this point, this to me, there's a lot of things. All right, what does this symbolize off of it? All right, it won't be this year, but it will kick in after next year. And to think that the Texans would pay Nico that amount of money and then turn around and pay Stephon Diggs that amount of money with Derek Stingley, who is eligible to get a new deal next year, with CJ and Will coming down the pike as well. That to me shows me that this is a 1-year deal for a second-round pick for Stephon Diggs, and 20 whatever million he got.
I think it ended up at 22.
$22 million that he got for this year, and that this will be the 1-year deal with him, because I just can't see them putting all of that when we know they've got other spots that they got to pay.
Yeah. If they were going to do it, Ron, it would be the Philadelphia Eagles blueprint, if you will, because right now the Eagles have the number 1 highest paid wide receiver in A.J. Brown, making $32 million per, and then they've got the number 6 wide receiver in Devontae Smith, making $25 million per. So, which I think, if Diggs comes in here and balls the way that he had balled in Buffalo until about midseason this year, if he comes here and puts up monster numbers and proves to be a legit 1 receiver that he's been in the past, then it's going to take upwards of $30 million per to get him back here in a Texans uniform. So if they did decide to keep both of them, it would be the model or the blueprint that the Philadelphia Eagles are rolling with right now, which is pretty rich.
A couple of issues there. The Texans are going to have the highest paid player in the league as well, in C.J. Stroud in that deal. I know Jalen is making big money, but he's going to be the highest paid player in the league. They're probably going to have a top 3, potentially highest paid corner in the league as well, and they're going to have one of the highest paid defensive.
Look, they've got
defensive end, right? Will
they got some? The Will and CJ thing is so far down the road for me that it's like I don't know that it really factors into these. But the one you hit on right there to me is Stingley. That's the one that's going to get.
But I mean, but we look at Nico as 4 years, and that 3 years after this year.
Right,
which starts to run into CJ and Will.
Well, it would end when Will and because CJ, remember they got 5 years because they were first-round draft picks, so they've got the. So
you think they're going to take the 5th-year option?
Oh, who, the Texans?
Yeah,
I would think so. What do you think they'll just nix it and extend them?
And extend it, yeah. They didn't. I have to check.
Now, I think they're probably going to extend those guys.
I'll check Burrow and Herbert.
Third year.
I'll check Burrow and Herbert, but I don't believe they did 5-year.
They voided those.
They tack it in at the end. I don't think they do 5-year options. Yeah, I know they didn't do that for Mahomes. I was going to say that when that contract came out. So I mean, that's just a lot of money that they're going to have to run into each other. That is because the Eagles. That's a good thought because the Eagles got a whole bunch of jokers. Where you start looking and be like, damn, boy, how are they messing with the cap like that? But
well, it goes back to your original point is you want somebody bad enough, you can figure out how to make that cap
you can
work.
figure out how it happens. All right, But that is the latest there. We'll continue to get your thoughts on that as many people are really on fire about Nico Collins. First and foremost, congratulations to Nico, man.
Mm-hmm.
For you to come at Michigan, I believe he had to sit out
the COVID year.
Set out the COVID year at Michigan. Got in here, got moved up to go get him Nick Caserio, third-round pick, come in here to deal with the situation with David Culley, then Lovie Smith with Davis Mills and Tyrod Taylor and all of that stuff to get here and to ball out so much so in a year that you got this kind of money. Congratulations to him and his family. Big ups to him.
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Astros are in Seattle for Game 2 tonight, and Hunter Brown gets the ball. Now, he had a really good start his last time out, 6 innings. He gave up 2 hits, although he did lose because one of those hits was a 2-run homer, and the Astros struggled to score against the Angels that day. But they lose last night to the Mariners. They dropped 4.5 back. Clint, this is the biggest series of the season for the Astros right now, and they've got to find a way to win this series. They've got to find a way to get these games, and it's tough when we hear the news of Urquidy not going to be back as soon as they thought with a forearm issue, and Christian Javier going on the 15-day IL with forearm discomfort as well. They need Hunter Brown to have another outing like he did yesterday as well, or his last time out against the Angels. They need another big outing from him tonight because the Astros got to find a way to get this game.
Yeah, they got to have a big game from him, and ultimately they got to start swinging the bats better. I mean, I understand this is a great starting rotation in Seattle, but at the end of the day, I mean, this is again they're going to dig out of the hole, which they've done a hell of a job getting out of. We're a third of the way through the season. You're 4.5 games back Seattle, 1 game back the Rangers. They position themselves to make a run, but what you can't afford to do is get there and then backslide back. You can't yo-yo this thing. Like you're there, you've got to come out of this. You got to split this series at the very least because it's a 4-game series. You got to split the series with the Mariners at the very least, if not take the next 3 and make up some hay. It's a huge opportunity for you to keep climbing, but if at the very least you got to hold steady. And so we'll see if they can do it behind Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti and I guess Ronel Blanco. Is that who's going in the 4th game? Is that what it is, or is that? I don't know what the rotation looks like right now in terms of the order right there. But I think those are the 3 guys that are going to have to finish this thing.
Got to have it, man. He looked really good last time out. He looked really good last time out against the Angels, with the exception of that one mistake. Right, he comes out and gives you 6 innings and 2 hits again. You got to find a way to win that game, right? We got to see the offense jump. By the way, news game: Alex Bregman, we do know, is going to drop to the 5 spot in the order. He had been in a 5-for-41 stretch here in his last 10 games, batting in the 4 spot. He will drop to the 5 spot today. We get the rest of the lineup out. We'll let you know that. So some changes being made again with Alex Bregman.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, NBA playoffs tonight, and the finals could be set tonight if the Dallas Mavericks can take care of the Minnesota Timberwolves as they lead this series 3-0. Anthony Edwards said, and I quote, "I still don't think this team can beat us." Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves, I quote, "I still don't think this team can beat us." They're up 3-0 on you. And we see. You think this thing's over tonight?
I think it's over, man. I think it's over. I know he's saying the right things, but they appear to either be unbelievably gassed right now or just already defeated.
Karl Anthony Towns has been just god
he's been
awful.
bad. Yeah,
I mean god awful. I think he's 2 for like 25 or something from 3 in the series, and he just keeps shooting them. They've benched him. Rudy Gobert is the Defensive Player of the Year for the 4th time, and everyone appears to be hunting him to try to get him. It is it is a tough watch. It's like Dallas wants it to be close. In the end, Minnesota's had a 4th quarter lead in all these. It's like they want it to get close, and then Luka and Kyrie just take turns taking over while Anthony Edwards is going by himself.
Right.
And he, as you said, he gets tired. Luka, who always seems like he is the most him and Jokic, two of the most out of shape looking players in the NBA. He's just rolling. Anthony Edwards in the fourth quarter was in the hallway getting oxygen.
Gas.
Yeah,
and Luka's doing all this banged up.
And Luka just be moving. And he's getting oxygen. He's gas. So, yeah, I'm with you tonight, man. I think it's over. I think it's over, and we'll see Celtics Mavs coming. But hopefully, I want to see Anthony Edwards give a huge effort. Like, I want to see him shoot. I mean, like, he's got to go find his inner Iverson. I need him to he should get 30, whatever his over-under is, he should get 30, 35 shots up tonight and see what the hell happens, because Carl ain't going to do it. All right, coming up, Clint has been really, really high on one particular player for the Houston Texans that they got in free agency. But it feels like he's saying some mixed things when he talks about what this player does. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Later. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we'll get to the big story here in a little bit later on before we get up out of here. But Clint, man, I need you to give me some clarification. I've been listening to your ass.
Well, I appreciate you listening, man.
As we talk back and forth, and you've snuck in some comments that made me think that you may have a different feeling than I thought about something. I'm telling you, I would argue, because I know initially when the Diggs thing happened, I know you were skeptical of that. So I don't think your excitement was as through the roof as for others. And Danielle Hunter was pretty high too. But I would argue your excitement for the Texans getting Joe Mixon was arguably as high as any of the free agents that they got. I think you were really, really excited.
I think that's fair.
About Joe Mixon and the upgrade that would potentially be over what the Texans had in their running game last year with his ability.
I think the move. Look, here's the deal with the running back run. I think the move going from Devin Singletary to Joe Mixon is the biggest jump of anybody they signed or traded for or anything of that nature.
Yeah. So I thought you were really high on that and happy about that. I think you are, obviously, as you just said. But we've been talking about the potential of their offense next year and what they have in store and what you think they should be. And more I hear, now tell me if I'm wrong, the more and more I'm kind of hearing, it feels like you're not as high, one, on what the Texans' run game can be as maybe I thought you were when they got Joe Mixon, and definitely not as high on the run game as I think many other people have described about the Texans. I've heard a lot of people at a national level talk about the thought of, and now C.J. Stroud has a real run game. He's got a real run game with Joe Mixon back there, and it's going to be different than what it was last year because they can actually run the football. I heard Ryan Clark really pushing that as well to go along with the great receivers they have, potentially. Tell me if I'm wrong. It feels like to me you're not as high on this run game as maybe others are and as maybe as I thought you were.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I mean, unless you want to call – like, I think they run the football better than they did last year. I think there is a second year in this offense. I think that matters when you're talking about 5 offensive linemen all on one accord. I think they made a significant upgrade, as I said. I think the biggest upgrade they made from the guy that was toting the rock last year to the guy that was playing the position last year to the guy that's playing the position this year. I think the biggest improvement that they made was Joe Mixon over Devin Singletary. I think that upgrade is bigger than an upgrade they made anywhere else. I think Dameon Pierce is significantly better than a lot of folks have given him credit. Definitely, I think he's a lot better than what the play percentage last year. I don't know, that was the weirdest deal ever. But anyway, I think those two guys, I think the running back position is significantly better. But it just depends on what we're talking about here. Like, I think this team is going to be a pass-first football team. And I think C.J. Stroud and the 3 receivers and Dalton Schultz and the offensive line that's better suited to pass protect, I think they do. Being a pass-first football team, they do have a chance to run the football better. They're going to pass, push the safeties back, make the linebackers widen, push the linebackers deeper, and they're going to be able to. There's going to be more opportunity in the run game. That doesn't really excite me. That's a low-hanging fruit, no crap byproduct of being able to throw the football better the way that I think C.J. Stroud is going to be able to throw it better. Now, when I'm talking about the run game,
you think they need to be run first because the run game is not going to be as?
No, I think they have to be pass first because they ain't got a choice of being a run first football team. They're not very physical.
That's it.
They're not very good up front
in the run game. Up front, the offensive line than it is Joe.
Yes, I think you got a bunch of money in Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil. What's their strong suit? Pass protecting. right? C.J. Stroud is one of the best weapons in all of the NFL, one of the best processors in all of the NFL. Where does he do that? From the pocket, throwing the football. You just signed Stephon Diggs. You got Nico Collins, Titus Howard. You re-signed a tight end that his strong suit, without a doubt, is in the pass game, right? They're setting everything up to say, to hell with that being that run-first, physical, dominant run team, to we're going to throw the football around the park, we're going to widen the run lanes, and then hopefully we can create something in the run game. I think they do. I think they're good enough in the pass game, and they've upgraded the running back position enough to where they can make some hay in the run game. But it's a 180 from what I think D'Amico and Bobby Slowick wanted to do last year, which was look like the San Francisco 49ers, right? So when I look at this thing, I think the Texans are still going a good running football team, like a physical, dominant run football team. That's good in personnel up front, good at the running back position, got great scheme. They know it. They can get to football with a lead, with 5 or 6, 7 minutes left in the ball game, and the opponent never touch a football again. Because you ran the football well enough and physical enough and dominant enough to where your quarterback ended up putting a knee in the ground. When D'Amico got hired and brought Bobby Slowick from San Francisco, I'm thinking this is going to be a dominant physical run first. That is not who that is not who they're. I don't think it's who they even want to be anymore. But when we talk about the run game, that's what the hell I'm talking about. And the Texans just ain't that. I mean, look, if they throw the football as well as I think C.J. Stroud's going to throw the football, they better be able to run it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have a thought that it is going to be almost night and day from Joe Mixon to Devin Singletary and what Damian Pierce. Am I off on that, Tyler? Do you get the sense that a lot of people think it's the Texans' run game with bringing in a healthy O-line from last year and Joe Mixon is going to be night and day?
Yes. Yeah, the expectations are through the roof right now that this run game is going to rebound.
I think that's what a lot of people expect. And think they're going to see.
You're going to have to throw the football to win games.
My hope.
So I don't know how like that. That's everybody that I hear that I've listened.
Now, in fairness, you said from the jump it was always up front.
It's always about that. In obvious run situations, this offensive line is going to struggle.
I hope that's what I was going to say. I hope that they're at least noticeably better in those situations with Joe. I hope they're at least noticeably better on. All right, 2nd down and 2, 3rd down and short. Where hey, we know they're going to run the football. They know we're going to run the football. Can we still run the football? I don't think the Texans had a lot of success at all in those situations last year.
Well, when a running back's getting hit 2 yards in the backfield, and so you resort to running the scat back who bounces it every time, that or has the ability to make guys miss and is too preoccupied with making guys miss instead of going and getting yardage, then you get some of the big plays, but you don't have anything you can call on. You don't have anything consistent, right? I think Joe Mixon is going to help that. I think Joe Mixon has the bounce ability, not quite the way that Devin did, but I think he does have the ability, the speed, the agility, the change of direction to bounce some plays and go make hay. But he's a bigger back that can also run downhill. So I think they're going to be better. I just don't believe, like when I'm talking run game, when we start a segment about the run game, I think we're talking about being a dominant, physical, hey, we're going to put our hand in the dirt and we're going to move the line of scrimmage and we're going to – I just don't believe that this – I don't give a damn who you put behind the quarterback.
I think a lot of people have expectations that they will be closer to that.
This is going to be –
not the Niners, but closer to that.
This is going to be a pass-first football team. Now, if they end up running it better as a counterpunch to the pass game, cool. They should, right? They should pass teams up out of heavy fronts. They should nosy linebackers. They should pass that guy to death until they bench him or he figures it out. Safeties that want to get in the box, they should throw the leather over and around the field until they back that safety up and say we're not letting you do it again. That's who this football team should be. And when that happens, you get a light box. You should be able to run the football. But it's all stemmed. It's not stemmed off. Oh, we're going to be this run team. It's stemmed off. C.J. Stroud is going to dictate this football game. Every football game, every Sunday, C.J. Stroud through the air is going to dictate what you do. And now when we get your safeties back, We get your linebackers, worrying about the pass. Now we'll hit you with a run. Bang, bang, bang.
But no game plan is like, all right, tonight we're going. We're going to run these guys and be physical and show.
It's football speak. I know they're going to say it, but I don't want to hear D'Amico Ryans and company over there talking about, oh, we got to establish a run. Look, man, you ain't establishing a run with Dalton Schultz out there, bro. You ain't establishing a run with Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil at your tackles. You're not establishing a run out of 11 personnel. Right? I mean, you can't waste series doing that at any point in time. And I think from their personnel and the way they built this roster, they've all but said we're not going to do that.
All right, coming up, get back to the top story. Can you see, think about this, we'll discuss this. Can you see, at least in the future, down the line, Nico Collins being a top 10 receiver in this league? We'll discuss that, as well as the lineup is out and there are more questions. There are more questions with the Houston Astros. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This is a fun one today, baby. Get a little action here in late May. A little news in late May. We'll get back to the big story of Nico Collins getting that money. Congratulations, Nico. Can I help you out first real quick, though? Here is the starting lineups for the Astros as they play the Mariners. Castillo has been one of the better pitchers in the American League over the last couple of years. ERA just over 3. Will get the ball for the Mariners. He was their number one starter last couple of years. But this is where the Astros are going to run out there. Get ready for this, Clint Tyler. Altuve leading off, playing second. Tucker is batting second, playing in right field. Yordan Alvarez in left field. He is not the DH for 2 straight nights. So, okay, that should be fun. And in the 4 spot, we told you Bregman was moved after going 5 for 41 his last 10 games with 1 extra base hit and 4 singles. He is moved out of the 4 spot. Pena, who is second in the American League in batting average, second in hits. He is batting 4th again.
It's a panty dropper.
And Bregman, thank you. Bregman drops down to the 5 spot.
He was talking about Pena, by the way, not you.
Well, I know. Bregman drops down, and he's hitting 206. He drops to the 5 spot. Jake Myers, he is batting behind him, playing in center in batting 6th. And then here's when it gets fun, folks. Here in the 7th spot, your designated hitter for the 2nd consecutive night, your best defensive first baseman, John Singleton. He is the DH tonight, batting 7th. Then batting 8th, coming fresh off a stint in the Complex League, is Jose Abreu. He is batting 8th and playing first base. And then, yes, of course, your catcher tonight and batting dead last, Yainer Diaz. Who knew that Yainer? I would have bet money Yainer would never, ever bat in the same spot as Martin Maldonado all season. And nope.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
It is happening right now as he is under Jose Abreu. So 7, 8, 9. DH, John Singleton, Jose Abreu at first base, Yainer Diaz catching. I don't know why that bothers me so much, that you are playing both of them, and you're playing the weaker fielder in the most important games of the season right now. You're playing the weaker fielder. I don't know why you're playing both of them, but you're playing both of them and deciding to make him the first baseman.
How about if you take into consideration that you're also playing your weaker left fielder?
Yes.
Defensively.
Yep, defensively. So yeah. Yep, absolutely.
It's not ideal.
You'll never be able to convince me that this isn't a John Singleton. We don't want to just replace you. We're worried about your feelings.
This lineup, Clint, screams. Like you talk about John. We can get there. This lineup to me screams. We don't want to hurt Bregman's feelings. So we're gonna just drop him 5th, even though he shouldn't bat above 6th. I've killed Jake Myers. There's no way. This is a slap in Jake Myers' face that he has to bat behind Alex Bregman.
I screwed it up.
And then it's, hey, we want to make Jose Abreu feel as comfortable as possible. So we're going to let him play in the outfield or in the field at first base when he gets up here. And as you said, we also don't want to just say, hey, John Singleton, we know you've been playing really well, so we're not just going to send you to the bench and have you not playing with somebody who's hitting 108 and he had to get a base hit to get above 100 last night. So we're going to have you at DH. This is the most important series of the season. And you're not trying to, what it looks like to me by the lineup, not trying to hurt feelings, wanting to make sorry players feel comfortable, and then wanting to be nice to John Singleton. And all the while, and all that you're doing, you put Yainer Diaz 9. What is going on?
It's silly.
It's
silly.
What is going on? How did they come to this?
Well, how do you? Let me ask you this: wasn't Pena 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts last night? Yesterday was maybe the worst I've seen Pena look. More frustrated.
Yeah, it was a
tough night for him. That's the night that you move him up. The game after that game, you move him above Bregman. It's all a joke.
It's a joke for the importance of the game. Now, hell, they may win, but it is a joke of the importance of the game. I guys can't believe this. Like who's on the bench? Dubon's on the bench.
White boy Chaz.
Chaz is on the bench.
Dubon
Vic's on the bench.
Yep. There's your 3.
I just think maybe Alex could have got a night off into his dropping to the 5th spot. We'll see. It's just interesting. Hunter Brown, good luck. That's a lineup tonight. 7, 8, 9. Is that what you went with? No speed at the bottom there, champ.
We're still in a place with the Astros where I know I lean into this all the time. I just think it's Astro arrogance. I think that they have the luxury to worry about feelings. Okay. Like I don't care. Look, bring Abreu back, play Abreu, fine if you want to do that. Again, it's about how you do it. You are forcing Yordan Alvarez to play in the field, so you're playing a lesser left fielder than what you have available. You are forcing Jose Abreu to play on the field, so you're playing a lesser first baseman than you can. You are, in turn, playing John Singleton as your DH, and you're playing a lesser DH than you potentially can in the most important series of the season.
You're at average.
You made a great point.
You're at average or below average at first, center, and left.
Well,
with better options.
You know the pitiful part of this. You hit it on the head right out of the gate. This is I don't want to hurt Abreu's feelings. I don't want to hurt Breggie's feelings, and I don't want to hurt Singleton's feelings.
And so much so we also want to make Abreu feel as comfortable as possible.
In the most important series in the damn season, when you got a little bit of momentum and you're climbing, and you need to, if you want to make the biggest impact in the shortest amount of time in terms of climbing out of the hole, now's the time to do it. And this is what you're doing. What a joke.
When you're the project of an Astros great like Jeff Bagwell, man, you get preferential treatment like that, you know.
But T, even if you want to do that, T, I'm with you. I agree with you. I mean, even if you want to do that, play Abreu at first. How about you put White Boy Chaz or Dubon in left?
I'm with you.
You know what I mean? It's silly, man. It just doesn't even.
I'm so frustrated. I don't know.
If you feel the need to have Abreu and Singleton in the lineup together, why would John not be in first base?
And the thing is, I can't even be mad at Espada because I don't know if he's making these calls.
The only reason why John wouldn't be at first base is if you're trying to make Abreu feel comfortable. Right? Abreu, I want to play in the field. I play better when I'm on the field. I don't have a lot of experience as a DH.
Okay, buddy, we got you. Yeah, you can get out there.
The best we can.
Can I fluff your pillow, Jose?
Man, you raked at the complex league. 7 for 22.
What kind of meal can we have ready for you in your hotel room, Jose?
Do you want those Andes mints in your pillow? Gotcha.
We'll have you some M&Ms. No red ones, though. We know how you like it.
No, he likes red ones. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as they will be breaking down the news of the day. Nico Collins, who signs a big extension with the Texans. Coming up behind that, Area 45, Bijani and Creighton. I'm sure they will be talking about the Nico news I was talking to with Bijani during one of the breaks. He said that he felt like Nico had done enough to garner this contract, while Chris Santiago disagreed. So that should be a fun one tonight. Got a feeling I know where Patrick leans. So it should be a fun one with Area 45 tonight, as they'll be discussing all of that. And they'll have the postgame show for you, a little West Coast baseball, as the Astros will try to get this huge W against the Mariners with this whatever lineup. All right, I pose this to you. I think we disagree a little bit here, Clint.
Where's that?
Because I said to you with Nico Collins, I said to you earlier, do you think, Tyler, I want you to jump in on this. Because to me, clearly, I don't think that the Texans are fools. I don't think they believe that Nico Collins is maybe they do. I don't think that right now they would say, all right, Nico Collins, bam, is a top 7, top 10 wide receiver right now. Right? There are 5 guys ahead of him. in the pay scale. Hell, I think all 6 of the guys ahead of him in the pay scale, I think most people would believe are better. There's a few guys behind him, and then there's guys like Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, C.D. Lamb, T. Higgins. None of them have gotten paid yet either. So I don't think they would say that. But clearly this is saying we think down the line in the future that Nico Collins could be a number 1 top 10 level receiver. And that one is hard even for you to get around right now?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
See, I could see that. I could see in the future the Texans, and I could realistically see that Nico Collins could be a top 10 level receiver. I could see that. I think his run after the catch, breaking tackles, is a real thing. Now, I do want to see if he has the ability, Clint, to do more, not schemed up for him. Now, his non-schemed up, I think, comes after it. When he catches the ball, you don't scheme up breaking as many tackles as he does. But ahead of it, like, as you talked about earlier, I don't know how many, let me just throw it ups. Let me throw it up for my man to go get. Let me go and just throw a fade for my man to go get. Or he's double covered. Let me just go put. I want to see a little bit more of that. But I can see with his body size and CJ with him, I can see how they could get to. I think in 2 years this kid will be a top 10 receiver.
Yeah, I'm not ready to bet on it. I'm not ready to write that check. I mean, it's too rich, too early for me. Now, look, I know there's going to be people out there. It's ultimately this is a 4-year deal, not a 3-year deal, and try to make sense of this thing. But the reality of it is the Texans didn't have to do it. The Texans could have just paid him the $3 million this year, and then if depending on what he does, they can figure out how they want to try to pay him come next year and when he hits the open market. So while I can sit here now that the deal is done, I can understand, okay, this is really a 4-year, $80 million deal ultimately. It's not the 3-year, $75 million extension that it really is. But for the contract's sake, the Texans gave this guy $25 million a year when they didn't have to.
Oh, yeah. I'm with you. It was quick for that.
And I just don't – when I watch the guys that are getting paid in that range, I don't see Nico making that level plays. I don't. It's too rich, too early. And
you don't even get the sense he could develop into making those plays.
Well, that's what I don't. I think what you see is what you get. I think he's there. Which hell, it was 1,300 yards, and I mean, still, it was a hell of a season. It's a 1 year. It was 1 year. I mean, that's just a hell of a commitment. Committing 4 more years to a guy that you've seen play well for one is a hell of a commitment. No, and I'm not.
No, I'm with you on that, but I can see